Hello everyone and welcome to the 1990 pre-season testing report. Now, straight out of that, we saw McLaren unveil their car for the 1990 season. Senna is aiming to become a two-time world champion after just missing out last season by a couple of points. Early doors, he's saying the car is decent, crisp, fresh. He is expected to be straight in the championship fight from the get-go, as is his new teammate Gerhard Berger. Has a little slip there, almost ploughed into the wall, but he got away with it. Talent prevails. But yeah, Gerhard Berger was very pleased with his outing as well, and it's a great pair ahead of the 1990 season. Alain Prost, the world champion, now at Ferrari. He exits the garage to unveil the 1990 Challenger. Ferrari are hoping to win, get back to winning ways. They've not won a world championship since 1979. Can Alain Prost bring them that? Nigel Mansell will be teammating, which is an incredible lineup, but we'll have to see how it plays out. But Prost's early signs, he was very, very pleased with the performance of the car. As Williams exit the garage to do their first runs, all their fears have become reality. Their car is understeery, is loose at the back. Few tweaks and turns made the car a little bit better, Patrese said. Boutsen said the car was very, very difficult to drive. But Williams assure their fans that a few upgrades in, maybe half the season, they can get back to winning ways. But it could be a difficult season for the British outfit. Rainy Silverstone was the location for Benetton and their unveiling of their new car, the Challenger for the 1990 season, and they unveiled their new driver, Nelson Piquet. He was elated with the first session, despite a small off. He ran a little bit wide in the wet, but that is to be expected. They were trying a few things, but he said he's looking forward to the new season, a new challenge, but can he be a world champion or even race winner in the Benetton? Only time will tell. Lotus have kept Derek Warwick and their striking yellow livery for the 1990 season, but they've signed Formula 3000 champion Just a Game, who was exquisitely pleased. I'm using big words, not nerds. We're very excited for the 1990 season here. But Warwick was pleased with the car. He said podiums, possible race wins are on the cards. Lotus were somewhat pleased, a little bit hesitant to say what they thought their goals were for the season, but Game had his first test in there as well, and he was ecstatic. He could not wait to get behind the wheel, and so he should be. An excellent chance for the champion, claiming one for the future. Anyway, that's the end of the testing roundup. Senna's pleased, Prost's pleased, Mansell's a bit cross, but that's fine, he usually is. He's still got his moustache. But yeah, join us for the season opener in Phoenix very soon, when 1990 kicks off. Hello everyone, I just wanted to use this small gap to welcome you along to this brand new series. I plan to make this a very, very long running series, so I hope you enjoy. There'll be massive tweaks and massive changes throughout, especially the first season as I'm trying different things. But yeah, pull with me, we'll have a great time, everything will be a hoot. But yeah, this is a qualifying report and we'll get straight into it. And we struggled massively. Obviously I've never driven this track before, and yeah, that's pretty much it. But anyway, Senna struggled in the McLaren as his day didn't get off to the greatest of starts. He was in the garage for 45 minutes before even turning a wheel. So he was unable to complete many good lap times, many good runs. It was a difficult session for him. He will find himself down the pack. But he says, long season ahead, and he's looking to progress. The first outing for Prost in qualifying, he said the car's felt a little bit better since pre-season testing, so he was rather pleased to be on the front row alongside our pole sitter. But he said a small mistake on his quick lap could have cost him a chance at pole position, but pole sitter seemed to disagree. He claimed he had difficulties on his lap as well. But anyway, Mansell was pleased. He said he's finding it difficult to get used to this car. It's very understeery. He likes a loose rear end instead. He likes to be able to control the front, have the rear stepped out. Prost, the professor, he was he was more upbeat about the situation at Ferrari. The car seems decent so far, but it appears that Prost has tamed the beast a lot quicker than Mansell. But Mansell's there or thereabouts. It could be an interesting season for the pair of them. But anyway, Prost lines up second, Mansell will line up third. So it's been a decent day for Ferrari. Gerhard Berger, on his first outing for his new McLaren team, lit the time screens up all session, untouchable. Now with the sole McLaren for most of the session, it was Berger's to lose, I should say, but he crossed the line on his third flying lap, took pole, and no one got anywhere near it. He was 0.3 of a second faster than anyone, so it'd be interesting to see if he can carry that through to the race. You join us on the grid now. Yeah, boy. This is going to be a lot. Hopefully this will be a long running series. So basically what we're going to do is, when you're on my point of view, we're going to speak about it as if I'm just commentating over what I would do. And obviously there'll be some highlights and stuff like that within the race from other drivers as well. So like I said, the first few might be a little bit ropey to watch, but I promise you, once I've ironed out the creases, all will be good. There'll be stories and stuff like that as well for you to get your team from behind. But let's get to it.
Hello there. The weather, as so often is the case here, is just wonderful.
You join us for the starting lineup of the 1990 Phoenix Grand Prix in the United States of the land of free. Berger takes a great pole position with Prost alongside him on the front row, Mansell third, Senna fourth, not sixth as I said in qualifying report. PK with an excellent result and Nini's teammate just behind him. Putson and Tracy line up 7th and 8th in the Williams. LaRousse with Suzuki and Bernard have a great 9th and 10th. Ukman, I don't know how to pronounce that, but Derek Warwick in 12th just beat his teammate in the qualifying, just by a place though, so it was an excellent result for Game. He was more than happy with that. Capelli in the Leighton House up in 14th place. He was gassed. Big smile on his face. Brabham in the Brabham was pleased alongside his teammate. Lacey with a difficult qualifying session, thought he could do better. Nakajima in the Tyrrell in 18th, he was fairly happy with it. Alboreto, Cafe, Barlinia. Sorry, I might butcher some of these names, but we'll get there. And the back row is and the last is the live car, so just ignore him. It looks like a Ferrari. Yeah, as we saw, we qualified in P13. Now I did have quite a few struggles within the race. Within the qualifying session I should say. So it was difficult getting used to the track, but I think I'm fairly used to it. We're away. We're down, but obviously the clusters up. It's a very narrow start-finish straight as we head straight down the main straight. As we dive towards turn 1, we want to be cautious here. We don't want to lose a front wing early doors because then we'll have ruined our race straight out of back. But there's a Williams there. It's a Benetton round. It's a Benetton round. I think both Williams have been caught up in that, and that's a Leighton House who's lost a rear wing there of Guliman. Some of these names, right, I'm going to struggle with. Some of these names I will struggle with. But we're alongside the Leighton House, he should back out now. No rear wing, he's going to have difficulty braking. But it is a little replay of the start. Now, we got away fairly well. We did have to lift off, though, to not plough into the back of the Leighton House. Now, we then got a decent run towards it, but I didn't want to take any risks. Like I said, I didn't want to lose a front wing, but we head down the main straight. It's a fairly long run into the tough corner. But this is cutting away. We'll see if we can get a little replay of what happened to the Williams and the Benetton of, I believe, Nelson Piquet. But we sweep round the outside, we're taking it in, here we go. So it looks as if the Benetton of Nelson Piquet spun and it's just collected everyone. I think both Williams is caught up in that. I think Bootson's out, could be Patrese, I'm not 100% sure. I'll find out for you. But there's one without a rear wing, I'm not sure who that is. And that's Warwick. Warwick's out, he's out of the Grand Prix. 4 corners in, that's a disappointing start to the season. But we run up top. Berger leads, Prost second, Mansell third, Senna fourth. They're in tow. Oh, and he's hit the wall. And that's Mansell. Mansell's lost his rear wing. That's him out of the Grand Prix on the first lap. Senna dives to the inside and overtakes him, but he's... Oh, I thought he clipped the wall. Someone's lost the rear wing. I think that's Prost. It's going to be Prost. Senna's out. Senna is out. Oh, it's a disaster for both Ferraris, and Ayrton Senna are out the Grand Prix. As we know, if you lose the rear wing here, that is pretty much down and out. So we find ourselves in P5. Currently P5. It's going to be P3. Oh, P6. Sorry. It's going to be P5. I'll make your mind up on the old timing screen there. But both Ferraris ahead of us are going to out. Senna's out. We're going to be in, what, 3rd place? But there they are. They're peeling off into the pits to retire from the Grand Prix as they come down the pit lane. We straight past. But what a run on Prost, who's lost his rear wing but hasn't pitted for some strange reason. He thinks he can do it. You know, Prost is good, you know, but he's not that good. But yeah, this is us. See, then we get caught up. I was a bit annoyed with Prost here because he's out of the Grand Prix, but he's just defending on us. There, it's unnecessary. Anyway, that was Boutsen behind us, so it means that Patrese is the Williams out of the Grand Prix. If you're interested to know, but Gerhard Berger is he's now 11 seconds clear of us up the road. To be fair, the lowest, we're never going to match the McLaren on base, but I mean, a podium on debut. I'd be well happy with a podium on debut. But anyway, this is what happened to Alain Prost, who is currently in 2nd place behind Gerhard Berger. Just took too much speed into the corner. He's run wide, they lost the rear, and he's crowded in. Senna's ploughed, he's hit that wall fast. He's lost his front wing, his rear wing. And yeah, like I said, both out of the Grand Prix. But we aim lap 2, 12.5 seconds behind Gerhard Berger. And by that math, he is about, with me in clear air, should we call it 2.5 seconds a lap quicker than us. But anyway, the rundown. Berger leads, we're 2nd. Brabham in the Brabham is in 3rd. Lacey up into 4th, he started P17, I think. Nakajima, I believe, is in the Benetton. Cafe in 6th, rounding off the points. It's been out wide. We're only on lap 3 and it's been chaotic. You see, Gerhard Berger's putting fast laps in now. He's about to be 13 seconds. We are really good off that final corner, so... But a straight line speed, 100% is thing. But this is, we're right on with Thierry. But yeah, this is Boutsen, who's made the same mistake and he's out. That's a replay from, I believe, lap 1 or 2. He is out of the Grand Prix. So that means both Williams. I know they were struggling this season, but that is not going to help things. But yeah, Thierry Boutsen and Riccardo Patrese are out of the Grand Prix. We are pitting now for our first pit stop as a Formula 1 driver. No speed limit in the pit lane apart from at Monaco this season. So we box straight out. We have lost a couple of positions. Issue being, though, at this stage, we have just learned that we have a fuel flow issue, hence the lack of fuel going into the car. There is an issue with the fuel flow, which means we are going to have to make another pit stop, whereas the AI may only make one more or none at all, because there's no mandatory pit stops for this season. If you can get the tyres and fuel to the end of the race, then you are more than within your rights to do that. But Gerhard Berger leads David Brabham by 36.7 seconds from a Lacey behind. We are 4th, so our podium is still on, but if we have to pit again, I think we may lose out on the podium. So I think we're playing for points now. Nakajima and Kofi round off the points, so no change to the order in the last 4 or 5 laps. It's good. But here's Gerhard Berger. We hadn't seen much of him since he led off the line. He stayed out of trouble. He's lap 8, lap 9 now, and he's just cruising at the front. He's about to surely take a debut McLaren victory. And surely, if it all goes well, he runs a little bit wide there. But he has been in a class of his own now. He's nearly a minute ahead of the rest of the pack, which says a lot about how good that McLaren will be for the 1990 season. Anyway, we are caught right up to the back of Jean Lacey. And a good slipstream out of there. Stay in the slipstream, we might be out of bounds. We're really good on the brakes. Up the inside. Get the move done. That is P3, I believe. So that is us back into the boom. Almost put it in the wall. Lacey saw an opportunity there. Didn't take it, thankfully. But yeah, that's us up into P3. Excellent. So we're on a podium. Brabham is 4 seconds up the road. Now, we should, in this car, be able to catch him. I will be quite cross if we haven't got the pace to catch him. However, we are going to have to make a pit stop in at least the next 4 laps. But one sign is we won't obviously have to make another pit stop after that, but we are making 2 stops this race when I think a lot of the AI are not making any at all. So the fuel flow issue for us is going to cost us at least, probably maximum 2nd place. We weren't going to win the race today, but yeah, there's a few warning lights come up, and it's been it's not a great day. I thought we were going to get podium on debut. This lap 11 now. We've halved the gap to Brabham, but we are going to have to come into the pits. I believe we're coming into the pits at the end of this lap. Get it out of the way, but we are going to drop back behind a Lacey, and I maybe even drop back behind P5. But we will see when we exit the pit lane. Yeah, we've got some blistering tyres, so we can change the tyres as well. We're not going to pit. We're going to go one more lap. I think that's so we can 100% get to the end. I think it's so we can 100% get to the end, and then, fingers crossed, just gun it for the last few laps. We brought it down to 1.8 seconds to Brabham, but we had a difficult in lap. The gap's now 3.8. So we are in big cross, but we are going to have to come into the pits, get the car stopped for the pit boys. Lovely stuff in. We're making 4 tyre changes, and some petrol is going to go in the old tank, and they'll send us on our way. We should not return here again for the rest of the Grand Prix. But we're currently P4, P5, so Cafe and Outright. So we've got Alboreto behind us, but he's 10 plus seconds behind, so we're not worried about him. Cafe in the... is it the... I can't remember what car they've got. We'll find out. In the footwork, but we have got Cafe ahead of us, and he should be... We're on fresh tyres. We should make an easy pass here. I like to think almost touched the back of it. We're all over the back of Cafe. There's been a great exit. We're almost plowing into the wall, trying to find space to get an overtake. But he holds the line. We should be getting past him a little bit better than this. With 4 to go. I wonder what the gap is to a Lacey. Probably a lot higher. I think 4th is probably best we can hope for. I think the issue we had is because of how difficult our race had been. I didn't want to throw any more points away by just sticking a nose up the inside, and it just all going wrong for us. But we are going to get a slipstream. Now, we've been incredibly good on the brakes into the following corner. So fingers crossed, we can make a move. We're going to dive it up the inside, get the car stopped. This car is very good on the brakes. But we are up into P4. That's ahead of Cafe, and I think this is probably the best we can hope for. But with a damaged car, we've gone in within the wall. No damage, but Cafe is back past, and he is scuttling off up the road. Oh, that is a disgrace. That is poor from us. Rookie errors here. Because Gerhard Berger, he's trying to unlap himself. That's a Leighton House. I'm not entirely sure what Leighton House that is. It could be Capelli. I think he's still in the Grand Prix, but he's trying to get past a little bit. Oh, he's lost his front wing. Berger's lost it. Oh, he has lost his rear wing. But Gerhard Berger has lost his front wing, trying to lap the Leighton House of, I believe, Ivan Capelli. And I'll be honest with you, that was poor from Berger. He's in the pits now to get a replacement. He should come out still in the lead, because I think he was about a minute ahead of Brabham. So he'll get a fresh set of tyres and a new front wing, and he'll be on his merry way. But that was poor from Berger. He didn't need to make that decision and be so rash up the inside. He could have just saved it. But there's the life car scuttling past. But Berger's now back out on track, fully fixed, fully fresh tyres. Yes, anyway, we are on the penultimate lap of the Grand Prix. We have caught right up to the back of Cafe. Now, I'm hoping to get past and put myself back into P4, because that's a good chunk of points, because you get 9 for a win at the moment. Classification is, that's Berger starting his final lap of the Grand Prix. He is flying now. He's got those fresh tyres, but Brabham 35 seconds behind. But we are about to start our last lap of the Grand Prix, but we are very far behind. You see, we are a minute behind, and he's lost the front wing. So interesting to see, but here we are. It's Gerhard Berger as he rounds the penultimate corner, as he rounds the final corner, and he takes his first win for McLaren at his first attempt, and he leads the championship after round 1. He is going to be ecstatic with that. However, we were ragging it a little bit to try and catch Cafe, and it didn't work out for us, but I will be happy with the points finish on F1 debut. I'll be more than happy with that. So we crossed the line. We have come P5. I will take that all day long. It's points. I think it's 2 points. But anyway, that is the classification as we see it in front of our eyes. Gerhard Berger wins by 38 seconds to David Brabham. Now, that Brabham result is going to be huge for later on in the season, because they're not usually or going to be consistent point scorers. Same with a Lacey, maybe. Footwork Arrows, Kofi, that's a huge haul of points for them. We get 2 points for P5. And, yeah, it was a strong race. And it probably was. It was Ivan Capelli that we were looking at earlier. But there was a lot of retirements. Both Ferraris were out. Senna was out. Both Williamses were out. Both Benettons, I believe, were out, actually, in the end. But the championship stands are Gerhard Berger on 9 points. Brabham, like I said, getting a huge haul for 6 points. Jean Lacey 4. Kofi on 3. We're on 2. And Alboreto takes the final points place. But there's still a lot of points to play for. And yeah, that's the Constructors' Championship, same order as the Constructors that finished. But anyway, if you've enjoyed the video, like, subscribe. We're going to do this for a while. Join us next time for the Brazilian Grand Prix. We exit the garage for the Brazilian Grand Prix qualifying session, and we have been struggling all weekend. The balance of the car is a little bit off, but we did think we were on to some progress during the final practice session, so we managed to get out there, get a few laps under. Now we only really get 4 fast laps if that's the correct way to do it, but the pace, see, we were down in 23rd position after 5 laps, but it's been a difficult one for us. Senna endured yet another disappointing qualifying session. He is towards the back. It's one of two things. He's either struggling with his car or there is something underlying. I don't think it's driver talent. We know how good Senna is. But Berger seems to be getting the most out of that McLaren. But something is wrong with Ayrton Senna. But we're only on round 2. He's a race master, so we'll see how that pans out. Thierry Boutsen had found some pace for Williams, managed to get himself into the top 8. However, Riccardo Patrese struggled all weekend, really, and found himself in the gravel trap a number of times. But he said that the Williams upgrades are starting to work with the car. Boutsen didn't have nearly as many difficulties in the qualifying session or practice sessions for that matter. He said he got to grips with the new Williams a little bit quicker than Patrese. Patrese is struggling. He can't seem to drive a bad car just yet, but Boutsen is finding a lot more pace, a lot more speed, and he says that the Williams upgrades that they've got lined up should help both of them progress up the field. Fingers crossed, race wins. John Alesi was an absolute master of qualifying. He put in a lap that put him on the front row of the grid. He was elated with his qualifying session and he could not be any happier. Tyrrell were pleased. Another star of qualifying was Nicola Lorini, who for a very short while was sitting in P3 before Alain Prost jumped ahead of him to snatch the 3rd place off him, but he will start P4. He was absolutely ecstatic with his session. He was beaming after, but he said it might be difficult to stay there in the race, but he's going to give it a good go. Back to back. Gerhard Berger is mastering this McLaren with back-to-back pole positions for his new team. Despite a little off early on in the session, he just clipped the barrier, so he had to return to the bits to get a check over, but once he was back out, once he was flowing, he crossed the line and he took pole position for the second race in a row. And it begs the question, what's Senna struggling with at the McLaren? Is he falling out of love with the McLaren outfit? Rumours suggesting that he may not even be there next season, but we'll see. Gerhard Berger takes the second pole of the season. Right, join us on the grid now, and yeah, we are down in 26th place. I could not get no speed out of the car, we were struggling. The race pace of the car is excellent, but we'll see, let's go.
Hello there. Welcome to Brazil. The weather, as so often is the case here, is just wonderful. Over 30 degrees and climbing. It's a fantastic day for Formula One.
Now let's get down for the rundown of the 1990 Brazilian Grand Prix grid. We have Gerhard Berger in pole position with an excellent Jean Alesi alongside him. Prost third, and Nicola Larini stunningly qualified fourth. Nannini and the Benetton out-qualifying his teammate in fifth. Boutsen sixth, Senna seventh, managed to get himself up a little bit. Capelli up in P8. Derek Warwick with an excellent lap, putting himself P9, miles ahead of his teammate, who is now down in 26th place. Motor in 11th, Alboreto 12th.
12th,
Gluman 13th, and Brabham 14th.
14th,
a lot.
15th.
No, I'm struggling with these names. I'm having to get used to it. Nelson Piquet is 17th, Nakajima in P18, Cafe in 19th, Martini in 20th. He was excellent in qualifying, Cafe, with that 20th. Footwork. But we've got Barilla 21st. And Grulard.
22nd.
Mansell has been struggling 23rd. In that Ferrari this weekend. He's down in 23rd place. Ricardo Patrese is down in 25th. It has been a difficult session for that Williams, but let's get straight onto the grid, straight to race day, straight for race time. And I've jumped the start a little bit, but he didn't monitor it. We've rolled ourselves back. As long as we're on the lights, we go, and then we get a poor start. We won't get done for the jump start, so we should roll ourselves back just in the nick of time. But we're away, it's a great start. A lot of the slower cars getting caught up there. Oh, there's a crash up in front. Oh, he's rolled. There's a rolled car. We should get a look at the replay and see who that is. But there's a car of Suzuki in front of us with no rear wing. That's him out of the Grand Prix already before we even get to turn 3. But we head up the main straight now. We've got ourselves into P11 because we managed to avoid all the chaos. But here's a replay of the start. And everyone initially gets away really cleanly. Everyone avoids everyone. It's a very tight main straight, but if you look just ahead, I can't see who that is. I think it was Brabham who was sent flying, but he did roll it. We'll hope he's okay. He'll obviously go to the medical centre for checks, but we'll have to see. But now we should get here. It's Brabham and Suzuki that were caught up in the crash, so if we follow them down into turn 1, here we are. Brabham just gets in, and then Suzuki I'm not sure who that's for. It could be a racing incident. I think Brabham doesn't really leave a lot of room on the outside. But here we go, if we slow it down, oh no, Brabham just runs into him. I think it's 2 into 1 doesn't work. But there we are, Suzuki out of the Grand Prix. He will just make his way back to the pit lane, but he is going to hold up a hell of a lot of cars in the process. But we are in P11, we've got Moda just ahead of us. He now is obviously not in a quick car. We are going to easily dispatch of him. We've got our teammate Derek Warwick. Now I should say, we discovered before the Brazilian Grand Prix that the FIA were banning refuelling during the race, so what we've done here is we've fueled light. We've fixed the fuel problems from the previous race. We're going to fuel light and do 1 stop, but we should have massive pace on light fuel and fresh tyres. So that's my plan as we fly past Derek Warwick up the inside. We are making great progress up the field. That is P10. Remember, 6th upwards is points. We've got the Leighton House just in front of us. Can we get a run on him? Excellent run out of turn 4 running, but that Leighton House has got some speed in a straight line. There's a car who's lost his front wing. I'm not sure who, but we should be able to find that out. But yeah, the Leighton House of Capelli. There's some speed in that car. Ooh, he braked really early, allowing us to just dive up the inside, but thankfully we didn't plough into the back of him. We've got Thierry Boutsen in the Williams just ahead of us. He had a great qualifying compared to where that Williams was. Obviously, Riccardo Patrese down started in 25th place. So I'm not sure how he's getting on, but we can find that out later on. And we're going to dive to the inside of Thierry Boutsen in the Williams. Now, there is rumours that Williams could be looking for an all-new lineup for next season, 1991. But we will find out more about that when we do the driver transfer news later on in the season. But yeah, that's us we're up into P6. We've overtaken Nicola Larini. He expected himself to go back. Now here we see Suzuki, still no rear wing. He's retiring the car, but there's a footwork there of Kofi with no front wing. So he'll need to peel off into the pits and get that replaced. But Tracy trying to make his way through the field. That's Mansell there. And there is the life car. But no, sorry, my mistake. Tracy. Oh, that's poor. That is poor from Kofi. I know he needed to go into the pits. Let's hope Patrese okay. He's rolled the car. That's him out of the Grand Prix. That is poor. Let's have a little look at replay here. On board with Kofi, who doesn't actually have a front wing at this stage. He should be able to see Patrese in his mirrors there. That is poor from Kofi. I'll be surprised if nothing comes of that. But yeah, anyway, here's a replay of why Kofi doesn't have a front wing. And we're riding on board with Nelson Piquet. He is far down the field. He's struggling with that Benetton this season, but Kofi is just behind him. He's going to run up at him. He's going to go up the inside. They're all going fairly slow. Oh, that's poor from Kofi. There was no space. He looked like he dived to the inside. Benetton of Piquet has just closed the door on him, but it didn't look like there was a whole lot of space. But see if we can get a replay from Kofi's side. And here it is, on board with Kofi in the footwork. He's dived from quite a way. Nah, that is poor. That is... I'll be surprised if Kofi doesn't get some form of punishment for that, because the Benetton had already turned into the corner before Kofi had decided to slide one up. But anyway, we're going back to us, but there's someone's gone off there. But we're up into P6 in this race, lap 3. We've had a mega start, but we are low on fuel. We have to make a pit stop, whereas everyone else probably won't. So it is now down to us to put the pace down on the track, and fingers crossed, I think we should be in theory quicker than everyone on track at the moment because of how low fuel we are, because we've got like half the fuel of everyone else, and that makes such a massive difference, especially in these cars. We've got Ayrton Senna there who's got himself up into P5, which is points. He didn't score points in the first round in Phoenix. Are we going to do around the outside? He is struggling in that McLaren this season. We're not sure why, McLaren aren't sure why, but I'm sure they'll get to the bottom of it eventually. But we should, and honestly, I know it's a McLaren, but we should be dispatching of the cars in front of us as quick as possible if our strategy is going to work. Because we're aiming for points, because we've got the pace now, but we are going to have to make a pit stop, and it's a scheduled pit stop. So let's see, as Senna, I'm not sure, drops in pace there, and that's Nannini in the Benetton. We're all over the place. Senna had a drop in speed there. I don't know if that's him retiring, him struggling, I'm not too sure. We're on the grass. Oh, that was poor from us. Brabham is still stuck at turn 1, but the FIA and the stewards deem it to be safe enough for us to continue. We're going to go around the outside. Are we going to get... There's a retirement just ahead of us, I think, with a yellow flag. That's Berger. Berger's out. Again struggling with the reliability of that McLaren. As we know, Senna... Actually, that's a lie. Senna retired from crashing last time. Ignore me. But Berger's out of the Grand Prix from the lead of the race. He has retired. I'm not sure why. We might get a replay to see if... Oh, we've touched the back of Nannini in his Benetton. That was poor from us, but we're off. Add insult to injury, but we are up into P3. Podium place, because Berger's out. Let's find out why. So he comes through turn 1 and 2. He's still all good here, because he retires suddenly then. So he carries on going. Let's listen. He just pulls over to the side of the road. That's got to be a technical fault, surely. Let's ride on board. We're right on board now. You can hear the Honda screaming as he comes out of turn 2. Let's listen. It just shuts off. Engine shuts off. I'm not sure what the issue is. We'll be able to find the issue for you later on. But Berger is out. And the new race leader is the reigning world champion Alain Prost, who also retired from the first round of the championship. So he'll be looking to get some decent points today. But anyway, we ride back on board with ourselves, yours truly. We've got Jean Alesi just ahead of us for P2. Now, obviously, this looks like I'm caning through the field, but obviously we know everyone else is on a lot higher fuel than us. We're going for a different strategy to everyone else. but we should just breeze past the Tyrrell of Alesi, but he's got a lot of straight line speed. As we head down to turn 1, give him a lot of space. We're going to brake later than him because we can. And we'll get the car stop. Almost get the car stop. Is that going to Alesi? No, Alesi wasn't going to undercut us. It was with the old switcheroo just there. But that is us up into P2 in this race. And it is so far the strategy is going fairly well. Alain Prost is 5 seconds up the road, and now obviously our tyres are starting to hate us a little bit at this stage, because obviously we've been ragging them a bit more than everyone else because no one else is coming into the pits. We have eaten into the lead of Alain Prost, but Senna is in 3rd place now. He's made his way past Nannini's Benetton and past Jean Alesi, and he's got himself up into P3, so it could be a P2 for him depending on how our strategy goes. We are right at the back of Alain Prost now, but I think we are coming into the pits in the next couple of laps, but we want to eke it out as fast, so we want the light fuel as light as possible at the end with the freshest tyres, because that's how we're going to come back through the field, because we're going to have to overtake again. We're going to have to do some more overtaking to make this work, but can we get past Prost and lead the Grand Prix? This will be our first. If we can get past it, it'll be our first lead in our career. But obviously it's only round 2, so I don't know why I'm getting so excited. But anyway, it's been a decent race so far. Excellent, a lot of actions packed. It's all good. Alain Prost, realistically, I should imagine he'll know we're on a different strategy. He'll know this. Oh, we've dipped it onto the whip. No, that's poor. That's a rookie error from us. That is a rookie error from us. That has cost us heaps of time. We've lost about 5 seconds. 5.5, nearly 6 seconds in that. That was poor. We just dipped a wheel on the dirt, and yeah, there's nothing we can do. Once you get on the gravel, once you get on the dirt or grass, then you become a passenger in the car. But we need to hammer down. Well, obviously we've used all of the best of our tyre, but we need to just hammer down, push until the pit stop, and then we can start pushing again because we'll have fresh tyres. We've been told by the engineer that we are suffering from blistering, which has massively affected our lap times. So I believe we are going to come in to the pits this lap, fresh tyres, a little bit of fuel, and we should be able to push right to the end of the Grand Prix. Senna now is going to overtake us to retake, or to overtake us for P2, and that would be actually a great result for him if he could keep it there. Pit stop done, out of the pits. Where are we going to come out? This will be the interesting test. To see where we come out. See how many people we can overtake. But we're out of the pits into what looks like a little bit of clean air, which will be good so we can warm the tyres up, get into a rhythm. Couple of cars just up the road, but we join us on board now. And we've got Jean Alesi just ahead of us. So we've come out in P6, that's a point. We're currently in the points, getting a point. So realistically, as long as we make no mistakes and just press forward, we can only gain from here. So we'll see. Alesi is 4 point. He's struggling in this sector here. But anyway, we've got fresh tyres, which will give us heaps of grip, especially in this middle sector. But it hasn't taken us long to catch what the looks of things. Jean Alesi in his Tyrrell, Boutsen in his Williams, and Nannini in the Benetton. And we've touched Alesi just there, but we're going to slide it up the inside with a lot more grip. And yeah, that was easily dispatched of Alesi for P5. And we've got Thierry Boutsen in the Williams just ahead of us. But it might not be as easy to dispatch him because he's still quick in a straight line. But we've got the fresh tyres, light fuel, slipstream, and we have got a run on him. This should be P4. We're going to get the brakes up the inside. That's Boutsen taken care of for P4. And Nannini just ahead of us. If we can get past Nannini, it's a podium spot for us. From 26th on the grid, God, we're going to have the other top teams looking at us all high and mighty for next season. But we've got to run. But that Ford engine in that Benetton is rapid, especially towards the end of straights. It seems to have a lot more oomph towards the end of the straights. But that is excellent stuff from us. We just need to pass Nannini. I don't think we're going to have the pace to catch Senna. But anyway, this is Nigel Mansell. He is stuck. He's had a difficult Grand Prix, and he's out, and his ball has just come to a halt, and the footwork's ploughed into the back of him. I think it's Cafe again. And they're just all struggling to get around him, but by the looks of it, he just cut out. Hopefully we'll get an on-board shot on Nigel Mansell to see what happened. It's probably similar to Berger's retirement earlier on in the Grand Prix. But Mansell's out. Here we are, let's listen, see what happened. Oh, everything just cut out again. And then seized by the looks of things, so he was unable to pull over to the side of the road. Wheels have locked up. Well, that might be a difficult one for Ferrari to explain, but it looks as though the engine's just cut off. But we join us back, still stuck behind Nannini in his Benetton in that rapid Ford engine. We've got just a few laps to go now to the end of the race, but we need a good run. Good run out of here. We might be able to slingshot, so we've widened the corner up for a better exit, gaining his slipstream. He is not going to defend because he's got so much straight line speed. He probably isn't going to really need to defend, but we're going to pull to the inside line. Are we going to be able to get him this time? We're not going to be able to get him this time. I can't get the run. We might not be able to get past Nannini here. That Ford engine is quick in a straight line. But anyway, we're on board with the footwork here. This is a replay from on board of, I think this is Cafe. Is this Cafe out? I'm not sure what we're looking at here. Oh, the engine's gone. That just ends their dismal day. And it's Alboreto, I apologise. It's Michele Alboretto's footwork has engines gone kaput. But that ends a footwork's miserable day. But we are still on the back of Nannini as we ride up the hill. You see that Benetton engine, that Ford engine in the back of that Benetton is just, it's rapid. We need a longer strip, but we can't, I can't get anywhere near him. I can't even get near him to dive bomb. There's a yellow flag ahead. Who is this? I'm not sure if they've just thrown a yellow flag for the sake of it, but this is allowing Thierry Boutsen to stay near us, but this has got to be a better run. We're a lot closer this time round. Stay in the slipstream, pull out at the last second possible, and we do! Surely this is going to be it. And we dive up the inside of Nannini, finally, at like the fourth time of asking. We make it up. Fresh tyres have gotten us into P3, and there was nothing Nannini could have done about that, but he put up a great fight there on loose tyres, on old tyres. But that speed there from the Benetton with that Ford engine is absolutely exceptional. But anyway, Alain Prost gifted P1 when Berger retired, but he's done nothing wrong since then. He has dominated since then. Senna had no answer for him, and he crosses the line to take his first win for Ferrari and put himself back in the championship fight. Senna will come home in P2 to take some great points considering he struggled last time out. But we run up to the line to take our first podium of our career. It's a special day for us. We'll always remember Brazil. Cross the line, P3. Excellent result. What a Grand Prix from us from P26. It has been a magnificent Grand Prix for us. But here's your race winner, Alain Prost. Drove an excellent race today. The world champion with a world champion's drive to give himself 9 points, and that will definitely put him back in the championship fight, especially with Berger not finishing. Senna didn't score last time out either. Mansell was poor today, he retired as well, so that should propel. They should be equal on points. The final classification is Alain Prost wins the Grand Prix from Ayrton Senna. We come up in P3. Nannini gets an excellent fourth. He's doing wonders in that Benetton. Boutsen gets some points on the board for Williams after their double retirement in Phoenix. Alesi with a deserved point after his qualifying heroics. Ivan Capelli finishing in P7. He'll be pleased with that. Nicola Larini only dropping to P8, so that's a good result for them. He'll be pleased with that. Warwick got 9th. Moda finishing 10th. Now, down the order, there was a fair few retirements today. Brabham, Patrese, PK, Mansell's was no, it wasn't. It was a suspension issue for Mansell and a suspension issue for Nigel Mansell and Gerhard Berger. I apologise. Cafe, Gearbox, he probably caused a lot of that damage himself. But yes, the championship standings is as follows. Alain Prost and Gerhard Berger level on points with 9. We have climbed up to P3 with 6 points because we got 1 point last time out. Senna's climbed his way up into P6, level on points with him. P6, I told you in the last race that 6 points from Brabham is going to be massive come the end of the season. Nannini and his Benetton got 3 points. Cafe's got some points. Boutsen with them 2 points for Williams to get Williams finally on the board. McLaren lead the World Championship. Constructors standings on 15. Ferrari are on 9 with the 9 points they scored today. We have got P5. No, we haven't. We're in 3rd. Stop. What am I doing? Anyway, we are in P3. We've got 6 points. I think we can find this. I think Williams will come back at us. But if you've enjoyed the video, like and subscribe and join us next time for the San Marino Grand Prix. Bye bye. Nelson Piquet said he's finally coming to grips with the Benetton and he's set a blistering lap time, putting himself in P8. He said he feels he can do better, but he feels he is understanding the car a lot more. Along with his teammate, they are progressing nicely. The development cycle is coming along really nicely, he said, but he's hoping for further improvements as the season comes. But he says it will be tough, will be tricky as he mounts the curb just there, but he was good in qualifying. Ivan Capelli in the Leighton house, who has been a little bit of a dark horse this season with a couple of really good solid results, performances. Maybe if the championship points do not tell that story. He's had a phenomenal qualifying session, qualifying in P7. He said the car felt really good and believes they can take steps forward and challenge for possible podiums later on in the season. Senna, despite being really very fast in the practice sessions, made an uncharacteristic error as he ran off the track, collecting on the grass, unable to control it and hit the barrier. However, he didn't hit it very hard, but he bent the toe link, forcing him back into the garage, so he'll start towards the back. Alain Prost at Ferrari's first home Grand Prix of the season in his new bright red Ferrari says he felt he could and probably should have done better in qualifying. He qualified a nice P4, but he said the pace was much better than his lap time, but he did a lot better than his teammate Nigel Mansell, who is really struggling in this car. But he says he hopes for a fight for victory. Now, we're going to get used to saying this a lot this season, I can tell. Jean Alesi putting his Tyrrell on the front row of the grid, P2, with an excellent lap time. And he said the car felt great, was very surprised to get back to the garage to realise he was P2, but he's very pleased. Ricardo Patrese said that Williams have definitely unlocked some potential within their car after he's qualified a magnificent P6 for the San Marino Grand Prix. Says there is definitely a lot of work to do, but Boutsen's struggling. But Patrese says he feels that if they can just find a few tenths here and there, they can definitely start fighting for race wins. But hasn't ruled out a chance for tomorrow's Grand Prix, but he says things will have to fall his way. Now the star of the show in just his third Grand Prix, it's Game, who took an outrageous pole position, swiping it away from Jean Alesi, who was on provisional pole at the dying seconds. He said he's not unaware of really where the pace came from. He says the car's felt good all season, but definitely wasn't expecting a pole position, but he will definitely take it. And yeah, maybe he's living up to the hype as definitely one for the future.
Hello there. Welcome to San Marino. Weather-wise, it's pretty overcast, with occasional drizzle making things very tricky out there.
Now time for the grid run down. Let's get straight to it with Game on pole position with a Jean Alesi alongside him. Gerhard Berger in third place in the McLaren, we're hoping to do some damage from there. Prost in fourth place, he was absolutely blistering compared to his teammate. But Nigel Mansell has found some form of close. Like I said in the qualifying report, he was poor, ignore me. Patrese in sixth, Capelli in seventh, Piquet in eighth, Nakajima, I apologise, in ninth. Then we've got Nannini, Warwick, Suzuki, Bernard in the LaRousse is covered up in 14th place, Brabham 15th, Martini in 16th place, Boutsen in the Williams with a poor qualifying display with a Kafir alongside him, Barilla, and then we've got Nicola Larini up in 20th place, Alot, Groulard, Moda, Alboreto in the footwork in 24th place, Ayrton Senna after his crash will start in P25, and the final car with the life car, we don't need to say anything less. Right, we're on the grid now, it is time for the start of the Grand Prix. We take up our pole position spot. Excellent job from us in qualifying, if I do say so myself, but lights are out and we're away, a little bit bogged down, the yellow flag come out there, I don't know if there's been a crash at the back, but Alesi with a blistering start is going to jump us off the line. Berger's just behind us in P3, We should be able to use the speed and the inside line to stay ahead of Jean Lacey, but he seems to have a bit of a better run on us. He seems to have backed out. Fair play to him. It's a colossal crash if you touch here. We get on the brakes hard for what's essentially the first proper corner on the track. But halfway in, around the lap I should say, we remain in P1. But this is a replay of the start. We get a little bit bogged down initially, but it's quite a long way for Lacey to come over. Massive grid here. But he does get across us and he does lead briefly. But we obviously maintain the inside line. Lacey, I think he backs out a little bit. I think he gets a little bit nervous. He doesn't brake, but he lifts off a little bit. But then comes straight back at us. But we sweep round to take P2. I didn't realise it was that close. That was a lot closer than I first realised. But that's fine. We stay in P2. It's overcast, so let's see if there's any rain. Anyway, we're on board with, I can't see, is that Cafe we're on board with? He sweeps across and is taken out. Not sure why he's veered left so aggressively across the track. But he's just in front of Ayrton Senna, so there was right at the back. Ooh, so there's a big crash there from, I'm not sure who, but I believe that's the second footwork who just managed to sneak through a bit with only front wing damage. But he's on board with Ayrton Senna. And Cafe, I think, no, he's missed it there. So he's had to stop essentially on track to avoid all of the carnage in front of him. But he does get going with absolutely no damage whatsoever. But it's going to be a hefty drive to get into 84 points for him today after a difficult start to the season. But you join us now. We are on board. We're not on board. We are looking at shots of ourselves. We lead from Jean Lacey, from Gerhard Berger in third place. I think Prost fourth. Mansell is in fifth place. The carnage hasn't been cleared up on the line yet, but let's hope we don't get a puncher on that. But yeah, we maintain our lead as we head towards, what's that, turn 3 technically, as we hit the brakes for turn 3, but that's a little bit of a long up, but we've gone deep. No, that's poor from us. And we hit the wall. I apologise, I haven't put in vulnerabilities on, just pretend I didn't say that, right? But no, that's poor. Jean Lacey leads the Grand Prix. Fair play to him. That was a Ferrari. What's up? Oh, Berger's got no front wing. What's happened to Berger as Prost's overtaken him for P2? What's happened? There's us getting out of the gravel trap. We've lost so much time. Stuck in the gravel trap. We did manage to get out, but it's poor from us. It's poor from us. We dipped a wheel on the grass. This is an horrendous. Oh, absolute. No, I've got no words. That is the worst few corners of any driver's career mode. And again, I apologise. I thought the damage for myself was on. It's not. It will be from future episodes. So I apologise about that. But we are down in 18th place after a running wide from the lead of the Grand Prix. We had Jean Lacey blocking us from the quick cars. But anyway, this is what happened to Gerhard Berger as we come down, as we head towards turn 2 and 3. He's alongside, he's put a wheel on the grass, he's just hit the back of Jean Lacey and lost his front. That was poor from Berger. Berger, who didn't score points in Brazil. Well, there's us in the background. Absolute chaos. But anyway, Berger has lost his front wing, and obviously that allowed Prost to get through into second place. But this is Nakajima. He's run very wide. He's hit the wall. That's a big crash. That's a big crash. Let's hope he's alright. We come past. That's another position we can have. But that is a huge crash. But the one upside is he has continued going. It was Nannini. Just had it confirmed to me. It was Nannini with a huge crash, but he's kept going. Here's him out. But thankfully he is... Oh, that's Berger causing more chaos as he clips one of the Leighton House cars. Does that cause any damage? I'm not sure. There's no shot of the car. But anyway, Gerhard Berger is going to come into the pits to get that front wing changed. But he's going to have a hard time getting back into the points today. Poor from Gerhard Berger. But he makes his stop. That's him in. It's going to be a long one. Obviously, he's got to change the front wing. They're probably going to change the tyres as well. Obviously, no refuelling from here on either. Anyway, join us back on board with ourselves. We are in P12. It is lap 3. We've gained a couple of positions from the carnage that Gerhard Berger caused as well. So, we have allowed ourselves P12, P6 for points. I don't think we'll get points today because I think we're just too far away. But we're now back on board with Gerhard Berger, who appears to be stuck in gear. And it's just going from bad to worse Gerhard Berger's day. Generally, that seems like he was stuck in gear. Is that him going to pull off into the pit lane? It is. He is out of the San Marino Grand Prix. Back-to-back retirements. for he was the championship leader. But he is out. He's out for Grand Prix. But anyway, this is Alain Prost, who is all over the back of Jean Alesi for the lead of the Grand Prix as he shoots across the grass. He's got so much more speed than Alesi as he gets a great exit out of the final corner. Surely that Ferrari should be able to out-drag Jean Alesi as we head down towards us. You're flat out for such a long. He's got the inside line. He's going to sweep up the inside of Jean Alesi to take the lead of the Grand Prix. And surely it's Prost's to lose now. Surely with Mansell in third place, who will probably be all over the back of Alesi himself in a number of laps. But Prost now leads the San Marino Grand Prix on lap 4. Here we are on board with Nigel Mansell, and it's only taken him one extra lap to try and have a go at Jean Alesi. And that's very close, a little bit too close for comfort. The Ferrari mechanics and pit wall will be scratching as he comes out of the... Mansell's slow. Is that a gearbox error or is it engine related? Oh, that's poor. After a difficult first couple of Grand Prix, Mansell was looking good here. But it appears, judging by the sound of things, he's stuck in gear. Similar issue to what Gerhard Berger had a couple of laps ago. But he is out of the San Marino Grand Prix as he has Riccardo Patrese right behind. He's holding up. He should probably get out of the way here, Mansell. I know he's probably helping his teammate there. But yeah, that's not great from Mansell, but we know what kind of character he is. But that's the Williams past. That's the Leighton House past. So yeah, Mansell out of the Grand Prix. We'll find ourselves out up in P11 with Mansell's retirement. But there is quite a hefty gap. We've got 7.2 ahead to Suzuki. But issue being is we lost a lot of tyre in our various off-track skirmishes, so it might be a little bit difficult to push. We are going to make a pit stop. We believe most of the grid are, or as we shoot over, so we've got no grip. Got no grip on these tyres, but as we come around, we're going to start lap 7 as Mansell peels off to retire from the Grand Prix, and that's part of P9 because I believe there's another, and someone else has come into the pits. I'm unaware of who that is, but there has been a retirement. I'm not sure who, but we can find out soon. Anyway, we've got Senna up in the top corner for some reason. We believe that's a replay that we're showing you in the top corner, and he's coming into the pits. Is this for a routine stop? We're not too sure as he pulls in, and well, it doesn't appear to anything's really happening in that garage just there. Senna's out. That's a back-to-back retirement for McLaren. McLaren in P6. Senna was in P6, but he's out of the Grand Prix. That timing screen has not updated just yet, but that is outrageous. That's poor. Senna's retired from 2 of the first 3 Grand Prix. That's surely his championship challenge. Dropping at the wayside, but Prost comes in for a routine stop, a change of tyres, and he is back out on track. Lovely stuff. And he is now, yes, back on track to I think he's still in the lead. He should still be in the lead. He's in the net lead at least. But anyway, we come into the pits on lap 7 because our tyres are up the creek. But we're going to pull into the pit stop garage, I should say. Words are all over the place. Just a routine tyre change. We are not obviously putting any fuel in the car because we are banned from doing that now. On safety grounds from the FIA, all the teams voted for it. There was no team that voted against it. So I suppose safety is always key. But we will join the track now with P11. We've gained a little bit. We've got 22 seconds on Capelli, so we don't have to worry about him. We have got 7.1 of a gap to Michaelio Alboreto in 11, but we are catching. There's a yellow flag as we dip over the grass trying to push. I'm not sure what the yellow flag is for, but we come out of the final corner now to start lap 9, I should say. We are in P8. I don't know if we're going to have the pace, and it was Alboreto who came into the pit, so we've gained a position, but we've run on board now with Alain Prost, who we believe has got a slow puncher. That could be confirmed to us if he dives into the pit. He does dive into the pits. It's rumoured that he had a slow puncher, so he's into the pits now. But here's Patrese, who we believe now, according to the Williams strategists, he's going the whole distance. He's chucked on a set of tyres and he's going to expect it to go the whole distance. But that's Patrese now into the lead of the Grand Prix, and the Leighton House is in second place, so Prost with his slow puncher forcing him to pit is now in P3, but he should have electrifying pace. As you can see, it's the third car in the distance there if you manage to catch it. But Patrese is now the leader of the San Marino Grand Prix, and I can't help but think that Williams definitely didn't think they'd be in this position. Especially after how their pre-season tests went. They were struggling for pace, the car was all over the place, the balance was poor, but it seems as if they could take an unlikely victory with just the 4 laps to go. Prost has got a mountain to climb to try and catch up to them. But we are in 8th. We are massively catching Suzuki. We've got the gap down now to just under 3 seconds, or just into the 3-second mark. But we are pushing. So, is that Suzuki into the pits? Is he making a second pit stop? I think a lot of tyres are struggling. This is why everyone was surprised. And it is. We're in P7. P7 in this Grand Prix. This is 15 seconds to the next car. So I think the points might be a little bit too much to ask for. But I'll be happy for P7 considering where we were at the end of lap 2, lap 3, as we'd gone into 2 separate gravel traps, hit 2 separate walls. But we were obviously very lucky with the retirements in front of us, but we'll take it. But here is Alain Prost chasing the Leighton House. It's not Ivan Capelli, it's the other one of the name I cannot pronounce, so we will not give it a go. But we know it's a Leighton House. I don't know why there's spray, because it's not raining on track. So do definitely ignore that, but Prost is flying now. He's the fastest man on track. I don't think he's going to have enough time to catch Patrese, but he can definitely get himself up into P2 on the grid. Pace pushing now. I don't think he's close enough really for a run into any of the final corners. Maybe a run into turn 3, but a lap later and Prost dives up the inside, doing an opportunistic move and takes P2 off the Leighton House, but still a podium on the cards. But Prost dives up the inside of the footwork who's lost their front. Oh, that's poor from the footwork. That is poor. He's not really allowed the Leighton House to have a stab back at Prost. I mean, he probably wouldn't have been able to on pace alone, but he could have forced Prost into a mistake. But that has been poor from the... I would be disappointed if I was the Leighton House team, but they are still in P3, Prost P2. The timing screen has not updated just yet, but we crossed the line and we are in P7. We are catching. We've got Thierry Boussin now in front of us, who appears to be dropping back. He's 11.4. We are definitely not going to have enough to catch them. But as we switch now to the race leader, soon to be the race winner, as he comes round the last few corners, we can see Prost in the distance there, just ran out of laps. His lap times were fast, but Patrese out of the final corner. He comes to the line to take an unlikely win for the Williams team, but Riccardo Patrese wins the San Marino Grand Prix for Williams. What an excellent drive that was. Back on board with ourselves as Patrese, Prost, that's the other Leighton House. I just cannot do the name, alright, I apologise. Lacey's come home in P4. Bootson for a double Williams points finish, but we are going to come out of the finish to finish P6. I do not know where we got the final points from, but I'll take that as a point for today. I don't know where I got that last point from. It must not have been picked up on camera, but there is your race winner today, Riccardo Patrese. What a win for the Williams team. Very surprising as well, considering how poor they were in the first couple of races, really. They were nowhere, retired at first. And yeah, poor pre-season for them. But anyway, this is the race results. Riccardo Patrese takes the win from Alain Prost, then the Leighton House, then Jean and Lacey, Boots and ourselves, Suzuki, Martini, Capelli, Alboreto making up the top 10. But as you can see, all the retirements of the Grand Prix. Piquet was out, we lost Piquet early, Larini, Brabham, Nannini. He'll be disappointed, be very disappointed. Another double DNF for the Benetton team, but the championship standings. Alain Prost takes the lead of the championship on 15 points, but Riccardo Patrese with his win has put him up into P2. Gerhard Berger share points. Jean Lacey is having a great season in P4. We are P5. Senna though only got 6 points so far this season, but there's the Constructors' Championship if you are interested in that. But if you have enjoyed the video, remember to hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're new, and yeah, join us next time for the Monaco Grand Prix. Bye bye. It would appear Williams have sorted all of their troubles out with Riccardo Patrese in 6th, but Thierry Boutsen qualifying in 3rd place with an excellent lap time late on in the session. Williams saying they have found massive gains just from slight aero tweaks and setup tweaks, despite a little bit of a mistake there from Boutsen. But Williams seem in good stead and hoping this progress with Patrese winning in Imola will propel them into possibly a championship fight, but we'll have to see. Alain Prost was absolutely mighty in qualifying. It says he made a small mistake that cost him pole position, but he will line up in 2nd place. He seems to be adapting to this Ferrari a lot better than his teammate Nigel Mansell, who says he just cannot come to grips with the car. He says it's far too understeery, far too difficult to just throw around. With Prost and Mansell having very, very different driving styles, it's completely understandable that Prost has got on top of it, being the gentleman driver, but we'll see. Gerhard Berger, who has quite frankly been the driver of the season, put in a blistering lap time to take pole position. Prost says he thinks he could have beat it, but Prost is always going to say that. But Berger said he felt he could go even faster. With Senna down in, I believe, in 4th place, it would appear that he still has the edge on his World Championship teammate. But with the race to come, it's all to play for.
Hello there. Welcome to Monte Carlo. The weather hasn't been kind to the drivers. It's damp and overcast out there.
It is now time for the grid rundown for the 1990 Monaco Grand Prix, with Berger on pole, Prost in 2nd, Boutsen in 4th, Senna takes up P4 with a better result than in previous Grand Prix. Game takes a blistering P5 with a phenomenal lap. Lotus were over the moon. Patrese in 6th, Nakajima 7th, Nannini in 8th, Alesi 9th, Martini in 10th. But Alesi obviously in 9th said he has an excellent qualifying, of course. Gluman in the Leighton House, followed by his teammate in 12th place. Alboreto and Nicola Lorini, Cafe in the footwork, and then the life car with a phenomenal qualifying position in 16th place. Suzuki, Moda, Grulard, Brabham, Brilia, Aliot. I apologise about some of these names, but again, Nelson Piquet down in 24th place. With rumours he'll be retiring at the end of the season. Are they going to be true? But Nigel Mansell down in 25th place, just ahead of Derek Warwick in 26th. Right, now we need to be massively careful off the start. Anyway, thank you for watching again, and yes, I hope you enjoy. Let's get straight to it. With all the lights, wait for them to go out, and we are away. It's an okay start. We do get bogged down a little bit, but there is a yellow flag. We've got a decent little run on Senna, but we do decide to just lift off a little bit as we head into turn 1. That's our Williams coming up the inside, and we're round, and that was Patrese. Boots has lost his rear wing, I believe, but we've been spun. I think we've been spun, unless I just got on the power too early. But we can't get back through because the cars are filing past. We're going to have to wait till every single car has gone past. Wait for everyone. There's our teammate Warwick, and we're going to just put a car over here, but we need to find reverse gear, and we can't seem to find reverse gear. Nudge it forward, see if that will help, and it doesn't. I can't find reverse gear. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, we get the car into reverse, and we are on our way. But that is a disappointing start, especially starting in P5. I thought I had a real good chance of a possible podium today, but yeah. Let's take a little look at a replay of the start. Berger's away well with Prost. Now Boutsen gets a good start, but I believe he loses his rear wing, but we might not see that just yet as we head in. I think we were, and he did lose his front wing boots, rear wing boots, and I believe we were tapped by Riccardo Patrese. So that's what sent us round. I'm not sure if we gave him enough room, but I mean, he did come steaming up the inside, so I'm not entirely sure unless us just absolutely waiting an eternity for everyone to come straight past. But dearie me, this is Mansell. He started way down in 25th place, and he's trying to filter his way through. Oh, that's poor from Matt. He's just not enjoying his time at Ferrari. He is not enjoying his time at Ferrari. I mean, the rumours are suggesting that he may not even be there next season, but we're waiting for the mid-season Oh, that's Patrese had an insult to injury as he took us out at the start. And now he's lost his rear wing. That's a double retirement again for Williams in a race that they seemed pretty certain they could score at least a podium with one of their cars if they come up to speed. But here's Prost, and he's clipped the wall. He's round. Oh, Senna's round as well, and that's Berger straight off into the distance. They right their cars, but because with all the carnage behind them, they don't lose out on any positions because the two Williams cars are holding every single one up. But yeah, they've got a bit of a gap now. But yes, as I was saying, there'll be a news report in a couple of races' time with the rumours and possible transfers in drivers. But as we continue with today's Grand Prix, he's lost his front wing. He is lost his front wing. He's going to dive straight down the pit lane, and that is going to allow Ayrton Senna up into second place, and he will be delighted with that because he needs the points, sitting only on 6 points at the moment. But Prost comes in to change his front wing. So it's been a hellish start on this. Oh, that looks like a Lotus rear wing. I believe that was a Lotus rear wing. Is that Warwick out of the Grand Prix? I think it was. We are stuck now behind Nicola Larini. We have some good pace, but the issue being is that there's a lot of cars in front of us that don't have... Oh, it's a little mistake there from Nicola Larini. We're going to dive straight to the inside. That's Warwick. You'd expect him to just jump out of the way. He doesn't really fight us too much. Nelson Piquet has lost his rear wing and is out of the Grand Prix. There's a bit of a pile up into the final corner as well. Absolute carnage here at the Monaco Grand Prix. And I believe it started raining here. The weather has come. They threatened, I'm all over the place with this. They threatened showers ahead of the Grand Prix. They didn't come, but they're coming now. It doesn't appear to be a heavy rain, so this might get tasty with some strategic play on the tyres. We are in 9th place. With all the carnage that has happened, we are facing the wrong way in turn 1, and we are now in 9th place. We are 3 positions away. We get a great run on Kofi as we dive up the inside. We've got Nakajima in the Tyrrell just ahead of us, who I believe is being held up by Williams, who has not come into the pits yet. I'm very surprised at that. Berger leads. He's got a 12.9 second lead ahead of Ayrton Senna, but we know Senna spun on the opening lap, so that will be the reason for the massive gap. But it's Berger's to lose now, surely. But we're ahead of Nakajima, but Tracy, who for some strange reason has not come in. Prost, who lost his front wing, but with all the carnage, remains in 3rd place, 37 seconds. We are into 6th place as we get past the stricken Patrese in his Williams, and we are up to P6. It has been absolute chaos here at the Monaco Grand Prix, but the spray has come. It's a little bit slippery. We are nearly a minute off the lead, but we are in 4th place. How has that happened? As we now look at a replay, I believe, of Nicola Larini, not Larini, it's Nannini in the Benetton. My apologies, but that's a Lacey who's got a little bit sideways out of the oh, that's poor from I keep getting them Nannini, getting caught up with Nicola Larini. I'm getting them all mixed up. But that's him lost his front wing, he's lost his rear wing. That's him out of the Grand Prix. As Jean Lacey is behind it, but this is on board with Nelson Piquet in the... Oh, that's a big crash there from Nelson Piquet. And quite frankly, he's been poor this season. Benetton, I believe, are even at their wits' end with him. He signed a 3-year deal, but he could be out of the team very, very shortly. But that's Nigel Mansell with no front wing. He's not pitted yet, so he dives at the pit lane. But Gerhard Berger pits, we believe, for some intermediate or wet tyres. Let's take a look as he trundles down the pit lane. There's a speed limit in place for this weekend alone, as the FIA are deciding whether to implement pit lane speed limits as a whole, but there is one for the Monaco Grand Prix. So yeah, Berger in the pit lane, and Senna dives past to take the lead of the Grand Prix. And we believe Berger has come out on the wet tyres, so it's a gamble for him, because we believe this shower isn't going to last very long. But if you've got the pace, you may as well come into the pits and get them tyres in. You could lose a lot more on dries, especially around this track with the walls so close. But we remain in P4. We are 24.5 seconds behind Alain Prost. But we are not fighting with those today. But if all goes well, we may possibly be able to get... Oh, we may be able to get a P3, but we'll see. I think the tyres don't work. These calculation earlier. We saw the latest one just fly up into the air. So that's the impact of the crash, as you see in the top left hand corner. So he is out once again. He still has no points on the board. We are carrying this Lotus team, but we dive into the pit lane for a set of wet tyres. We assume it is going to continue raining. We are copying Berger's strategy. We are out on the wet tyres. We couldn't disengage the pit lane speed limiter to begin with, so we had to trundle out onto the track. But we are in P5. Jean Lacey is 14.5 seconds up the road. He is definitely catchable and beatable today. Fourth is probably where we're looking to finish if everyone remains the same here. But as we ride on board with ourselves, the spray's high, so it's something we need to keep an eye on. But we believe the rain has stopped. The rain has stopped and it is starting to clear the track. We've got ourselves up in a P4 because Jean Lacey came into the pits for a set of tyres. I was unaware of what tyres he was after or what tyres he was putting on, but Berger is now down in P3, but he is the only one that's pitted. Prost didn't pit for wets, and neither did Senna. He didn't pit for wets either. And that's Prost round. It's not Prost, it's Berger round. My apologies. And he can't seem to find reverse gear. They're difficult to find in these cars, but he gets the car reversed. And we head on, and we believe Prost has pitted, and he has now come through into second place. Wow, Berger is throwing this victory away, and maybe he wasn't right to pit. Absolutely outrageous. That's a mistake from Berger there. He needed just to keep his calm, because Senna would have had to come into the pits at some point, we believe, and he would have re-inherited the lead. And Prost has made the same mistake again after just inheriting P2. He's clipped the wall and lost yet another Ferrari front wing. Chaos today. But we ride back on board with ourselves. We've been on these tyres for 2 laps, but it's not quick enough. We need to dive into the pits to put another set of dry tyres on. And we believe there's only 6 or 7 cars left in the Grand Prix. So, it's worth the risk. We're putting dries back on. This is us coming out. Senna leads. We believe Berger is second. Prost has remained third despite 2 front wing changes, because mine and Lacey's pit stops that we have pitted for as well, so he should be in P3 still. And this is Nigel Mansell, who's still in the Grand Prix. He has got a stricken... Oh, he's hit the wall there, but has he broken anything? We believe he's being lapped here by Gerhard Berger, who just sweeps up the inside. Fair play to Mansell for getting out of the way. We know him and Prost aren't seeing eye to eye, so that's probably a reason for that. Although he did nearly take him out just then, but we believe that's a Lacey there with no front wing, which is probably why he had to come into the pits again. But here's Berger, he's trying to dive up the inside. Oh no, when Mansell's trying to dive up the inside, and that's a huge crash from Nigel Mansell, putting his awful weekend to an awful end. And he is out of the Monaco Grand Prix. But we ride on board with Gerhard Berger, who clips the wall, but he's coming into the pits now to get rid of his wet tyres. He's coming back onto the dries. So as he comes trundling down pit lane to put a set of dries on, it's interesting to see how this is going to play out now, because Senna didn't even bother coming in. So here we know he's on the dries, and he's stayed on the dries, but Berger will be on a fresh set of dries. But back to us, we are just behind Nakajima in the other Tyrrell. Sean Lacey is now over a minute behind us. But we've got his teammate in front of us. We need to try and find a way past to put ourselves back into P4 today. So, lap 9, it is all kicked off. What an outrageously chaotic Monaco Grand Prix. It'll be interesting to see if the FIA have anything to do about this for next season, because quite frankly it's been a bit of a disaster. Clearly not safe to race in this track these days, but we'll see what they say. The calendar coming out in, we believe, a few races time for 1991. We've got to just dive out the inside after a mistake from Nakajima, and he's out. He's lost his rear wing. That is poor. We've clipped the back of his left, but it was tyre to tyre, so thankfully no further damage for either car. But that is Nakajima out of the 1990 Monaco Grand Prix, adding another one to the list. I believe there's only 4 or 5 cars left. I think there's 5 cars left in the race. We're on lap 11 now. We are just behind in Senna, who is a lap ahead of us, but we have got pace. We believe he's slowed down a little bit because he's got a monumental lead. So we are going to try and get past, mainly because if there's any issues, we might be able to capitalise on him later. Oh, he's clipped him! Senna's lost his way. Oh, we've taken Senna out. We have taken Senna out of the Monaco Grand Prix from the lead. Oh, that is not going to go down well with the Brazilian. Oh, that is not going to go down well as we ride on board. What happened, really? Were we just trying to get past? Was there not enough space? Was it 2 into 1 didn't fit as we head up the hill? And, oh, it's kind of not really seen too well there, but it appears we just drove into the back of him. I'll be surprised if we don't get a penalty for that, and we just sweep round the outside. It would appear our wheel has hit his rear wing. You could argue racing incident. I've tried to cut the inside, it hasn't been enough space, but the Senna is out. He is going to be fuming as well. I reckon he's going to try and come find me later on in the day. But Senna is out of the lead of the Monaco Grand Prix, and oh, that is his disastrous season goes from bad to worse. But this is on board. Oh, he's just blowed at the back of him. I'm not going to lie to you, I believe Senna lifted. I think Senna lifted. I think Senna lifted. But anyway, we're on board with Berger now. I would make a case that Senna lifted there. And oh, Berger's lost his front wing. But he's carried on. Why is he carried on? He's leading this Grand Prix now because of the Senna retirement. And now he's carried on. He's now got to do a full lap and Prost's back in the pits because he's lost yet another front wing. This has been a disaster, this race. I cannot imagine teams are going to be absolutely in uproar over this Grand Prix. But we are diving into the pits to change our tyres because we know of all the other changes, so we're going to come in for a fresh set of tyres and just absolutely gun it to the end. We think third is probably the best we can hope for as we come out of the pits. Now trundling down. It feels so slow. Prost about 36-37 seconds ahead, but he's had to come back into the pits because he's lost another front wing off camera, which means we are only 7 seconds behind P2 of Alain Prost. Prost has not been the professor today that he claims to be. He has been an absolute disaster from start to finish. He's been through about 4 front wings. Berger pits, we're not entirely sure for what, maybe another set of tyres. It's just chaotic this race, I don't know what's happening. Lacey officially falls a lap behind there. So we go very deep into the corner, we get a little warning for the corner cut. But it's our first one of the day, so we shouldn't have anything to worry about just yet. But we believe Prost is really, really struggling in his Ferrari because we have taken 3 seconds out of him on this lap alone. And that's him just in front of us. We need to get on it. We need to get on it. As we come round here and round the final corner, and we are 2.5 seconds behind Alain Prost. But the following lap, we are flying as well because we've got the fresh tyres on and we've got found a really nice groove, clipping the apexes straight on board with ourselves. So we've got the gap down to just under 1.5. Down is an issue with Prost. Surely there's an issue with Prost. A little mistake on exit of the chicane. And Berger's not got a front wing again. What is... Oh, Prost again. Prost again with no front wing anytime. We're going to lead this race. We are going to lead the Monaco Grand Prix. We are leading the Grand Prix. Officially, we crossed the line to start lap 17. 3 to go, and we are leading the Monaco Grand Prix. This is how this is how Berger lost his front wing. So he's made the same mistake again. This track is not fit for the cars no more, and I wonder if that will be reviewed when the FIA drop the calendar in a couple of weeks' time. You can see Prost behind, and there's us just behind there chasing. But it is a pleasure to say we are about to start the final lap of the Grand Prix. In the lead of the Grand Prix, 20 seconds ahead of Gerhard Berger because he's at the pit for 58 front wings. They are catching us, they've got a lot more pace than us, but I think they've probably bailed. As we come out of the final corner, we are going to come to the line and take our first ever victory. Fair enough, it was handed to us on a plate, but we are winners in Formula 1, and we are Monaco winners. Absolutely exceptional race from us. Now, that was one of the most chaotic races I've ever been a part of. That was outrageous. were racing the wrong way at the start of the Grand Prix. Tapped round by Ricardo Patrese, who then proceeded to lose his rear wing. Gerhard Berger comes in second place, but what a race.
Lacey has finished in 4th position. Has finished 3rd.
At the end of an unbelievable...
The final classification, only 4 cars finished the race. Ourselves winning the Grand Prix with Gerhard Berger in second, Prost third, Lacey in fourth, getting some excellent points actually. But look at their retirement. Senna out. To be fair, Senna, I believe, lifted. I'm going to make that case to him. Mansell's out. Brabham, Nannini, both the Benettons were out. Both the Williams were out. One half Ferrari. Senna is going to be steaming.
The result...
The championship table is looking tasty now, but Prost, with finishing the Grand Prix, has got 19 points and continues to lead, with ourselves in second place on 16 points. Lovely stuff. Don't expect us to maintain the second place in the championship, but it's so good for us right now. Berger staying in third, but Lacey in fourth place. Senna remaining on 6 points. But McLaren still lead the championship because Mansell is really struggling in the second Ferrari. And yeah, there is the championship standings for you. And if you have enjoyed today's Grand Prix, join us next time for the Canadian Grand Prix. Like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Game says he's a little concerned that he won't be able to push on his early season form with Lotus's financial struggles definitely taking their toll on the team now, unable to bring upgrades to races that will slow them down compared to the rest of the field. However, a brilliant P10 in his Lotus, he can do no wrong this season. He is showing his class. Surely a move up the grid is in order. Nannini has impressed once again, putting his car in P6 just ahead of his champion teammate Nelson Piquet. He says he's loving this car with a few upgrades on the downforce. He says he'll be able to ride this car on the nose and he really enjoys it. With a contract offer, we believe, on the table for Nannini for 1991, he will be very pleased and hope he can continue this great form. Nelson Piquet has not shared his love for the car this season, and with rumours he's packing it in at the end of the season, we'll have to wait and see. Alain Prost has massively outqualified his teammate Nigel Mansell. Prost will start tomorrow's Grand Prix in P4. He says he's really enjoying the Ferrari, but it can only really be driven one way, he says. But it seems to suit his driving style, which is the reason he gave for why he is outqualifying Nigel Mansell and outracing him this season. But it will be interesting to see if Mansell can progress up in the race, but Prost starts P4. Nicola Larini has set a blistering lap time to put himself in P3 for tomorrow's Canadian Grand Prix. Neither he nor the team know where the lap time came from, but he stressed he was on the ragged edge, and if you watch the onboard lap, he was. Surely putting his name in the hat, maybe for another season in Formula 1, but we'll have to wait and see because this may be a one-off, but he was very, very pleased with his lap time, P3. Jean Alesi, with Ferrari rumours swirling overhead, he continues to impress. He said he's not thinking too much about Ferrari at this moment. He believes his team, they need him right now, and he doesn't think it's fair that they speak about it in the press so much, but surely that's my burner's mind. But it's not slowed him down, and he qualified P2 for tomorrow's Grand Prix. With Ayrton Senna down in P4, a much improved qualifying session for the Brazilian, it's Gerhard Berger once again who claimed top spot, pole position for tomorrow's Canadian Grand Prix. He was over the moon again, really pushing for this championship now. He said it means the world to him if he can mount a proper challenge to Alain Prost, who he claimed as a F1 great. But he needs to keep his head and hopes that the McLaren mechanical issues that they have been suffering from over the course of the season, mainly for Senna, but Berger said he is loving it. P1 again.
Hello there. Welcome to Canada. 50-50 are the chances of the weather changing, so it'll be the teams that react best that will top the times.
The grid order is as followed.
Gerhard Berger
takes an
consistently
incredible pole
outpaced
position.
his
John
championship
Lacey joining him
rival.
on the front row. That come out all
Jean
gibberish.
Alesi,
We don't
second.
Nicola Larini with a blistering lap time, puts himself
Third.
ahead of Alain
Fourth.
Prost in the Ferrari. Senna,
Fifth.
in P5. I said P4 in
Sixth.
qualifying. I lied. Nelson
Seventh.
Piquet is just behind his teammate
Eighth.
Nannini. Boutsen
Ninth.
is in ninth place.
Endured a
with Gabe
lackluster
just
qualifying
behind
session
P10,
and
claiming
faces
that
a
he
tough
had
start
a
in the
good
midst of the
start, as he was
chasing
at the
pack.
start of the
He
season.
starts
But the
10th.
Lotus issues will continue,
11th.
he said. Then
12th.
we've got the other Tyrrell of
13th.
Nakajima, followed by the Leighton House driver.
14th.
Ricardo Patrese is down in
15th.
P14. Difficult lap time for him. Difficult
16th.
weekend for the Williams team. Followed by
17th.
Martini, Suzuki,
18th.
Bernard Alboreto, Cafe, a lot.
19th. 20th.
Derek Warwick. Derek
Was
Warwick
way
is
off the
struggling
pace
in
of his
Lotus.
teammate.
He cannot
He starts
rag
in
the car
21st.
like his teammate. Although he has been
22nd.
praising this week, said he is definitely one
23rd.
for the future. Brabham is down in
24th.
24th. Modena and the live car takes the back of the grid in P26. Right, thank you for joining us once again, and we start this Grand Prix in the wet conditions. When the lights go out, we will be racing here for the Canadian Grand Prix. We're down at P10. We've got a little bit of a delayed start there. We've got the Patrese. No, we haven't got Patrese. There's Boots alongside. A little bit of a tap to a Senna who's got a poor start. But we've had a wildly good start. Larini's gone backwards as he thought he would do. But we got a sweet run and we got really caught up on some water there. But we dipped a wheel on the grass and Larini has gone straight back past us up into P6. But we continue on. And now I will just stress this, and I cannot stress this enough. This car is hopeful in the wet conditions. So I'm hoping the forecast is right and it will dry out. But we have got the rain master behind us in Ayrton Senna, who's going to be looking to get straight past us. Points have been struggling for Senna this season. And obviously the car has been a bit poor. There may possibly be a little bit of an interview with him later on in the season, but this is the replay of the start. There was a crash at the start. There's a big crash. I'm not sure who that was, as we don't look at the crash just yet, but we'll continue with this shot. Alesi leads with a great start. He's jumped Berger off the line. Excellent start from the driver in the Tyrrell. It is the Tyrrell. My apologies. This is the start. This quickly. In the replay cameras, they all look like dry tires. They don't have wet tires, I'm pretty sure. So but this is an incredible start from Jean Alesi. That can hold this lead as we come around the lap now. out, and Berger dives up the inside, and that is a great move up the inside. I didn't think it was going to last all that long, but Berger, amazing, Christ, has managed to get past us as soon as possible. But Berger leads the Canadian Grand Prix, and he's going to be looking to stretch a lead. He's had passed all the time, and to be honest with you, McLaren has been way faster than the Ferrari. But we're back on board with ourselves, and we still remain in 7th place. And we have got Nicola Larini still ahead of us, but we are all over the place in this Lotus car. Senna is mounting us, but we will continue, and hopefully it dries out within a couple of laps, because quite frankly we are struggling big time. But we will press on, and Senna is just behind us in P8. I'm not sure who's behind him. I believe that's Nannini. I believe it's Nannini in the bed on top, but Senna dives to the inside, up the inside, and that pulls him up into P6, and that is a point finish for him. And we run really wide, and that's going to allow Nannini up the inside, and that's us down to P8 now. We are dropping down the order as Senna, Nannini, us. Then I believe that is Riccardo Patrese. It was wrong, it was Nelson Piquet. I believe actually Nannini's a bit further up. He got a great start, actually, now I think about it. But yeah, that is the order of play at the moment. But we've got Thierry Boutsen all over the back of us, still all over the back of us. And we believe we had some issues on these tyres, and these were the full wet tyres, and I believe that was our issue. So we're going to dive into the pits, and we're going to take a set of intermediate tyres, because I think we've made a bit of a mistake here on the grid. And yeah, we are jumping straight into the pit, and we're going to set a set of intermediate tyres. But yeah, I think that might cost us today. It may cost us today, but the mechanics are not in no rush by the looks of things, and this has dropped us down. Currently P21, I believe that's last, with all the cars out. But we will continue. I'm hoping we're going to have some pace now. We should have some pace now. With no errors, we just push. We should have, well, at least be quicker than we were in the first couple of laps. And we make a little mistake, and we dive across the grass, over the curb. But this is Gerhard Berger, who has dived into the pits on lap 3. We believe this may be for dry tyres. Mansell stays out, but Prost is in. Alain Prost, who has overtaken Jean over there. He's going to dive into pit lane for a sec. We believe this is for Berger's out. Berger is out of the Grand Prix. Once again, that's got to be gearbox related. He's pulled into the pits and has retired from the 1990 Canadian Grand Prix, and that's going to massively affect his championship position. Prost is now what's essentially the net leader of the Grand Prix, but we have got the life car ahead of us, and for some reason we stay out. Absolutely no idea. We have jumped Nelson Piquet, who's pitted, I believe, for a set of dry tyres, which is why he's all over the back of us as we come flying towards turn 1. We've got ourselves to P9, but we are going to have to pit again, because for some reason we've stayed out. I'm not sure why. I think it felt like it was a bit of it actually was. But this is Alessandro Nannini, who is an absolute idiot and has jumped Jean Racing for P3, we believe this is. Actually, it's P2 at the moment. Is it P2? Oh, Nigel Mansell's had one incredible start, and he's currently leading this Grand Prix, but he does have to pit, and he stays out. Mansell, there has to be some reason for the shot of Ferrari to call him in. The ball crossed him 1 lap ago, and I'll be surprised if they wouldn't have pulled Mansell in. Why would they not? Because he's had such a great start. He's not currently obviously net, but he's leading this Grand Prix. But that's, I'm not sure. This is Senna in with Nelson Piquet. This might be a replay, but Senna pulls in, so does Nelson Piquet, and they are in. No, this is not. This is a replay, and that is Nannini in the pits with Senna just behind him, because Senna actually had a really decent start. So Senna, it's a double McLaren retirement, and Senna once again is out of the Grand Prix. When is this man going to catch a break? But Nigel Mansell is finally into the pits, and he's coming in for a set of dry tyres. But this is surely going to cost him big time when where's Prost? Is that the spray from Alain Prost just there? It is the spray from Alain Prost, and he is miles behind him now. Obviously no speed limit in the pit lane. Prost is already into turn 1. Ooh, surely they called Mansell. I'll be surprised if they didn't call him in. because that's a bit of a bogey. He's come out in second, but he's only come out in second because Senna's retired, and so has Gerhard Berger. So it's very interesting to see. But now we've dipped a wheel onto the grass. Ooh, we've held it well. We have got Nelson Piquet creeping up behind us, who is on the dry tyres. I don't know how we kept him behind us this whole lap, but we are finally going to dive into the pits for a set of dry, slick tyres. Probably a little bit too late, but it might allow us to go a bit further into the Grand Prix. So we finally have a set of dry tyres and we are out onto the grid. We are out and back out onto the track. Sorry, I'm getting my words all mixed up here in all the excitement. It's been a chaotic opening 6 laps to this 1990 Canadian Grand Prix. But we've come out P12. We've got Modena are just ahead of us and Thierry Boutsen. So it must have been Riccardo Patrese who was caught up in the incident into turn 1. You'd think I'd know that. But this is us. We have caught the back of Moda, and I believe we should be able to pass him fairly easily. No disrespect to these drivers here, but they have been very fortunate on retirements and stuff. We're going to dive up the inside, getting the move done. Overtaking definitely not been an issue for us in our rookie season, but it doesn't appear to be very quick there from Thierry Boutsen, who has been complaining about that wheel. That wheel has been poor. I think they're putting all their eggs into 1991. As we know in the news, they are looking for 2 new drivers as well. We've clipped Grouillard, however you pronounce his name, but we are backing out of that. That'd be an aeroplane crash if we both went into there at speed. But we come flying down the main straight now to start. I believe it's lap 7. Lap 7. It is lap 7. We dived up the inside of Grouillard, and that is to take P9. Now it could be, with retirements going in our favour, we could be on for some points, but the classification at the end of lap 7 is Alain Prost leads, 4.2 seconds back is Nigel Mansell. Then I believe there probably is a bit of a gap to, we believe, Nannini, who jumped Alesi in the first round of pit stops, and Alesi's holding on. Alesi is holding on, but Nannini looks strong in P3, looking for another podium finish. He's been classed this season. But this is the footwork of Alboreto, and there is smoke bellowing from his engine. Oh, he just can't catch a break now for one. We've had many a retirement. Cafe has not performed well this season, and it's difficult. It's difficult for these teams, really, because you've got people funding and things like that, and he's cut out. Oh, he's stopped in the track. Oh, that's poor. That is poor. I think he should. Oh, he's almost taken his teammate out. He's almost taken his teammate out. Well, we are in P8. Barilla is just ahead, but we're about to start lap 9 of this Canadian Grand Prix. We are over half distance now, and we see 2 cars ahead. 2.3 is the gap to Barilla, and surely with these 2 cars ahead, P6 and a point is definitely on the cards. Considering we're on the wrong tyres, all is well. It's definitely a season of attrition. But we have caught these 2 cars up. These are squabbling actually for the final points paying position at the moment. I believe that's Cafe and Barilla. Oh, he's made a little bit of a mistake there. Oh, he's dipped a wheel on the grass, and that's going to allow us to get right up behind him. But we've dipped a wheel on the grass and just nudged the outside barrier there. We're going to brake a little bit early because we do not want to dive up the inside. It's a quick left-right. It's a quick right-left. But we are going to get slipstream, and we have got some speed in this car, and I've been calling for speed. We're going to dive, but we're going to dive onto the wet patch, and we're going to straight on into the gravel, hit it face on. Oh, thankfully the wheel hit first, because the damage is on now. Thankfully the wheel hit first, and we did not lose a front wing. That's poor drive, that's rookie errors. Rookie errors are still creeping in, need to iron them out for 91. But we remain P8, but we should be able to catch these 2 cars ahead fairly quickly, because they are squabbling for the final points paying position, and that is huge for them. But I'm about to ruin their day, so maybe not so huge. But we continue. P8, Grouillard behind us now is 7.4 seconds back. No harm from him behind, but we continue. We've got Barilla in the Minardi, I believe. I should do some more research, because I love this era anyway, but when you come to the voiceover, you just forget everything. Like, if the mic went on, I'd be able to name everything. I'd be able to tell you dates, times, backwards. I'd be able to look at it backwards. It's chaotic. But we continue. And we are all over the back of this Minardi car. And we've got a good run off this chicane, though. surely if he leaves the door open into the hairpin, we're going to make the most of it and dive up the inside. What we tried to do there is stay on the drive. We're going to make a double move up the inside of Kafi. I think actually we slipped on the wet patches, and that kind of forced us into the move on Kafi as well, but I will take that up into P6. Absolutely fantastic. Nakajima just ahead of us in P5. He's having a great race because he has struggled all season against his teammate Alesi, but it's nice to see him up there in the points because Alesi's been class this season. But this is really beats him. Actually, so it's interesting to see. This is really good. I'm absolutely certain this is going to be really good. And oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, that's not going to make the Benetton team very happy, but we are. Look, oh, who's that? Who is that? It's Nakajima, it's Nakajima, that's below us up to the B5, and that's supposed to be with Kafi up to the P6, and this is a slow moving beat something that's below as well. Has a Derek White to slip straight past, and that's slow, very slow. That's got to be an issue there. I know Nelson Pico was out just trying to back to the pits. That's definitely an issue. He's being overtaken by Nelson Pico in a straight line. There's that gearbox load again for the Williams team. And that is another double retirement in 1990. And that's Nelson Pico out, and by the looks of things, Thierry Boutsen will be joining him down the pit lane to retire his car. Let's have a look. And they do both fly into the pit. We knew PK was coming in, but that is yet another retirement for Williams. Boutsen, it's another double retirement. Poor for them. A rather quiet race for Mansell in the end. He's been hovering, and he did close the gap to Alain Prost briefly, but it would appear that he doesn't have enough pace to catch and pass. But a P2, considering his struggles in the Ferrari this season, I think he might be happy with that. But this is the battle for the final points pole position between Kafi and Barilla. Again, like I said, P6, only a handful of laps to go now. This is important for both of these cars, for both of these teams, and for both of these drivers. Because points pays the bills, points gives the prize money, and just a single point at the end of the season can win 3 or 4 spots, how they originally were, and that can be huge prize money that we will continue to see. But this is Alain Prost, rounds the hairpin. And is that smoke bellowing from Prost's car? Smoke is coming from the back of Alain Prost's car. The Ferrari engine is expiring. But isn't he got a handful of corners to go? Can he get to the end of this Grand Prix? Oh, drama at the end of the 1990 Canadian Grand Prix. Surely there's some speed. He's going to roll to the line, but is Mansell he's going to make it? Alain Prost with an expired engine. He's going to cross the finish line to take another win this season. And surely that is a stamp on the championship, but that would have been sketchy. Mansell crosses the line to take P2. Lovely, lovely stuff, but we have been struggling in the final laps of this Grand Prix. Our tyres have had it. They have capiche. That's the wrong word, but we will move. We have got Kafi. We have got Barilla just behind us. Can we hold off? Because I'm currently 5th. Kafi's 6th. Barilla is 7th. Barilla sniffing points. Kafi sniffing an extra point. Oh, this could be tense as we head down now out of the hairpin and we bow down to the old straight. But it's a right. Oh, that's sideways from us. That's left us all out of shape. We've got back in and we've hit Kafi. We've hit Kafi and he's lost his rear wing. Oh no, that was not a lot I could do there. But it's Kafi versus Barilla for the final points pay position. And we exit the final corner to take the checkered flag and P5 and 2 points. Excellent stuff, and Kafi does get the last point in this Grand Prix. What an exciting Canadian Grand Prix that was. There is the classification, the final classification. It's a Ferrari 1-2 led by the championship leader Alain Prost. Nannini taking a lovely P3 with Jean Alesi just behind him. Huge amount of retirements. Senna was out. Patrese out. Berger out. Piquet out. And, well, it's just been outrageous. It's a race of attrition, it's a season of attrition, but let's take this, what this does do to the championship standings. It has put us into P2. Actually, do we remain P2? I think we were P2 anyway, but we'll ignore all that. Berger hasn't progressed and he falls himself over a win behind Alain Prost. Ferrari pull ahead in the Constructors' Championship, but is that it for McLaren in their Championship Challenge already? But again, if you've enjoyed the video, please like, subscribe, and join us next time for the Mexican Grand Prix. Bye-bye. Qualifying for the Mexican Grand Prix started off in monsoon conditions. Alain Prost braved it first by going out on track early, however he approached turn 1 at a little bit too much speed, darted over the grass and would eventually spin the car round, and no one really came out, but he did. He dried up completely towards the end of the session, and Brabham got out and stuck a time in to put him in P6. What a lap he was claiming. He said he needs to push and continue and see where they end up tomorrow. Nannini with a fantastic result put himself in P4. That's a lie, put himself in P5. He said the car has been feeling excellent over the last couple of race weekends and believes there could possibly be a win this season, and he hopes he's the one that claims it. Contract talks are going ahead really nicely and we should have that very soon, he said. Nicola Larini, to give him his full name, snuck in a lap to put himself in P4. Now he did say he felt very lucky with the timing of his lap, but nonetheless he should be very proud of his P4 at the Mexican Grand Prix, and his team were elated with him. Games snuck out of the pit at just the right time to claim P3. I should say. He said the car felt okay. He felt that really it was the main straight where they're losing a hell of a lot of time. The engine hasn't got a lot of give, he said. In the corners it's not great, but he is absolutely ragging it every single lap, which is why he claims there's been a few mistakes in the previous couple of races. But let's see what happens in the race. He will line up P3. Jean Alesi is a qualifying master this season. He said he wants to turn it into more points in the race, but he understands that the car does have some limitations. However, at P2, once again, he's ecstatic, and those Ferrari rumours are only getting bigger, but let's see how he gets on tomorrow. But he starts P2. I don't need to say anything. We know before anything starts that this season Gerhard Berger is probably going to be on pole position, and today is no different. He put in a stellar lap time. He was the last car across the line, put himself in pole position. He is ragging this car, absolutely loves it, genuinely believes he can win the World Championship this season, and he should believe that. He is P1.
Hello there. The weather, as so often is the case here, is just wonderful. Over 30 degrees and climbing. It's a fantastic day for Formula.
For some reason there was no grid rundown today, but this is the start of the Mexican Grand Prix for 1990. We need a really good start. We've got Gerhard Berger just in front of us, Jean Alesi to the left of us, and we were a little bit slow to get away there. Larini is just behind us. Great start from Jean Alesi there. He's been mighty off the line this season, but it's going to look like Gerhard Berger's going to get back at him. But if we can stay in the slipstream, if these two come together or knock each other wide, we might. Oh, we just avoid Jean Alesi. They brake really early. Either that or with me braking really late. We're going to have to come across the grass. We're going to lose position after position. But there appears to be a bit of a gap there. I assume there's been a crash. There usually has been on lap 1 this season. And we have only dropped back to P5, just behind Nicola Larini and just ahead of Nakajima in the second Tyrrell. So, not great start, but it has only dropped us down to P5. And thankfully we were pretty lively across the grass. Let's have a little look at the replay from the start though, and Gerhard Berger doesn't actually get away that great. Tabor starts an excellent launch from Jean Alesi off the line, but as we stream down towards turn 1, Gerhard Berger's Honda engine in the back of that McLaren allows him to get right back alongside Jean Alesi, and there's us going to Narnia by the looks of things. And that's Gerhard Berger slots it up the inside, and to retake P1, he will be really pleased with that. He wouldn't want to have lost any positions off the line, and he has got a little bit of a gap there to Jean Alesi already, and that's the Benetton of, I believe, Nannini. It is Nannini all over the back of Jean Alesi there, but there was a crash further down the pack. We believe it was Barilla who started it all, started a little domino effect as we stream towards turn 1, and he flies down, and oh, that's poor. Is it his own teammate? And Senna there caught up in that as the Williams may have been tangled there. I don't think there's damage to Senna or the Williams of Patrese, I believe that was, but that has left Barilla out of the Grand Prix, and I believe has let his team out. But let's have a look on board. Oh, that's brake failure. That is brake failure for Barilla, and sadly his teammate was collateral in that. Thankfully his only that looked like Suzuki out of the Grand Prix. But we are on board with... No, we're not. We're looking at an outboard shot of us all over the back of Larini. And we got a diver on the outside with no dipped a wheel on the grass, and that's put us out wide. We struck the wall a little bit, fingers crossed we haven't broken a toe link as we slowed by the gravel almost to a halt. That's what I mean. We've been saying all season we're going to have to push, probably overdrive the car, because the car is just not being developed this season. But further down the main straight, we've got Nannini all over the back of Jean Alesi. He's going to try and move up the inside into turn 1. Is he going to get this? Is he going to make this stick up the inside? Jean Alesi is holding ground, and they stay side by side. And Nannini's going to push him out wide, just a little bit, just enough, just legal, and puts himself up into P2. Excellent work from the Benetton team. Excellent work from Nannini. They have been flying this season, and they are reaping the benefits of that. We are back on board with ourselves now, and we have got Mansell ahead and Senna behind. The classification at the end of lap 2 is Berger leads from Nannini, 5.5 seconds back. Berger's gone. Larini has got himself in 3rd place. What's happened to Jean Alesi? Where is Jean Alesi? That's Jean Alesi. He's out of the Grand Prix. He's struck the wall somewhere. We will see, but here is Nigel Mansell, who I believe has just got past the Williams of Patrese as we stream down towards turn 1. And that is him climbing up the field then, Nigel Mansell. He had a poor qualifying, he was near the back, got caught up in the wet conditions, wasn't able to get out of the pits quick enough to set a lap time. But he will be wanting to push. But here is what happened to Jean Alesi. He's up a bit wide, so he's had to pull it down low, and then suddenly just snap of oversteer sends him grassward bound, wallward bound, and strikes the wall. Seems to keep going, so we don't believe there's any injury to Jean Alesi, but he is out, and he'll be bitterly disappointed after an excellent qualifying session from him yesterday. He will be disappointed in that car. But again, back on board with ourselves. We've got ourselves in P14. We've got Suzuki ahead, so it can't have been Suzuki at the start. It must have been his teammate that lost his rear wing and is out of the Grand Prix. But there is a massive group of cars. Senna is catching us, we believe. That is to be expected. We're going to come towards the final corner there. That's a little bit of a mistake there from Suzuki. Are we going to be around the outside? Just hold it. Yes, round the outside and up into P13, but we can stay. Can we stay there if the slipstream is, because we are so slow in a straight line, but we are. We're diving up the inside of Thierry Boutsen. And Boutsen's going to come back at us. We were a little bit cautious actually in the second phase of that corner, and I'm not sure why. I think it's the car. The car's hell, right? The car is horrendous. Oh no, that's Boutsen's touched. The other, is that the Ligier? It is the Ligier. Round the outside. Are we going to get a lot? We're going to get a lot of overtakes. I can understand if you turn off now. But we're going to drive around the outside. We're going to drive around the outside of Boutsen too. And that is dangerously close to a massive accident. We've touched Boutsen, but luckily no damage to either car, thankfully. Thankfully they are built a little bit better. Well, they have to glue it all. We're running out of parts as well. It's difficult at Lotus. They're struggling round the outside of Nakajima as well to put us up in a P10. Nakajima's slow. Nakajima really slow there. That was unexpected. Oh, that's Suzuki out. No, the Suzuki's lost his front wing. So every week, every race, we're talking about Suzuki losing his front wing or rear wing. But I believe that is the second Tyrrell out. So that's a double retirement for the Tyrrell team. Out of the Grand Prix, nothing he could do. Looked like gearbox, but he was suddenly slow. Senna has been flying. Lap 7 of this Grand Prix, of the Mexican Grand Prix of 1990. Senna has been flying. Fastest man on the track. He's brought that 6-second gap down to us, but Mansell's gone for it as well. He is nowhere to be seen in front of us. And we have got David Brabham in his Brabham just ahead of us in P9. However, we are probably going to have to make another pit stop because this car is absolutely woeful on its tyres. But we have got the pace. We've got Senna right up our backside. And we are just trying to let Brabham know we're there. Maybe force him into a little bit of an error so we can sneak through. And we are diving into the pits now because the tyres have had it. But this is a strategic call. A lot of the cars don't have to pit. It's a Lotus issue. Warwick's been complaining as well, which is why he's been struggling so much this season. But we continue down pit lane. And that's a lot. There's a lot there. And that's it's Alboreto. I apologise, but Tracy is 1.8 seconds behind us, but we should be able to get back past Michaelio Alboreto for P14, and it's just not gone well for us this race. I'm hoping a bit of a storm, but the issue we have in the car right now, and I'll say it till the cows come home, the tyres do not last, whereas other teams can make the tyres last. It's just woeful on the tyres. But here we go on board with Prost, but he's down in 11th place. He had a ball qualifying as well yesterday. He'll be hoping to charge for maybe just a couple of points just to cushion. He's dipped the wheel on the grass. Prost out. Prost is out of the Mexican Grand Prix, and that is going to massively help Gerhard Berger, who is currently leading this Grand Prix, who we think is arguably his biggest title challenger this season. But Alain Prost out of the Grand Prix, and Senna, as I mentioned earlier, is flying, but he is stuck a little bit behind. I believe there's a Leighton House car just ahead of him. He will probably get a good run. Is he going to dive up the inside into the Pelotada? He is going to dive up the inside into the final corner of this track. And is he wide? He is wide. That's Senna out. That is Senna out of the Grand Prix. He must have had enough this season. I mean, he's not even half distance. We can't wait for the season to end. He's going to be miles behind his teammate in the championship stand. He's still yet to win a Grand Prix this season, effects of 1989 where he lost the title to Alain Prost. Maybe that's a factor. It seems to be him most of the bad luck, but that was driver error, which is not something we see often from Ayrton Senna. But he said there will be a complete reset for 91, maybe even a summer break after 1990. But we are all over the back of a lot. Thankfully, actually, Senna's rear wing busting has allowed us to quickly catch a lot. A dive on the inside, trying not to take Senna there, who actually is already out of the Grand Prix, so I can't imagine he'd mind too much. Anyway, and we've got Boutsen, who is 12 seconds up the road, but we are now up into P11 in this race. But it's not good enough from us, I don't think. I mean, we're always going to slip down towards the end, but Mansell is flying. He's got a footwork in front of him. He surely will have a footwork behind him in a couple of seconds' time. As they dive towards the inside, he's going to dive towards the inside. Absolutely textbook Mansell up the inside. Take no prisoners. And I believe that's him up into P4. He has been flying. I'd love to have seen him if he was up the front in qualifying. Would he have had the pace to beat would he have had the pace to beat Gerhard Berger? We will not know. But here's the Leighton House driver of Gugelman. It's what I'm going to call him now, right? And he's dipped a wheel on the grass. He's lost his rear wing and is out of the Grand Prix. Many drivers have become a victim to that corner in this race, but thankfully there has been a turn, and we're going to dive up the inside of Cafe and get past the complement of the Leighton House team. But he did hold them up a little bit. I think they should move out of the way. The FIA aren't doing too much about that. But yes, after the French Grand Prix as well, a quick announcement if you got this far, there will be a driver rumours show, and the calendar is being released in that show, and some FIA news and rule oh, that's a big crash from the teammates as Alboreto come out of the pits. Cafe out of the Grand Prix. Actually, they're both footworks out of this Grand Prix. That is poor. That is poor from Alboreto. You just seem to veer across the track. But let's have a little look on board from Alboreto's point of view as he comes down. Actually, are we on board? Oh, well, I suppose realistically it's the footwork team. That is poor. That is not going to do too well in the debrief. But we are looking once again, at Nigel Mansell, the Brit, making it's a trademark move in this Grand Prix as he dives to the inside of Nannini now to take P2. And it has been an absolutely superb drive from Nigel Mansell. Excellent, excellent drive from him. And we come round the final corner to start our final lap of the Grand Prix. Brabham is 7.9 up the road. We are not going to be able to catch him now, but it doesn't really matter too much because points are down to 6th anyway. But we will see how this all unfolds as we head down. We look at Gerhard Berger as he rounds the Perotada for the final time in his McLaren, and he comes straight to the line. It's been a relatively easy Grand Prix, and he wins the Mexican Grand Prix. Absolutely fantastic from the Austrian. Now, this is a absolutely fantastic result. It's Bernard, it's Larini. Larini will be over the moon. He qualified high, and then we'll finish Bernard in 4th and Nicola Larini in 5th place. Excellent drive from the pair. But it's been a difficult race from us. Maybe from the start where we had to avoid Jean Alesi. We had to pit for the tyres, and it's just not a lot we can do in this car at the moment. We are struggling. But we come out and finish P9 and ignore that massive crash there because you just stop on the line. But this is the final classification. Gerhard Berger wins from Nigel Mansell with a 41-second advantage over Nigel Mansell. Nannini in 3rd, Bernard, Larini 4th, 5th. Thierry Boutsen getting the final points pair position. Brabham, game, taking out the top 8. A lot of retirements. Senna was out, Prost was out, Warwick was out, Lacey was out. Oh, it's been difficult, but the championship standings, Alain Prost still leads, but Gerhard Berger is just 4 points back. We remain in 3rd. Jean Alesi remains in 4th. Nigel Mansell now, with a couple of good results, Mansell can put himself back in this title challenge. Senna hasn't scored again for another couple of Grand Prix now, and I think that's probably it for his championship challenge. I would say even this early on, but Ferrari have a 10-point lead to McLaren in the Constructors' Championship. Lotus and Williams neck and neck with Tyrrell and Benetton fairly close behind. But if you've enjoyed this video, remember to like, subscribe and join us next time for the French Grand Prix at the Paul Ricard circuit. Bye bye. Despite his Williams future looking no further than 1990, Boutsen put on an incredible display to qualify in P6 just ahead of his teammate, and he will be hoping to display this further for the rest of the season in hopes to secure a drive for the 1991 season. Nothing confirmed yet, but he will be very pleased with P6. Senna will hope to put his bad form behind him at the French Grand Prix as he qualifies in P5. He said the car could have gone faster despite a little mistake in the final corner. However, he said he's hoping to push, and hopefully his personal issues that Ron Dennis discussed earlier in the week are gone, and he can continue to just focus on Formula 1, but he qualifies in P5 for the French Grand Prix. Gerhard Berger didn't qualify in P1 for the French Grand Prix. We got so used to saying that Gerhard Berger was on pole position that it almost threw everyone off. But he qualified just ahead of his championship rival in Alain Prost. He will start tomorrow's Grand Prix from P3, Prost in P4. But he said the car felt fairly good. He said the car should feel better in race trim, but he qualified in P3. As we know now, Nannini has re-signed for Benetton for the 1991 season, and he is elated. He has promised excellent results, promised good performances, and he has done just that. He qualifies in P2 for the French Grand Prix, and he was over the moon. He qualified P2. On the weekend, he announced his departure from the Ferrari team. Unknown where he's going for 1991, but Nigel Mansell has stuck it on pole position to show everyone just how good he really is. He hasn't had a great time at Ferrari, but he says maybe he can drive with a bit more freedom, knowing that he just won't be there next season. But he does. He qualifies on pole position for the French Grand Prix.
Hello there. The weather, as so often is the case here, is just wonderful.
The starting grid for the 1990 French Grand Prix.
First.
Nigel Mansell takes pole position ahead of Nannini in second place. Gerhard Berger in third place
consistently
out-qualifies Alain
outpaced
Prost
his
in fourth place.
championship
He'll be looking
rival.
to
He starts third.
pounce on Alain Prost, the
Fourth.
championship leader. Senna
Fifth.
with a good P5. Boonson
Sixth.
qualified P6 with Patrese just
Seventh.
behind him. Alesi with another great
Alesi,
qualifying result
eighth.
has Piquet just behind him.
Ninth.
Nakajima with a great
10th.
result in the Tyrrell for him.
11th.
Martini with a fantastic result in his
12th.
Minardi. Alboreto and his
13th.
Guliman in his
14th.
Leighton House. Suzuki, Nicola Larini, Grulard is
16th.
excellent in this track. Brabham,
17th.
and then Eric Bernard.
18th.
Ivan Capelli in the Leighton House, and then we've got
19th.
Barilla in the other Minardi.
20th.
Modena,
21st.
Giacomelli, yeah, we'll call it that. Derek
22nd.
Warwick with a difficult qualifying today.
Just got
He's
the edge over
he's
his
struggling
teammates.
against.
He starts
He will
from
not be on the grid
23rd.
next season, we do not think.
24th.
However, but it's been a disgrace for him. But we qualified last because we crashed in qualifying. Yeah, as you heard, we did qualify last place for this Grand Prix. I did have quite a big off in qualifying that took most of the car with it, but that's fine, and that's a poor start. But that's a Leighton House there, which will be Ivan Capelli, who's lost out on the start. We are going to pull to the outside. The FIA said that we were allowed to do this, but no one else did it. I'm not cheating, right? As we head down into the first corner, we dive. There's a bit of a crash there. Is that the Bernard? I don't know what that was. That was someone with the Williams. I'll say Patrese, but it's chaos at the front. But we maintain behind, and we should get an excellent slipstream from the back of the Tyrrell. And if we can slingshot ourselves, it's a quick right-hander coming up here, though. You've got to have some testes just to throw out the inside. And we do have space hoppers down there. And we dive up the inside, and we take something position. I'm not entirely sure where we are off the line, but that is a Minardi in front of us. There's a bit of someone's dipped a wheel on the old gravel there. It doesn't seem to have lost anything, but that appears to be a McLaren slow, and we've dived across. We've tried to avoid the Tyrrell, and we had to dive across the gravel, and that's cost us. Is it going to cost us Nakajima again? And it was the Minardi we were trying to avoid. Of Martini, we've got ourselves into P12. It's a crazy first lap, but if we that's Martini's drive slow, but if we can get a little switcheroo on the Minardi driver, but we do lose a little bit of time on exit because we had to sort the car out. Replay at the start from the front of the grid there. Nigel Mansell gets away somewhat okay, but it's Nannini in second place who gets an absolutely electrifying start. Some might say the most electrifying start in motorsport. But he dives to the inside. He's going to push Mansell wide, and he does, and he dips a wheel on the old sand himself. but he sweeps round the outside of Alain Prost, who is now up into P2. Mansell has lost out heavy from his pole position starting place. Nannini leads, Prost second, and Mansell is in third place, but that's Gerhard Berger running extremely wide. He doesn't appear to have lost out anywhere. Oh, but he's got, that must have been dirt on the tyres, and he's been struck by his teammate, but they don't appear to have any damage. That's allowed Boutsen round the outside and up into P4, but that was not great work there from Gerhard Berger, nearly taking his teammate out, especially with Senna trying to put his form onto just anything he's hoping for. But here we have a little look at Capelli, who stalled, we believe, on the start, but actually this turned out to be a engine-related issue. He is out of the French Grand Prix and he will be incredibly disappointed. But we have now got Jean Alesi ahead of us as we look to really make a stand. We've got some decent pace, as well as really disappointed in qualifying. We have really decent pace around here, and we do have the Tyrrell of Alesi just in front of us at his home Grand Prix nonetheless, but we do not care about that. We're not here for sentimentals, we're not here to make friends, we are here for points and points only. But the classification at the end of the second lap is Nannini leads, Prost is second, Mansell third, but Tracy, I didn't quite see the rest, but Piquet's got himself in seventh, Boutsen is eighth, and it's rather good. But we have got a run on Jean Alesi. We're going to dive up the inside. We're not. We're going to bail out. We don't fancy it into turn one, which is very strange because the move looked on. I'm surprised. We were a little bit cautious. I think with a couple of issues we've had round here, we dipped a wheel onto the gravel. And that has allowed Barilla in his Minardi, not Barilla, Martini in his Minardi, to come straight back at us. But we are now about to start lap 4 of this Grand Prix. But we ride on board with Nigel Mansell, and he's got a slipstream on his teammate, actually. He's always going to be able to overtake. You see now with Mansell leaving Ferrari, I can't imagine he's going to help Alain Prost in the World Championship. It's still very early on in the championship, but Mansell hasn't said it, but I think we know the character that Mansell is. He hasn't managed to get past Prost. Prost remains in P2, and yes, he may be hounded here, but can they both pass Nannini in first place? But we have another run on Martini, as we should get this, actually we're going to get this done way before we have to turn right, so we can use the slipstream of Jean Alesi just ahead of us. But we are not fancying a move. We're not diving up the inside from that far back. It's such a quick corner. It would be an aeroplane crash if we touched. But back up into P11, and we need to keep it clean, keep it fresh. Oh, I thought we were going to go, because if you go into the gravel around here, curtains. So we need to try and remain calm, and we have got a run on Jean Alesi as we head towards turn 1, but we still don't fancy it. Getting on the brakes very hard, and realistically, a good run out of here we should be able to get Alesi, I think. Without dipping a wheel onto the old... Alesi with a little mistake at the exit of, I believe, onto turn 3 as we bomb down this main straight, and that's an excellent bit of slipstreaming from ourselves. We are on the outside, though. It's going to have to be a outrageous move, and it's not, because Alesi bails out and tucks in just behind us. So that is us up into P10, so we're in the top 10. We're going to dive up the inside of, is that a footwork arrows there? And Alesi, but we've gone off as well when we're into the gravel. We've gone off with Alesi in sympathy, and that is poor from us, and we do re-emerge onto the track, but it took a while to get back out, and we are now in last place, 25th place, because as we know, Capelli is out of the Grand Prix. That's such a rookie error. That is a poor error from us, especially we had great pace. But Berger and Senna have got great pace too, and they have been catching these two Ferraris just ahead of us. Nannini is not stretching away, and that is a mistake there from that's a mistake there from Nigel Mansell in third place, and that has allowed Gerhard Berger to be right up behind him. Is Gerhard Berger going to get a run out of this final corner to put him in a position to overtake into turn 1? He's not close enough here, but a good run. He's going to dive on the inside. Or have they touched? They have. I think they briefly touched, but Berger has the inside and dives, and they've both gone wide. So that will cancel out any momentum either had. But Berger is now up into P3, and will set his sights on Alain Prost, the car just in front of him. No, we're on lap 6 on R here, but Martini is out of the Grand Prix now. That's him just there, I believe, in the gravel. That's probably engine related. Problem is we have very little pace now. I've gone off because we absolutely ragged the tyres trying to get back on. So any hope of points is probably up the Swanee now. But this is what happened to Martini. and it would appear the engine just cut out on him. Poor, he's having such a great race up in P11 as well. That'll be a shame for him and his team. But Alain Prost has become under pressure from the Austrian of Gerhard Berger, and Gerhard Berger is incredibly close now. He's the fastest car on the track. I believe that if he can get past Prost, he'll get past Nannini and lead this French Grand Prix. But it's a drag race down the long straight here at Paul Ricard, and the Honda is far superior to the Ferrari engine, and Prost does have to bail out, does have to concede his position to Gerhard Berger in that McLaren Honda, and that puts Berger up into P2 after a disastrous start, half spinning the car. He's now up to P2 and will set his sights on Nannini. But back to us, we have caught the life car of Gio Camelli, and I'll be honest with you, the pace is not really good. I'm not really going to count catching a life car because, quite frankly, they were just horrendous. However, we shall not fret. We will treat it like a test session. Not that Lotus are bringing any upgrades this season because they're all poor, but that's not the point. I'm only allowed to say that in the car. I'm not allowed to say that to the press anymore, apparently. But that's fine. But we are on lap 9 now, and we have actually discovered a little bit of speed from somewhere. I don't know if we were having an issue for a lap, but we have caught Nicola Larini, and there is a gaggle of cars here, actually. I think that's a Brabham just ahead of Larini there. A couple of dips of wheels. Ooh, a few wheels being dipped on the old sand, on the old gravel, kicking up dust, ploughing it all over the track. But we should make a decent little move on Nannini. Not Nannini, he's leading the race. Nicola Larini, as we tries and can we switch around the outside? See? Oh, that's a great little switcheroo, and that is a great run. We did have to back out a little bit, or we would have ploughed into the back of the Ligier. And but no, that puts us up into P22. Nothing to sing home, nothing to sing and dance about. But it's Modena in the Brabham. And yeah, we should be able to clear these cars around here. That's a footwork arrows just ahead of him. I'm not sure which one, but we will see. Lap 10, Modena still ahead of us. We're just buying our time. There's no point in rushing because I think it's quite a big gap after here. So we're just trying to buy our time. Points are not happening today, but we can make a good account for ourselves. Oh, and we've touched Modena. That's put us in the gravel. No. 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 Absolute disaster at the French Grand Prix, and to add insult to injury, that has forced us into retirement, and we take our first retirement of the 1990 season and the first retirement of our career. But we do ride on board with Jean Alesi with us out, but he drives into the pit, so he's got Barilla just behind him in the Minardi. But he's pitting for a fresh set of tyres. Oh, that's poor from Barilla. No, that's poor. Where was he thinking? Why didn't he just go left? That is poor from Barilla, and that will leave them both out of this Grand Prix. Lace's home Grand Prix coming to an end. But we dive to lap 15, but it's Berger up the inside of Nannini, but Nannini cuts him off, and that's going to force Berger off the track and onto the gravel and allow Prost to just shove it up the inside. He's going to have to. That's not a move we usually associate with Alain Prost. But if he wants to win this championship against that mighty McLaren, he is going to have to pull off moves like that. And Alain Prost is back up into second place, but Berger with his phenomenal Honda engine, is he going to be able to outdrag him? And he isn't, with Alain Prost confirming himself in P2 now. Excellent stuff. But this is getting tasty at the front. They're all diving into the pits now for fresh tyres with only a handful of laps, but Mansell stays out. Mansell has stayed out. Does that mean he's pitting a lap later, or is he trying to go the distance? But they dive towards their pit boxes. But we are looking at Gerhard Berger here. We assume that we'll assume that Alessandro Nannini will dive out first, and that is correct. Alain Prost, it's a slow stop and Senna's jumped him, and that's Warwick. Oh, that's poor from Warwick. To be fair, that's an unsafe release, to be fair, but Berger has lost heaps of time in the pits. We're not too sure why, but he's now been jumped by his teammate Ayrton Senna, who he will not be too pleased about because he is looking for more and more points, but we will see. But this is Gerhard Berger now. We're coming to the end of lap 16. Lap 18, I apologise to you all, but Patrese is in the pits, and that's him there. We see him coming down, but where is Patrese? And he's jumped him. Berger has lost out to Patrese, and that is another position. It's gone from bad to worse here for Gerhard Berger. He's tried, he's dipped away. He's going to lose out to Nelson Piquet. He's not, he's going to slice in front, and Piquet dips a wheel onto the gravel. He's gone for an awful couple of laps with Gerhard Berger here. But we look at Ayrton Senna, and that is, as Mansell out of the pits, he's going to be out jump Mansell. Is he? He has jumped Nigel Mansell, and he sweeps round, tries to avoid the gravel, does a little wheel, but he won't mind too much. And I believe that puts Ayrton Senna into P3 and a podium position for himself. Absolutely fantastic. He will be mightily pleased, but no more pleased than Alessandro Nannini, who just confirmed that he will be staying at Benetton for the 1991 season. He was driving phenomenally well this season, and he definitely deserved, the team know he deserves another crack, and they believe they're going somewhere with this car. They believe they're going somewhere as a team. Championships in the next couple of years, and will Nannini be a part of that? He certainly will be next year, and he certainly has won the French Grand Prix of 1990. Absolutely fantastic. And there we have it. The classification is as followed. Nannini takes the victory with Alain Prost behind him. Senna confirming himself on the podium with an undercut of Mansell. Mansell, Patrese, Berger, Piquet, Boutsen, Cafe and Gugelman takes up the final championship. Nope, final top 10 result. I apologise. Alain Prost still maintains and leads, but an even bigger lead now. 34 points, 9 points is the gap. Nannini puts himself in P3 with an excellent performance today, and Ferrari extend their lead in the Constructors' Championship ahead of McLaren. It seems to be a two-horse race there, but if you've enjoyed the video, like, subscribe, and join us next time for the British Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to another episode. Just a quick disclaimer before we get into the qualifying report. I've got to press record on my point of view of this race, so all the footage has been taken from replay cameras. It will go back to normal after I now double check, so don't worry. But yeah, that's pretty much all I need to say. Hope you enjoy the episode and ciao ciao. Nannini continuing his excellent form, qualifying in P5 for the British Grand Prix, once again out qualifying his teammate Nelson Piquet. He was absolutely thrilled with his chances of today's race, and quite frankly, he's done nothing but excellent since signing that new deal. With a race win in France under his belt, he will look to continue that form, and hopefully, he says, he'd like another win before the end of the season. But can Benetton produce? P5 for Nannini. Nigel Mansell using his home crowd advantage to out-qualify Alain Prost. He qualified in P3, Prost in P4. Now that is not something we've said very often this season, as he well know that he has struggled in that Ferrari in this season. But he used the home crowd, which he claims has given him half a second, which would have put him far behind Prost actually, now I come to think about it. But no, he was incredibly pleased with his lap. He said he's going to use all his talent to try and secure the top spot in the race and give the home fans something to cheer about. He will start in P3 for the British Grand Prix. Gerhard Berger once again has qualified on pole position for the British Grand Prix, and he is elated. He is really stamping a charge on this championship. He cannot wait. He just says he loves driving this car. Ayrton Senna has qualified in P2, seems to have found some great form. Senna has, we believe, been told to help Berger in this World Championship, but that will be We will find that out very soon. But Berger qualifies P1. Straight into the British Grand Prix of 1990, and we are away. Excellent start there from Senna, who gets alongside his teammate Gerhard Berger, but is he going to trouble him into the first corner? We didn't think so. We believe he is going to try and help his teammate win the World Championship. But McLaren lead 1 and 2, Ferrari are 2nd and 3rd, and that's Benetton 3rd and 4th, 4th and 5th, 5th and 6th I should say. Getting my words all mixed up here, but as we look on board, and we look at the outside of Gerhard Berger's car, he is closely followed by Ayrton Senna, closely followed by the 2 Ferraris, and then closely followed by the Benetton team. As we see the Lotus of Game there in the background, it has been a fairly straightforward start. We believe there's been no incidents off the line. Absolutely fantastic stuff here today. But we have a little look at replay of our own start here, and we actually got away really, really well. Used the slipstream, but we believe Riccardo Patrese, because Boutsen was really far down. He knows he's lost his seat now, but he will be looking to secure a somewhat okay seat. We know he's coming towards the end of his career, but we continue. We have the 2 Benettons in front of us, Nannini and then Piquet. Piquet has jumped not Nicola Nannini, it's Alessandro Nannini. I keep getting them mixed up, I apologise. But this could help. We could get a good run on here of Nannini, who has, like I said, been passed by his teammate off the line. Nelson Piquet is rumoured to be retiring at the end of the season, but no formal word on that just yet, so we will not speculate any further. But this is a little 4-car battle that could last the whole Grand Prix. We don't think we have the pace of the 2 front-running teams, Ferrari, and we're going to try up the inside, and he's dipped a wheel onto the grass. The whole wheels are on the grass. That surely should allow us straight past. Sweep. Yes, sweep round the outside. Give him loads of room. That was close there. Could have taken us both out of the Grand Prix. But we are now up into P5, which is an absolute lie. We are up into P6, an absolutely fantastic start from us. And now we are hounding Nelson Piquet for P5 in our home Grand Prix. Absolutely fantastic. So we're going to dive? No, we're going to move back to the racing line and try to get an okay run, or a decent run. But Boutsen, as I was saying earlier, has actually had a difficult start to proceedings in this Grand Prix. We don't know if there's any mechanical failures, but he is holding up a fair few cars, and a fair few cars that he shouldn't really be holding up. As we can see there, we've got the 2 Brabhams far behind, they're right there, aren't they? I apologise, his commentary's all over the place. He's coming to you at an unquestionably late hour, so I apologise about that, but we're going to have a look at the leaders. It's still Berger, it's still Senna, it's still Prost, it's still Mansell, but Senna is all over the back of Gerhard Berger. Yet to win a Grand Prix this season, Senna, and I can't imagine he'll enjoy sitting in 2nd place behind his teammate. I can't imagine he'll enjoy helping his teammate to win a championship, but we now know that Senna obviously had some personal issues away from the track that he had to deal with, and he should hopefully get back to form. He'll win a couple of Grand Prix wins this season, of course he will, but we'll see. We will see. Berger leads, Senna in 2nd place as this race continues, and we now look at Martini here. We have a look. Is there an issue here coming from him? We believe he has retired from the Grand Prix. No one's really too sure why, but this should answer those questions for us. And it's a huge puff of smoke, and the engine just goes bang, and he stops not in a great place, but I'll be honest with you, I don't think he had much choice. That's him out of the Grand Prix. But we look back now, it's the 2 Benettons battling the Lotus car with Riccardo Patrese and his Williams not too far behind. We are hounding the back of Nelson Piquet, and that looks like a fantastic run off that corner and flat through here. We need to stay in the slipstream, but we're going to have the issue that we are going to have all season long. We have got no straight line speed in this Lotus car, and we know how good that Ford engine is. It's so difficult, especially around here. Most of the lap is on full throttle. This is an outrageous track layout. But yes, we continue. Oh, there's a little mistake from us. Is that going to allow Nannini in? That probably is going to allow Nannini in. And we do drop back past Alessandro Nannini, who's been absolutely fantastic in these last couple of Grand Prix since signing his Benetton deal for 1991. We believe it is only just a 1-year deal though. but that will we will see how true that is. But if he continues this form, he will be there for as long as he wants to be there. But we need to think about getting straight back past, because I think over natural speed, I'm quicker than the two Benetton cars. Nannini's out wide. Is that going to allow us straight onto the grass? But is that going to allow us? Where are we? We are straight back past the Benetton of Nannini, and we can get our sights firmly back on the three-time world champion Nelson Piquet. And that looks like a fantastic run off that corner. Are we going to be able to get close enough? No. Issue being is the slipstream is fairly okay, but it's just something we can't deal with because of that Ford engine in the back of the Benetton cars, and he manages to hold himself. We continue in P6. The battle rages on here, but we are all over. We've touched with Piquet, and that's going to up that. But one upside to that is Nelson Piquet and ourselves kind of had our mishap on the racing line, which didn't really allow Nannini and the Williams car of Patrese to overtake us or go anywhere. But we are right up the back side of Nelson Piquet as we come to the start-finish line to complete yet another lap. And this has been absolutely fantastic racing as we head towards turn 1 now. But Nannini's going to try, and he's moved himself out wide. What a disaster from himself. I think what's going to happen here is we are going to have a monumental exit, and we're just going to have to lunge. I think it's going to be one of those, we're going to get one chance to overtake Nelson Piquet, and that is all we will get. But this is close. We're getting so close. Oh, where have we gone? Are we going to manage to stay in this race? Oh my! Almost an absolute disaster here at our home Grand Prix. But what happened there? I think we got a little bit too close. We can take a little onboard replay here as we get a great run. We've got a great slipstream on Nelson Piquet's Benetton. He kind of lifted off. I think he kind of lifted off. It threw us a little bit. We know he's got some dirty tricks in him, Nelson Piquet, but ooh, that wasn't great. Thankfully, we avoided him. We will remain in this Grand Prix, but we are now behind Riccardo Patrese. Absolutely outrageous. But here is Boots, and he's finally found some speed after his disappointing opening couple of laps. He has got the Leighton House in front of him. Not too sure which one that is. Could be Ivan Capelli. It could be the guy I can't pronounce. That's pretty much the only options of which the driver could be. But that's a decent little run that he's got on him there. Is he just going to dive it up the inside? He is just going to dive it up the inside. Maybe if Boutsen had done this a little bit more at the start of the season, he would have remained at Williams. But however, he moves up a position, and surely that will help the British fans who have travelled their way down here today. It will certainly help Frank Williams, who has been rather disappointed this season. But we look at the front runners now, and it's Gerhard Berger leading this Grand Prix. He has gapped Senna just a little bit now. They seem to have settled themselves into the race really nicely. And yeah, it seems to be pretty plain sailing for the McLaren outfit. A home race for them. But it's the Austrian that leads the Grand Prix. Gerhard Berger, another win under his belt, would be absolutely phenomenal. We look at Alain Prost, who's got Nigel Mansell behind him. Mansell, now the difference in teams here. Nigel Mansell will probably not be helping Alain Prost with his championship challenge this season. We know Mansell was confirmed at Williams just before the F1 circus rolled into Silverstone. And it does look a little bit like Nigel Mansell is catching Alain Prost. We know they haven't seen eye to eye since Prost joined the team at the beginning of the year, but it's been a difficult ride. I apologise for Nigel Mansell. He says he's very, very excited to be going to Williams next season. We're not entirely sure who his teammate is just yet, but I'm sure that will be revealed very, very shortly. But we are straight back to this 4-car battle. Benetton, Williams, Lotus. All teams based in the UK. This could be for a bit of pride. There is absolutely... Oh, but that's Patrese with an awful run out of the final corner, actually. And that's game straight past him. Let's see, Patrese. See, it's little mistakes like that, Patrese, that's probably cost him his drive at Williams. He is a great driver, and I really do hope he finds a seat for 1991. But Williams are really, really wanting to put the hammer down now. They've got a great design team. great facilities, and they will want to utilise them. They've brought Nigel Mansell in, and surely, Big Nige. And a straight pass, we're talking about Williams, and that's game past, and Nannini has back himself up into P5. What an absolutely fantastic lap this has been from the Lotus driver, who it's looking more and more likely he will not be there next year, mainly to do with financial difficulties the team are having. They'll need some money coming in. We know that game obviously offers some, but it's more talent that got him there, and to be fair, actually, he's got pretty much all of their points this season, and that's a couple of cars dipping a wheel on the grass, but as we well know, he was seen speaking to Frank Williams, so we'll see how all that plays out, but it seems very, very likely he will not be at Lotus next season, but he is all over the back of Nelson Piquet at the moment. Now, as we look at Senna, Ayrton Senna in his McLaren, running in second place now. Had a great result last time out as well, but he will be wanting to really push. Still yet without a Grand Prix victory in 1990. He says he's been rather disappointed with this season so far. Obviously we know about his personal issues, and he says they are completely done and dusted outside of the car, so he is expecting to get straight up into form. The form we know, arguably the greatest of all time, but we will have to see. He's been absolutely fantastic this Grand Prix so far, but as we were saying a couple of laps ago, Nigel Mansell was catching Alain Prost, and that seems to be exactly the case, as Nigel Mansell is all over the back of his teammate. Absolutely no team orders going here, absolutely no helping in the championship. Oh, he's gone close. Oh, alongside him. Oh, it's a great run from Mansell. Is he going to be able to chuck it up the inside? He doesn't seem to be close enough, and Prost just sweeps and takes the air out of him, and that puts Mansell onto the grass. Absolutely fantastic here as we come to the final couple of corners of this lap, and it looks as though Nigel Mansell has dropped back just slightly. But we ride on board with Patrese, who's having an engine failure. It's out. He's out of the Grand Prix. That's disaster for Williams. He was in the battle that has been raging all race on, but that leaves Patrese out of the British Grand Prix, and that's pretty much sums up their season, really. Absolutely outrageous. And is Prost trying to lap the life car and actually having a bit of a disaster with it? That's allowed Nigel Mansell all over the back of his car, all up his gearbox. The life's still not really making it very easy for him. But he does get past it eventually, and I'm sure Nigel Mansell will just breeze past him before they even get to turn one, and that is correct. But that's Mansell round the outside of Prost. Is he going to be able to get his stick in the rock at the inside? And that's Mansell up into P3. Absolutely fantastic. But that's Prost. Is that Prost going slow? Prost's slow. Is that a gearbox issue? Is it an engine issue? We'll be about to see a big plume of smoke come out of the back of that car. But that is Prost going incredibly slow. You know, if you get overtaken by a live car, that you are incredibly slow. And it would seem that the championship leader, Alain Prost, is out of the British Grand Prix while his championship rival, Gerhard Berger, leads. And that has been a disaster. He pulls into the pits now, and he is out of the British Grand Prix. Mansell promoted to a podium spot, but that's heartbreak for Prost. But now we rejoin the Benetton battle, now minus Riccardo Patrese. And game is still all over the back of Nelson Piquet. Is he going to dive to the inside? He is going to dive to the inside. Is that going to give him P4 now with Prost's retirement? Game with a sensational move to put him up into 4th place in his first ever British Grand Prix. But Nelson Piquet in that mighty powered Ford engine Benetton is not going to give up. Nelson Piquet swings round the outside with a fantastic move to gain 4th place back and snatch it away. That might be it. That might have been our one chance to take the Benetton driver. And that might be it. But we look at Gerhard Berger coming to navigate the last couple of corners. He goes left. He goes right. He sees the checkered flag. And he comes to the start-finish line to take the win. Yes, 9 points. Senna, absolutely fantastic in 2nd place. He will be delighted with that. And we see Nigel Mansell there claiming a podium position at his own Grand Prix will send the fans into eruption, I am sure, Absolutely fantastic. And here we are, Nelson Piquet will take home P4, 5th game, 6th Nannini, and I apologise we don't have the championship standings after this, so thank you for watching, and see you next time round. Ciao, ciao. Hello everyone and welcome to the Hungarian Grand Prix. We're going to take a quick look at the championship standings as we head in to the race. It is 43 points for Alain Prost. He's got a 9-point lead on Gerhard Berger behind him. Then there's a massive gap back to Nannini. But yeah, you didn't get to see them at the end of Britain. So yeah, there's your championship standings. Let's get straight into the qualifying report. Despite the fantastic news that he will be driving for Williams in 1991, he has maintained that this car is very, very difficult to drive now. The early season pace that they had, he seems to think that was because other teams were not doing as well as they have become now. He said it's incredibly difficult to drive. Nothing that the team can do about it though due to the financial restrictions they have, but he says he's going to keep pushing. He thinks tracks, maybe Monza and Spa, should be better for the car, but he lines up far down the grid, but he says the race car is much better than the qualifying car. Despite no word on whether he will be here in 1991, Nelson Piquet put on a superb performance, out-qualifying his teammate. He said the car has actually felt better and better as the race has gone on, and after an excellent British Grand Prix with a massive battle between himself, his teammate and Game in the Lotus, he thinks he can continue with possible podiums, and if the luck presents itself and the opportunity presents itself, he definitely feels there is a win in this car. He says he can't stand the fact that Nannini has a win and he doesn't this year, but he says he's hopeful. Despite no word on his future, Riccardo Patrese put in a great lap for the Hungarian Grand Prix. He says the car is... they don't believe it's getting better. We believe Williams have sacked off the development of this car and are fully focused on 1991, which was the music to Nigel Mansell's ears, but not so much for the drivers that they have currently on board. But he says he's working really hard and needs to present himself excellently if he wants to continue racing in Formula 1 in 1991. Nigel Mansell finally learned who his teammate would be for 1991. He said in a very brief interview before the weekend started that he was looking forward to having an all-British lineup, but he didn't think he would have any difficulties with his new teammate and expected to dominate really. But he will line up P3 ahead of Alain Prost yet again for the Hungarian Grand Prix. He says the car is somewhat getting better. He feels he can drive it a bit better now, but he says it's the race pace he needs to work on, but he'll qualify third ahead of Alain Prost. Gerhard Berger with a fantastic lap. We know full well what Gerhard Berger's doing. Despite a little error out of the final corner, he lines up on pole with Ayrton Senna beside him. Time for the grid rundown for the Hungarian Grand Prix. Gerhard Berger will start on pole position ahead of his teammate Ayrton Senna. Then it's the two Ferraris of Nigel Mansell and Alain Prost. Riccardo Patrese out-qualifies his teammate Thierry Boutsen for P5 and P6. Piquet just ahead of Nannini for 7th and 8th with a fantastic lap that they were very happy with theirs. Jean Alesi in 9th, Eric Bernard in his LaRousse in 10th place. Fantastic result. Capelli has got himself up into 11th, Suzuki in 12th. The Leighton House driver in 13th, Nakajima in the other Tyrrell is in 14th place. Derek Warwick with a better display than his teammate up in 15th place. Modena got himself into 16th. Alboreto in the footwork, 17th. Game down in 18th. He says it's a poor car. Cafe, Barilla, Martini, Brabham in 22nd place. A lot. Nicola Larini will take up 24th spot. Grouillard will qualify 25th. And Guillaume Camelli will qualify in last place. Right, we're on the starting grid now, and we have qualified poorly. It's been horrendous from us, actually. The car is poor. The car in qualifying trim is horrendous. However, race pace is much better. But we get a great start. There's some confusion, there's some traffic ahead, and we have jumped up 2 spots to P16. We should easily get past our teammate Derek Warwick. It's been simple all season. We'll get past Nakajima as well, but there's been a crash up ahead. That's one of the LaRousse cars, and we're going to avoid. That's both LaRousse cars. That's Bernard and Suzuki. They look both to be out of this Grand Prix, but we will get back to that and see. Deary me, but we've got ourselves up into P10 with Jean Lacey just ahead. We've managed to avoid all the carnage into turn 1. A lovely stuff up into P10. Fantastic from us. But we'll take a look at the replay at the start with Gerhard Berger on pole with his teammate Senna alongside him. And they race down into turn 1, and it's still Berger, but Senna is right there alongside him. He's going to make a move on the inside. They've touched a little brush of wheels, nothing more, nothing less. And that's the 2 Ferraris side by side behind him. But we continue to look at the 2 McLarens who are side by side, but Berger has the inside line and maintains his first position. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I believe Prost has passed Nigel Mansell and got himself up to P3. But let's take a little look further down the grid, where we have these are the LaRousse cars, and he heads up and he just ploughs to the back of him. The sign blocks it, but he ploughs into the back of his teammate. That is poor, and that leaves him out of this Grand Prix. It dives back to us now. We are all over the back of Jean Lacey in his Tyrrell. He is fantastic as Jean Lacey. We do like Jean Lacey over here, but we have passed him. We're up the inside. I do just want to quickly mention, if you see some dodgy looking liveries and some liveries that are the same as other liveries, I was trying to edit some files for 1991 and I've made a little bit of a mistake. I think I've fixed them for future races, but that'll be the reason why. So if you see some like Ferrari liveries on cars that are not Ferraris, then you'll know why. I will do my best to either edit them out or explain it as it's happening, so don't worry too much. But yeah, let's get straight back to it. And we have obviously passed Jean Lacey, and we've got Nannini in the Benetton ahead of us. He's very excited about 1991. He believes Benetton are going to take a step forward, but our step forward would be to pass Nannini. But we are coming to the end of the lap 1 now. Berger leads, Senna second, Prost third. Nigel Mansell is in 4th place, and we have Riccardo Patrese, Boutsen, Piquet, Nannini, Game, and Lacey cover the top 10. And we're going to take a move up the inside. We thought about it because there's a lot of space into turn 1, but then suddenly it closes and there's grass, and you do not want to be out there. So we will continue. We will look for an opportunity. We're not just going to throw it up the inside because we have got a quick car here. We have got a decent car here for this Grand Prix. But we are all over the back of this Benetton. We have got really good pace. We are going to make a pit stop for fresh tyres. So we have started on the soft tyres. We will be making a pit stop later. We dive up the inside, but we don't make it stick. I think we dived but bailed out. We've made a little mistake. We dipped a wheel on the grass. That is going to allow Jean Lacey right back in our path. But we maintain P10. Absolutely fantastic stuff. We continue. But we look at the front. Berger leads. It's Senna second. They are starting to drop the 2 Ferraris a little bit. And we believe the McLarens have had an upgrade that was really... Oh, and Senna goes up the inside. Senna's gone up the inside. He's going to make a stick, and they file alongside each other. And Senna leads. Senna leads the Grand Prix. And that is a big surprise. With the gap being 9 points, I was expecting Senna to have to sit behind Gerhard Berger and allow him to get full points, because Berger's slow, and he's out. He's peeling off into the pits. Gerhard Berger is out of the Hungarian Grand Prix. Oh, that is damn luck, that is. But we look at the race leader now. His teammate Ayrton Senna leads a Grand Prix. Is that the first time Senna has led a Grand Prix all season? I think it is. But can he hang on? He's got the 2 Ferraris behind him. Prost will see a massive chance to put the gap above 20 points if he can win this Grand Prix. But we know how Prost works. He will be happy with a P2 because at least it extends the gap. But it is carnage for now. What, P3? This will be P4. I apologise. We have the 2 Williams. We've got a Benetton and the Lotus car. All gaggling there, and Jean Lacey's joined the party, and that's the 2 Williams alongside each other of Boutsen and Patrese. Oh, but Patrese just stays ahead of Thierry Boutsen. But he's going to drive around the outside. But Patrese is ahead. Number 5. For number 5, so that is Boutsen ahead of Patrese. Massive apologies there, but Boutsen is now ahead of his teammate, and he's got Nelson Piquet all up his grill trying to get past. We believe that Nelson Piquet is actually quicker than both of these Williams cars, so he will want to make a pass on both of them. But Piquet up the inside. Oh, he's lost 2 positions in 1 lap, Patrese. Oh, that is poor from him. No wonder he's lost his seat. But Nelson Piquet has got some fantastic pace in this race. He will be looking to overtake Boutsen as quickly as possible. But we look at Boutsen now. Boutsen ahead. He's not really pulled away like I thought he would. I thought him and Piquet would drive off into the distance, considering Patrese has got a little bit of a pace issue at this moment. But Nelson will try and maintain a good, solid gap, and hopefully make a pass. Oh, that's smoke coming from Boutsen. Boutsen is out. Oh, that's rotten luck from P4. Out of the Grand Prix. The Renault engine has expired on him, and he is out. But that does gift Nelson Piquet a P4, which we think he probably deserves. He's got some incredible pace, but we have peeled into the pits now. This is for our one and only stop of this Grand Prix. We get the marks, hit the marks, spot on, tyre change, all 4 tyres, but we come out of the pits now. And we have got Nakajima in the Tyrrell ahead of us. Now we should have some outrageous pace. We decided on the 1 stop because of how aggressive tyre wear is around here. So we will see. But we do need to get past these cars as quickly as possible. And we do a little switcheroo on Nakajima, but are we going to go around the outside of the final corner? A little bit of a twitch on. We're going to hold it, but he just manages to stay ahead. But we will have the slipstream of the Brabham. We could and should make a move up the inside, and we do dive up the inside. It's not going to make it too difficult for us. We have got a lot more pace. Absolutely fantastic. I believe that's a footwork ahead. It's a Leighton House ahead of the guy I cannot pronounce, so he will be the Leighton House driver. But a good run up here. We could dive up. We do dive up the inside as we cut to. We've got Derek Warwick, our teammate, just in front. I can't imagine he's going to make it too difficult for us, and he doesn't. Allows us through. Wonderful, man. Wonderful. Oh, there's been a mistake from Cafe, and that has allowed Capelli, I should say, and that's allowed Cafe through. Oh, that's a bit of rotten luck there, but this is for P10 if I can get past, and we should get past. We do get past. We a very opportunistic move there, and it's Alboreto. I apologise, it wasn't Cafe, but this is us up the inside of Alboreto. 4P9 now, and we have got one of the LaRousse cars, probably Suzuki, could be Bernard, actually, he qualified well, but we're going to sweep up the inside, and that puts us into P8. It should be Jean Alesi, the next car down the road, and that will put us onto the back of the group that we were in prior to the pit stop, and it was Bernard, and it is Alesi in front of us, but several laps later we have caught the back of John Alesi, and we have got loads of tyre left and loads of speed, and we dive up the inside of the Tyrrell, but we make a little mistake. Oh, thankfully Alesi saw it coming and saw us coming, so no one lost a disaster hit, but we had a mare here. This is where the game decided it was going to have a bit of a moment, and the game continued but froze me, as you can see on screen. And then suddenly we pause again and it chucks us into the wall and we lose our rear wing. So, people, after an absolutely fantastic performance from us, we are out of the Hungarian Grand Prix. Absolutely bitterly disappointed. I was heartbroken. But with 3 laps to go, Senna still leads this Grand Prix. Nothing happened between me retiring and anything else, but Senna, with 3 to go, or 2.5 to go now, leads the Hungarian Grand Prix. Can he hang on? He's got both Ferraris pounding down on him to take that P1 away from him, and he needs to just Senna's out. Oh, that's rotten. That is rotten, and he didn't need the love tap from Mansell. That is rotten luck. Senna is out. Senna is out of the Hungarian Grand Prix from the lead. It's a double McLaren retirement. So Alain Prost is about to take all 9 points. Ignore me because you have to keep going around. You can't actually retire. But Alain Prost is going to take the final corner ahead of his teammate Nigel Mansell, who he jumped off the start, and is going to come across the line and win and take more points into Berger, and pretty much that, not really, but he's surely one hand on the championship already. And here is Nelson Piquet ahead of Riccardo Patrese, ahead of Nannini, ahead of Jean Alesi. Nelson Piquet rounds the final corner to take the final podium spot now that Senna was out. Lovely stuff. Patrese, Nannini, Alesi. What a fantastic Grand Prix. And let's take a little look at the point standings, because it is chaos at the top. Alain Prost on 52 now. He is, 19 points. He's not 19 points. He's 18 points ahead of Gerhard Berger. That is 2 wins. 2 wins he is ahead. Nigel Mansell up into 3rd place. Nannini up into 4th. Game slips down to 5th. Jean Alesi now in 6th place. But if you've enjoyed the video, thank you for watching, and I will see you next time for the Italian Grand Prix. Suzuki had an impressive qualifying session, just missing out on the top 10, putting his Larus in 11th place. He said he's had some decent speed all weekend, but you'll have to see come race day, because they have struggled with balance across the season, but he has been there or thereabouts, if not crashing into someone. But he will see. Qualifies P11 for tomorrow's Grand Prix. Nannini again out-qualifying his teammate Nelson Piquet in the Benetton, still the only Benetton to win a Grand Prix this season, which we know that Nelson Piquet does not like. Still no word on whether he's continuing past 1990 I should say, but Nannini qualifying himself in a lovely P6. He said the car is getting better and better, but he does not think it will be able to match the McLaren or Ferrari for the rest of the season, but he is very happy with his qualifying position. Since signing his contract for the Williams team for the 1991 season, Game has struggled massively in his Lotus. No one really has said it out loud yet, but I wonder if Williams jumped the gun a little bit too soon, but he proved everyone wrong, qualifying in P5 for tomorrow's Belgian Grand Prix. He said he thought the car would be better around these sort of tracks, and he was right. P5. Alain Prost has put his car in P3 for tomorrow's Grand Prix, unable to catch the McLaren cars. They seem to have lost a lot of ground on the McLaren team throughout the season, but Prost with 18 points is advantage in the championship. He just needs to sit behind Gerhard Berger, and the championship should be his. Not a great amount of races left, but we believe it's massively in his hands. But he qualifies P3 for tomorrow's Belgian Grand Prix. Absolutely fantastic. He knows what he needs to do, being 18 points back now from Alain Prost. He needs to win, and win. And he has done an excellent job by putting his car on pole position, out qualifying Ayrton Senna, who was massively close to him, just the 1/10 behind him. But Berger has qualified P1. We believe Senna is going to help him out. Senna is a good team player. Doesn't like Alain Prost, we know that. Likes Gerhard Berger, but he's done fantastic to put his car on pole position for tomorrow's Grand Prix.
Hello there. Welcome to Belgium. The weather, as so often is the case here, is just wonderful.
Right, join us on the grid now for the 1990 Belgium Grand Prix. Let's give you the grid rundown. Gerhard Berger qualifying on pole position ahead of his teammate Ayrton Senna. Prost taking up 3rd alongside his teammate Nigel Mansell in 4th. Game with a fantastic result in P5. Nannini slamming his Williams into P6. He was fantastic. Just ahead of his teammate Nelson Piquet in 7th place. Boutsen still looking for a drive in P8. Patrese P9. The Leighton House driver in P10. Suzuki with a fantastic result in 11th. Alesi down in 12th. Bernard in 13th, Capelli taking his Leighton House all the way to 14th place, Nakajima in the other Tyrrells in 15th, Derek Warwick in the other Lotuses in 16th, Brabham, Moda take up 17th and 18th respectively. 19th is Alboreto, with alongside him is Cafe in 20th place, Barilla in 21st, Martini in 22nd, Alot in 23rd, and 24th is Nicola Lorini. Right, join us on the start of the grid now. We've jumped a little bit forward there, but we haven't gone over. We haven't gone over the white line. I don't think we haven't been given a drive through, and we are away from the starting grid. And that's a slow start in Nigel Mansell, and we've jumped him off the line. And we're going to have Prost. No, we did get a fantastic start. Admittedly, we were rolling at the time, but they haven't given us a penalty for it. So I don't make the rules. You get the penalties, or I ain't doing no more. But we head down towards Eau Rouge, and we've got ourselves in P4. It will be difficult now to keep Nigel Mansell just behind us, but we'll see. We can see how this will play out. Prost now stretching a bit of a lead on us, but here comes Nigel Mansell. He's got the faster car, you would presume, but it's not an easy place. Not an easy, you've got to go on the slipstream, but we get out the slipstream, and he hasn't really followed us, so I'm not really sure what he's doing. But we stay ahead in P4, so I'm happy with that. A little replay of the start. There we see Gerhard Berger alongside his teammate Ayrton Senna, and they are away. They are away well. You can see a slow start in Nigel Mansell, who's all over the place, really. He probably doesn't care in that Ferrari anymore. But we head to La Source, and it's a very tame opening corner there. As you see ourselves, we've got Mansell behind us, followed by the two Benetton cars in 6th and 7th place. We fly through Eau Rouge, and it was a rather tame start, actually, for once. Usually it all kicks off, but this is how close Nigel Mansell got to us as we head down the long straight. We pulled out the slipstream, he didn't come with us, and that probably really cost him a chance at giving us a bit of aggro for P4. But as we look on board with, we believe it's Riccardo Patrese. It's not Patrese, it's Boutsen takes full advantage of the barrier. That is horrendous from Boutsen. Poor driving. Patrese hit the wall as well, but he is undamaged as we ride on board now with Thierry because he gets a thundering lineup. He just crashes into the wall. No wonder he hasn't got a drive for next season yet. But you rejoin us. We are starting to lose a bit of ground now to Alain Prost, who's got the gap over a second. But Nigel Mansell just behind us, for half a second behind us. Join us on the outside of the car, and Nigel Mansell is right up behind us as we head towards the final bus stop chicane. We've got a couple of corners to navigate through there. If we keep it neat and tidy, we should remain far enough ahead for him to not to be able to lunge up the inside. Well, he does not lunge up the inside. So we remain P4 as we end lap 1. I'm happy with how the first lap has gone. I'm not expecting to stay ahead of Nigel Mansell. Going to try and move up the inside. He's not close. He's all over the place in that car. No balance whatsoever, and we remain in P4. I'm not expected to stay ahead of him for the whole race, but we shall see. But here is Patrese. I should say it wasn't Boutsen earlier, it was Patrese. It's my mistake, and apologies about that, but he's just holding people up now. And oh, that's a disaster. That's Warwick. Warwick has ploughed into the side of Patrese, and that has taken Riccardo Patrese out of the Belgian Grand Prix. He should have just got out of the way. Why is he holding on a race line? Warwick finds reverse gear, and that leaves Riccardo Patrese out of the Grand Prix. Oh dear. Yes, apologies for my mistake, Boutsen. It wasn't Boutsen, it was Patrese earlier on who crashed into the wall. But you rejoin us now, and Mansell's got a superb run. I think his run was too good over the top of the hill, because we cut him up a little bit. You're allowed to do that. We were allowed to block, and he was kind of forced to get on the brakes, really. So he's lost all his momentum heading up towards this right-left chicane, and we remain ahead. But all this time, Prost drives away from us, and the two McLarens drive further away from us. 2.3 to Prost now, but still half a second to Nigel Mansell, who is looking for a move here. He's looking for a move. This is the closest he's been. We're on lap 4 now of this Grand Prix. Lap 5 of this Grand Prix. I'm making so many mistakes today. I apologise. And but this is the closest Nigel Mansell has been. Can he get a run on the inside? We're going to cut across him as a Ferrari of Prost darting across our screen there. But Nigel Mansell does not get it. That's Prost. Prost's out. Prost has lost his rear wing. He is out of the Belgian Grand Prix, which means if Gerhard Berger continues to lead and win. Oh, he's taken everyone out. Nigel Mansell's been caught up in that as well. That is poor. That is poor. Ferrari will be steaming at that. But this is what happened to Alain Prost as we head towards the final bus stop chicane. That's a brake failure. It's a massive brake failure for Alain Prost. We are getting confirmation that he's out of the car. Driver okay, thankfully that is. We managed to drive round it, but I think Nigel Mansell, if we ride on board... Now this is right on board with Alain Prost. That is scary stuff for the Frenchman. Scary stuff from the Frenchman. Ooh. And then the issue you've got is, we get round it, but Mansell gets caught in two minds about whether to go right or whether to go left. And he chooses too late and clips his teammate and loses his front wing, and that's going to mean he's going to have to come into the pits and get that changed. So Ferrari is a disaster for them. This is Nelson Piquet, who actually has benefited massively because he's jumped his teammate. And yeah, because Nannini was caught up in a bit two minds as well, and up the inside goes Nelson Piquet, clips the wall but head on, side tyre on, and he jumps up into another position. But this is Piquet, this is Boutsen, I apologise, who just gets round and it's probably going to sweep round the outside of Nannini, and he does sweep round the outside of Nannini. So Nannini's lost out big time here. He got caught up in the Prost incident, but Nannini's got some pace. We'll see if he'll be able to get past this Williams. We think the Benetton is quicker than the Williams, but we will see. But just a couple of corners later, we are looking at Boutsen. We are looking at Nannini. There is Nigel Mansell with no front wing, and Nannini is close to the back of Boutsen's rear wing, even closer. He might even be able to use Nigel Mansell as a weapon in his arsenal. But is that Boutsen up the inside? It isn't. Boutsen's not going to dive up the inside, but Nannini's going to dive up the inside of Boutsen. Is he going to be able to hold it on the inside? They're side by side as they head round the corner, and Nannini's going to sweep. He does sweep round the outside, but he's gone off the grass. He's gone onto the grass, and he clouts Boutsen as they comes back onto the track. A little bit of argy-bargy, but Nannini is ahead of Thierry Boutsen. And well, that was all very close. That could have ended in tears for the Williams and Benetton teams. But Nigel Mansell has come into the pits to get that front wing replaced, completely ruining a chance of a podium here today. But yeah, here he comes out of the pits now, and he'll rejoin the track. We will have to check. Is he going slow? Mansell's out. That's a double retirement from Ferrari. That is poor, poor stuff for the Ferrari team. In a weekend, they just needed to score a couple of points, really. That is horrendous from the Ferrari team. The engine just cuts out, seizes up. Nigel Mansell is out of the Belgian Grand Prix. But that means with Prost out, Berger leading. Berger, ooh, that's a massive moment from game there, as he nearly has a career-ending injury. That would have been at high speeds. Massively high speeds. We find ourselves 17.5 seconds behind Ayrton Senna, but we're 12 ahead of Piquet, so P3 at a podium is probably ours for the taking. But Berger leading, which means if he wins, he will bring the gap down to 9 points. Because this car is so horrendously bad on tyres, we're going to be forced to make a pit stop. We're going to have to dive into the pit lane for a fresh set of tyres. Amazingly hit the mark. We're now diving out of the pits. We've lost out to Piquet, but the speed, there is Piquet. That's a lie. Yeah, it is Piquet. We have only lost out to Piquet, and he's only 2 and a bit seconds up the road, so we should be able to catch him in the 2 laps that we have got here. But we are looking at Ayrton Senna now. He hasn't really had the pace to match his teammate Gerhard Berger today, who's 8.5 seconds up the road. It's something's just not going right for him this season. That is bull. It's out. Ayrton Senna is out of the Belgian Grand Prix once again. He's out. Oh, that is rotten luck. Oh, that is rotten luck. Oh, you cannot make it up. Senna there, we know he's a little bit unhappy in that McLaren at this present point in time, but we are looking at Game versus Nelson Piquet. They have had their fair share of battles this season on track. They've all been fairly fair. Let's hope it stays that way as we head down towards the last couple of corners of the lap. We have the Blanchimont corner, and it is flat, but you can't really make a move. You've got to have some space hoppers down there if you're going to make a move. But we have got the speed out there. A dive up the inside into the bus stop chicane, and that gives us our P3 back onto the podium. We are definitely... No, that gives us P2 now. With Ayrton Senna out of the Grand Prix, that gives us P2. Some fantastic points, but the man of the hour, the man of the weekend, Gerhard Berger, comes towards the end of the lap. That's not Alain Prost, by the way. I had an issue with liveries. That's actually the life car. I just cannot get it to go back. Right? Please, okay? But Gerhard Berger rounds the final corner and he takes all 9 points to go within 9 points of Alain Prost in the championship. It is not done yet. Gerhard Berger is not done yet. But you've got us, and we got a little bit too much speed as we head into that. Could have been tears, but we're going to get a rapid and outrageous P2 as we come across the line to take 6 points. I am absolutely over the moon with that. Fantastic. But here comes Nelson Piquet to take a podium place, P3. Lovely stuff from the Benetton team. Excellent stuff. But here comes Nannini, who is now massively battling with Boutsen. Boutsen seems to have a great car towards the end of this Grand Prix. But is he going to have enough time? There's one corner to go. And he dives up the inside, but Nannini's going to hold him off. Fantastic stuff. But is Nannini going to hit the grass? They've touched. Oh, and Boutsen's hit the wall. That's going to allow Nannini to drive around the final corner and take P4. Boutsen P5. Lovely stuff. And yes, whoa. That was a fantastic Belgian Grand Prix. I would take that. But there's the confirmation of Gerhard Berger winning the Grand Prix from ourselves, from Nelson Piquet taking the podium places. But as you can see, the retirements there. Senna's retirement was suspension. Mansell had suspension failure, not engine as we suspected. What's that done to the championship? There you can see Gerhard Berger 9 points back from his championship rival Alain Prost, and it is all to do now. Nannini keeps P4 in the championship. We've got P3. We've jumped back above Nannini with a fantastic P2 for myself. Lucked into it a little bit. I think we were really quick in that first stage of the Grand Prix, but I'm happy with that. Senna is all the way down on 18 points. Oh, that's poor. It's 15 points, I think. It's 16 points. But it's between Gerhard Berger and Alain Prost. Prost being the favourite at this point in time. But there is the Constructors' Championship. But if you have enjoyed this video, join us next time for the Italian Grand Prix. Game was absolutely elated with his performance in the Belgian Grand Prix just a couple of weeks ago. But today he's put himself in another fantastic position, starting in P9 in what he describes as an incredibly difficult car to drive. It's only a couple more races until now he joins the Williams team, which is an incredible achievement in just his second season. However, he said the car felt great, better than it does usually feel in the qualifying session, I should say. He qualifies P9 ahead of tomorrow's Grand Prix. Riccardo Patrese still without a drive for next season. However, we know he's talking to teams. He has qualified himself up in P7 for tomorrow's Grand Prix, and he said the car it's not performing how he wants it to, but there's not much he can do about that. But he will start P7 for the Italian Grand Prix. Nelson Piquet says he will announce his future within the coming weeks, so expect to see an announcement there in the not so distant future. But he's outqualified his teammate Alessandro Nannini and has put himself in P5 for tomorrow's Grand Prix, absolutely flying with his teammate just behind him in 6th place, but he'll start just ahead in 5th. Nigel Mansell has outqualified his teammate Alain Prost once again to start P3 for Ferrari's home Grand Prix. He says the car felt great, absolutely no way they could have achieved what the McLarens were achieving, but he was very pleased and a little bit smug to outqualify his teammate Prost. Gerhard Berger is doing absolutely everything he can to win the 1990 World Championship, and once again will start in pole position ahead of Ayrton Senna. Senna made a mistake on his lap, claims he probably could have had pole, but we know he's there to help Gerhard Berger this season, which we know he won't like. But Gerhard Berger will start tomorrow's Grand Prix first.
Hello there. Welcome to Italy. The weather, as so often is the case here, is just wonderful. Over 30 degrees and climbing. It's a fantastic day for Formula One.
You join us for the 1990 Italian Grand Prix rundown. Gerhard Berger outqualifies his teammate Ayrton Senna for first. This is second. Nigel Mansell in third place, just ahead of his teammate Prost. Prost going for the World Championship. Mansell not going to help him, we know that. Then it's the two Benetton drivers. Then it's the two Williams drivers. And then it's a game down in ninth place. Says he felt the car was superb. Wasn't going to challenge the cars ahead of him, but he's happy with P9. But he's got the Leighton House driver behind him. Then there's Moda, Capelli, Bernard, Brabham, Lacey, Suzuki in the LaRousse doing a wonderful job once again. Cafe is in 17th place. Derek Warwick, now we know he's retiring from Formula 1, going to do sports cars next season. But I bet he can't wait for this season to be over. He's had nothing but difficulties. But Nakajima in 21st. 22nd is Martini. A lot in 23rd. Barilla in 24th. 25th is Groulard, and in 26th is Gio Camelli. Right, obviously join us on the grid now. It's been a while since we've raced. These obviously were all filmed very much in advance, so a good start is needed, I think, for us to really maintain this channel. We've been lumped from behind from the Brabham. I'm not sure which one that was, but luckily for us, no damage has been occurred. So we can continue on our merry way, and we've jumped Patrese off the start. He'd get bogged down a little bit as we approach turn 1, 2, 3 and 4, but we've got Nannini ahead of us. Then there's PK, and then there's Prost, there's Mansell, there's Senna, there's Berger. But actually I'm fairly happy with the start. If we can get in a slipstream, we know how powerful that Ford engine is in the back of that Benetton. But we seem to be away well. We're going to slip to the outside of Nannini, and we're going to try and avoid. We clipped PK. Luckily for us, we must have hit him head on. No front wing damage. We've been hit from behind by Patrese, but no damage has gone to him. But we're going to take a look at the replay of the start. Look at that. We get clouted by the Brabham. But Berger's away well. Senna's away just as well. He's troubling his teammate as they head towards turn 1. Both Ferraris neck and neck as they plough towards the first corner. It would be disastrous if they took each other out. One so because it's their home Grand Prix, and two so because Prost is once again needing a good result. Had it all in his hands really a couple of Grand Prix ago, but it would seem that it's slipping away from Alain Prost. But it's a long way to go in this race, and a few more races to go for anything to happen in this crazy 1990 season. But here we see Brabham, who's run very wide at your seams. Is he on the grass? He did touch a wheel on the grass. It's slowed his momentum. Oh, that's poor. That's poor. That's Brabham taking out Brabham. Oh, it looked like a brake failure personally, so it was a little bit of a sitting duck. Apologies about the livery there. It's not a Ferrari. I don't know what's happening. But we run on with Nelson Piquet, and Nannini's got a good run on him as they head down to the Parabolica hairpin to complete the first lap of the Grand Prix. But they make well, it's very Piquet is out. Brake failure, surely brake failure. Piquet is out of the Monza of the Italian Grand Prix. Wouldn't be a bit further back, and then we can give it another replay. And that's Suzuki in the footwork. No, that's Suzuki being hit, I believe. I'll get back to you on that. I'm not sure who that was, but it was definitely. I'm surprised it wouldn't be Suzuki. You know, he's always involved in some crashes. But we head down. We've got Patrese still behind us. We are on 6th, which is a point. I think that's an excellent result for us. Obviously, we've overtaken Nelson Piquet after his brake failure, so we are on. We are massively on it. But have we got to run? Have we got to run on Alessandro Nannini, who has been fantastic this season? One of my drivers of the season. But they get a run. Are we going to have a run? We don't. We don't have the speed. Once we pull out that slipstream, that Ford engine in the back of that Benetton just streaks away from us. And as the front four kind of start to build a bit of a gap on us now, we're only a lap and a half into the race, and they're like a few seconds up the road. But their fight is not our fight today. Are we going to be able to put anything on Nannini, we'll have to see in the coming laps. But we're back on board. But Tracy's losing ground on us a little bit. We know the Williams isn't very good. But yes, we come to the end of lap 2 and it seems Nannini has put the hammer down a little bit. Berger leads, Senna second, Mansell third. Prost is fourth. Nannini's fifth and we're sixth. So it is going to be interesting to see. But here we are, it's the two Ferraris now. Prost really needs... Is that Prost going slow? He's lost a lot of time to the three ahead. That's Prost going slow. Prost is out. Prost is out of the Italian Grand Prix. Let's listen. That's gearbox once again for Alain Prost. And that's back-to-back retirements and the home Grand Prix. And I believe this will level, if Gerhard Berger stays where he is, he will he lead? I think he'll lead on the fact that he's got the most wins, but they will be level on points. Oh, that is awful. But here's Patrese having a battle with his teammate Boutsen, and Boutsen's gone past far too easily there. Is that Patrese with an issue? Because Boutsen passed him a little bit too easily just then, but we'll have to see, does he peel off into the pit? He does! It's Patrese out of the Italian Grand Prix. Oh, what a rotten luck for him. But we are on lap 6 now. We've got Nannini's cleared off. He's nearly 3 seconds up the road. And we haven't really got an answer for him. That engine is just far too... Once we lost the slipstream, it was curtains for us. Boutsen is 2.1 back. In theory, should have the edge on us. But we know that he hasn't had a great season. But we look at the front. Here is Ayrton Senna. Now we know he isn't allowed... Well, I say he isn't allowed. I mean, he could if he wanted to. But he has been a great team player this year. Struggled really early on. Found his form a little bit more now. But it's Berger they need. Berger needs to have all the points, really. And Senna's been absolutely fantastic teammate to him. They get on really well, so it should be interesting to see how this all plays out. I think there's 4 to go after this race, so we will see. But we have lost a lot of time to Thierry Boutsen. We're on lap 7 of this Grand Prix now. Boutsen is just behind us. One mistake and he is absolutely coming past. As we look now, and we are going to get an okay run out, but Boutsen seems to have had a little bit of a better one. He's going to get in our slipstream, and we know that Renault engine is absolutely fantastic in the back of that Williams. The car, not so much, but they say they are absolutely ecstatic for next season. That's a mistake from Game. As he goes into the gravel. Oh, he's hit the wall. Game. Out. Oh, that is poor. That looked like a mistake. It looked like an error. Now with the rumours that maybe Williams signed him too soon, pulled the trigger too early. I know they wanted a little second driver, but we'll have to see. Are Williams regretting their decision? We'll have to ask Frank Williams and we will see. But here's Mansell here in 3rd place. Absolutely, we know he's leaving. He can't wait. He's very excited. He tells everyone every week. But here is your race leader, Gerhard Berger, who's pulled away from Senna for about 5 seconds now. He's about to take the championship lead if it stays this way, but I won't be jinxing it. Fingers crossed I don't jinx it. But they will be level on points. But here is an absolute superstar. Alessandro Nannini. Sun blows up in the distance. Has been absolutely fantastic. 100% deserves his drive for 1991. And it's been fantastic. I will just say, just quickly going to butt in, there's not a lot of news going to be coming for the rest of the season. You'll get a report on the driver lineup for 1991, and then it'll all go. I've got a new way of editing it for 1991, so that's Alboreto. So it must have been his teammate that crashed and ploughed into everyone at the start of the Grand Prix. But yeah. And here is Gerhard Berger, who is about to round the Parabolica for the final time today, and he is about to take his cruise to victory, really. Not been harmed, not been touched, not really been hampered by anyone, and he is going to come. He's going to get a nice slipstream as he heads to the start-finish line. and they cross the line to win and to join level with Alain Prost at the head of the championship. Senna is going to come home in P2. Lovely driving. He's getting his form back. He says 91 will be his, and I do not believe him. Fantastic. And here is Nannini in 4th. Mansell finished 3rd, if I didn't say. But here is Nannini again with an absolutely fantastic result, and he will finish in P4 for today's Grand Prix. Absolutely fantastic on home soil. But here is Patrese. No, it's Boutsen. Patrese was out. Apologies for me. But here it is. It's the footwork. Maybe it's just front wing. I don't know what's happening here. But anyway, is that Cafe? Is that a Leighton House? And that's going to be Cafe once again. He's going to score points at the Italian Grand Prix. And let's go bring his total up to like 5. Fair play to him. Fair play to him. Here is the final classification for the Italian Grand Prix of 1990. Gerhard Berger wins by 8 seconds to his teammate Senna. Mansell 3rd, Nannini 4th, Boutsen 5th, Cafe with a great result. Capelli just behind him in 7th, just missing out on the points. Great day for Leighton House despite the no points. Bernard in 9th, Larini rounding out the top 10. Alessi Danafel, he's struggled a bit in recent races as Jean Alesi, but it'll be interesting to see. But this is the championship standings. Alain Prost actually takes the actual lead of the championship. Must have more wins or second places, not too sure, but they are level on points. Nannini moves himself into second place, but he is joint level on points with Nigel Mansell for 29. We are 5th, 26th. But I believe Senna's probably going to overtake us in the next round or two. Jean Alesi's on 20. But the championships, the constructors looks like this. Thank you very much for watching. Thanks for joining, and join us next time for the Portuguese Grand Prix. Bye-bye.
Hello there. The weather, as so often is the case here, is just wonderful.
Welcome everyone, and you have joined us live from round 13 for the Portuguese Grand Prix. Some slight schedule changes from now until the end of the season. There will be no more qualifying report, however that will all change for 1991. But let's have a grand old look at the starting grid for the Portuguese Grand Prix. Nigel Mansell takes pole position ahead of Gerhard Berger. Prost in 3rd, just ahead of Ayrton Senna in 4th place. But we have Nelson Piquet and his teammate Nannini alongside him, with Riccardo Patrese taking up 7th place, still no seat, along with his teammate Boutsen for next season. Jean Alesi in 9th. Ivan Capelli takes up 10th spot with just ahead of his teammate. And Nakajima in the Tyrrell is in 12th place. Eric Bernard ahead of Suzuki in 13th and 14th. 15th is Cafe, 16th Barilla. Alboreto takes up 17th place. Martini is in 18th place. Brabham 19th. Derek Warwick out-qualifying his teammate for the, I don't even know how many times this season, probably not a lot, in 20th place. Then we have Modena a lot, Larini, Grulard, and then Game was awful. He had a fault in qualifying, and he takes up 25th with Guido Cogomelli in 26th place. That is horrendous. But yeah, we need a good start. We should be able to dispatch a lot of these cars around us at the start. So a good, and it doesn't even have to be a good start really. It doesn't even have to be a good start, but we'll get away well, and we tend to launch really well with these slow cars off the line. They're slow with the acceleration, but we are going to find ourselves gaining 10 places before we even get to turn 1. And we've got Cafe just ahead of us and Suzuki just behind us. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Could not have asked for much more. But we dive up the inside of Cafe. Are we going to make this stick? I believe that's Nakajima ahead of us in the Tyrrell. But we should be able to make light work of him. And then we'll start finding it a little bit harder. We know how good that Leighton House car actually is. So it will be difficult. We've got excellent excellent run out of here. We have got an excellent run on Nakajima in his tail as we head down towards absolutely no idea what corner it is. We are good on the brakes in this car. It's the one thing it's actually good at. But we are now up into 12th place with Ivan Capelli just in front of us. Lovely stuff. We are going to take a little look at the replay from the start. Mansell gets away excellent, but he still covers off Gerhard Berger in second place. Prost with an absolutely fantastic start. He's having a look at Gerhard Berger as they fly towards turn 1. Senna with a poor start, but he manages to maintain his 4th place. But Prost was shoved. Prost was shoved a little bit there, and Mansell's disappeared into the distance with Berger second. Prost is on the grass. Prost is on the grass, and that's dropped him back behind Ayrton Senna, and he's now in 4th place. And he's being troubled by the Benetton of Nelson Piquet. Surely that is a disaster for Alain Prost. He could be down in 5th place. He could be down in 5th place, but Mansell has got himself a handy little lead, and Prost was down in 5th place. We'll have a look on board of Alain Prost. And he was probably a little bit ambitious on Berger there. I'm not sure why, but that's allowed Senna to come through before he even gets to the grass. And he just runs out wide. And that'll obviously slow his momentum. And I believe you look to the right, and that allows the Benetton of Nelson Piquet up the inside. And that's an awful, awful couple of corners for Alain Prost, especially if he wants to keep this championship battle alive. He lost the championship lead fully in the last round, I believe, unless I'm getting that all mixed up. But it's still tight at the front. You can't really afford to lose in points. But we're coming to the end of the lap now, and Prost is all over the back of Nelson Piquet. We know he's enough. He's run wide again. He's going to hit the wall. Is he going to hit the wall? Narrowly misses the wall as he heads onto the main straight. That is going to leave him massively vulnerable to Nannini, and Nannini isn't even going to need turn 1 to get this done. And Nannini up into 5th place, but that has relegated Alain Prost to 6th place. Absolute disaster for the Frenchman, but he really needs to get the hammer down now. Focus, reset himself. We know how good the professor is, but that has been an awful couple of that's been an awful opening lap for the world champion. But we're right back on start with us, and we haven't really made too much of an inroads into Capelli. We are struggling. The car's hell, right? I've mentioned this many a time. Right, I know we're going to Williams next season, although we're not painting ourselves in great light. The qualifying and some of these race results we keep having, but we have got Ivan Capelli just ahead of us, and that will be Lacey. We're going to run out wide, dip a wheel onto the grass. Is that going to leave us? No, it's not. It's not going to get us with Nakajima. But we are so good onto the brakes into this corner that we do Capelli up the inside, and that puts us into 11th place. Now, obviously, I don't think points are on the cards here, especially for the front lot finish, because the Benettons look quick here. So a top 10 I would be happy with this hellish Lotus car. That's a Lacey out wide. Is that going to allow us to? We're just so poor out of that final corner. We're going to leave. Here comes Ivan Capelli in the Leighton House. He's going to stream past us, surely, but he's not. He isn't going to do it before we get to turn 1. We're just going to hang it around the outside, making sure we keep a hold of our P11th. But lovely stuff. Prost is all over the back of Alessandro Nannini. We expect this Ferrari to be much, much quicker than the Benetton, and it looking like that, we can see. So, it'd be words. That'd be interesting. And Prost makes a move up the inside. Unlike Prost to be diving up the inside. Usually he's very calculated, but I don't think he can afford to be. I think you've got to see a different level of Prost in this race. But he's got past Nannini and back up to 5th place. But very uncharacteristic from there from Alain Prost. But like I said, he's probably going to need to be. He knows that Berger outscoring him again is not good, considering the McLaren is probably the better car now at this stage in the season. So it will be interesting to see how it all plays out. We are in 11th. Lacey has kind of pulled a gap on us a little bit. We don't really have the pace. It's up to 1.7, 1.8. We're just not quick. It's the high speed corners. Slow speed corners, we're all right on the grass. Is that what we're going to defend? From Capelli, I was expecting a dive up the inside. But the problem is it's high speed. The low speed corners I can get away with when we're on the gravel. No. Such a rookie error. And we're on the gravel, and that is essentially us. Oh, that's us going to be last. The yellow flags are out. We are in the gravel, and it's a nightmare to get out of it. We know that. But we did manage to continue, but we are in last. We lose the rear. We've hit the wall. And that is us out. We've lost our rear wing. We've damaged the suspension. You just slip back. See what I mean in high-speed corners. But once again, we are out of a Grand Prix. Deary me, but Prost doesn't care. Prost has caught hounded Nelson Piquet in the second, not the second Benetton, but the lead Benetton, I should say. And he is pushing. He's incredibly quick in those high-speed corners. It'll be interesting to see. Oh, he makes a move on the gate. He's done the same thing he did in the knee, but I think Nelson Piquet's a bit more wise to it. And Prost shoves him out of the way. Prost knows what's on the line today, and he cannot take no chances. Absolutely fantastic stuff from the 1989 world champion, the 3-time world champion. Absolutely fantastic. He knows this championship is still on. But here is Alessandro Nannini, who actually might be suffering with car issues because the Williams were 3-4 seconds back half a lap ago, and they are all over the back of him now. And he doesn't look to be moving incredibly quickly. There does Nannini and his Benetton. The Williams are hounding him. It would be interesting if they fly past him on his straight down. Yeah, it would appear that would appear a gearbox issue, but that's rotten luck. He was in P6, which would have got him points today. Well, a point would have been a double points finish if it had stayed like that for the Benetton team. Oh, that's rotten. He's been one of the drivers of the season, has Nannini, but there's nothing he can do about this. That's both Williams has passed him. Here comes both Leighton House cars with, they just stream past him, and that's a Lacey there. A Lacey should just get straight past. That'll be Capelli. He's the second Leighton House in this Grand Prix. No, Lacey's quick. He's going to hit the wall, and he's round. Lacey's round. He should have just waited. He would have known there was car issues. A Lacey there. Outrageous stuff, but we expect Nannini to peel off into the pits to retire his car. And, rotten bit of luck. But we haven't seen much of Nigel Mansell today, who is absolutely flying. He is, look at the lead. That is against a mighty McLaren, driven by the Austrian of Gerhard Berger, who is gunning for this World Championship of 1990. But Nigel Mansell, he hasn't won a Grand Prix this season, and he will be looking to change that today. But yes, he's right in the rhythm. He is much faster than the two McLarens, but we will see. But he looks on course to win this Grand Prix today. Absolutely fantastic. Go on, Nige. I've spoke too soon. Mansell's in the pits. It's him retiring from the Grand Prix with, there's got to be some fault. It's got to be a fault. That is poor. I mean, it has massively helped his teammate, who is going to gain a position without trying, and that puts him into the podium spots. Alain Prost, but Nigel Mansell from the lead is out. Oh, that is rotten luck. But this is now your new race leader, and it just all seems to be falling for him this season. He was several points back at one stage, even 5-6 rounds ago. But now you are looking at the race leader, the championship leader, Gerhard Berger, being followed by his teammate Ayrton Senna. And that is absolutely fantastic. Not a lot happened after this, and I'll be completely honest with you, I believe Senna probably had the pace of his teammate today. But we know he's been told to stay behind. He will have another crack at it next season in the McLaren. But Gerhard Berger and Ayrton Senna round the final corner. Gerhard Berger takes another win. Senna is rounding the 1-2 finish up for the McLaren Honda team. And that's Berger wins from Senna in second place. And here comes, with a mighty drive, here comes Alain Prost. He is not going down without a fight. He finishes in P3. Couple of incredible overtakes on the two Benetton cars. Gifted a podium, really, from his teammate. But Nelson Piquet, quiet race after Prost, but he will finish in P4. Absolutely fantastic result again for the Benetton team. And there is Riccardo Patrese coming home in 5th place, and his teammate Boutsen will round up the points in 6th place, on double points finish there for the Williams team. Absolutely fantastic Grand Prix. So there we have it. That is the race results, with Ayrton Senna not winning. He came second. Gerhard Berger winning the Grand Prix from half a second. 16 seconds back was Alain Prost, Nelson Piquet, the two Williams. Then you had the Leighton House pairing in 7th and 8th. Nakajima, fantastic in 9th place. And Kofi rounding up the top 10. Several retirements. We retired. Mansell was out, and Nannini was out. And Lacey Warwick retired with suspension. We didn't see that. Brabham lost his engine. We didn't get to see that neither. A couple of cars finished on a lap behind. But the championship standings, Gerhard Berger moves 5 points clear of his championship rival Alain Prost. Nannini remains in third place, level on points with Nigel Mansell. Senna just a point back. We have not scored since Spa actually, but it's difficult. Lacey there, Ricciardo, there were 2 Williams cars there. Nelson Piquet. Oh, it's all to play for with 5. It's 5 points in it. McLaren, look, it's tight in the top of the Constructors' Championship as well. Benetton gunning for that third. Absolutely fantastic from them. But if you've enjoyed this Grand Prix, so like, subscribe, and join us next time out for the Grand Prix in Jerez.
Hello there. The weather, as so often is the case here, is just wonderful.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Jerez Grand Prix. Quick rundown. Prost on pole with Nigel Mansell in second place, taking a Ferrari 1-2. It is a McLaren 3-4 with Senna out qualifying Senna out qualifying Berger, I should say. Then is a Williams 5-6 with Boutsen out qualifying Tracy. Then we've got Capelli in the Leighton House with Jean Lacey taking his Tyrrell to P8. Suzuki with a fantastic result in his LaRousse. Then Nannini and Piquet struggling in the Benettons this weekend, 11th and 12th. Cafe, Bernard. We've got Martini. We've got the Leighton House driver whose name I still cannot pronounce, so that's what we're going with. Alboreto and Nakajima. Tyrrell, absolutely fantastic this weekend. Then we've got Derek Warwick, who's out-qualified his teammate Game for like the first time in like 10 Grand Prix. Then we've got Modena, Brabham, Larini, Groulard, Game in 25th, and Giacomelli in 26th place. Ooh. Yeah, we really did struggle massively in qualifying. I could not get... the problem is the pace was there. I just could not hook a lap. I kept clipping the curb and carting myself off into gravel, but we need a good start. We tend to get a good start. We're really good off the line. We're going to drive around all the cars that are incredibly slow off the line or getting caught up. We're going to try and just stay on the inside, try not to get caught up in anyone's disaster. But that's us into turn 1, up into 17th, but we're going to have a go. The Lane House, we're going to have a go on Martini as well, up the inside in his Minardi. But lovely, lovely, lovely stuff. And yeah, there was a little replay of the start here. It seems to have gone back a little bit, I apologise about that. But we move, a little replay, a little outboard shot. But that's 2 Benettons off the track there. Have they managed to stay on? They're creating a track for themselves by the looks of things, but they don't seem to have lost any positions. This is a replay of the start. Prost obviously from pole and Berger is in 4th. Those are the 2 championship protagonists as we head in, 4 to go. And 3 to go because we've got Jerez, Japan and then Adelaide for the season finale, but Prost remains in the lead. Really needs a win here just to cement himself a little bit, because he's been very up and down for Prost this season. He's only really benefited massively from Berger's horrendous luck in some Grand Prix. But I suppose it's been their fair share. But it's Prost from Mansell, from Senna, from Berger. And we know Senna has actually been wonderful to Berger this season, so I should imagine he will help him this race. But here we see Game here. He's run very wide, and he is going to be able to keep it on track, but he's going to allow the footwork of, I believe, Cafe all over the back of him, but the 2 Benettons ahead. Now, we might have the pace on the 2 Benettons if we can keep a consistent pace. And we head down the main straight to complete the first lap of this Grand Prix. The 2 Benettons, and then there is a Tyrrell of, I believe, Jean Lacey. We've run wide, we're getting the wall. We have, that's poor. That is poor from us in this cut. We see the problem is we're over driving. I think it's because we did so well at the beginning of the season, we kind of want to continue that form. But we're not driving the car, we're just over driving, and we've lost our front wing, and now we've got to hobble back to the pits. Here's a little replay of on board as we come down in. I think we just missed the braking point as we get on. Hit the brakes, and we kind of just lock the inside wheel and carry on into the wall. We lose our front wing, and that is foul. We are going to come into the pits. We're going to take a couple of cones with us, but we're going to come down the pit lane straight into the box, get a new front wing. I wonder if there's any more damage has occurred, but Alain Prost leads the Grand Prix with his teammate Nigel Mansell just behind him. and he is starting to put a bit of a gap between that. Is that Berger? There's a crash in the distance. Was that Berger or Senna? I'm not sure what order they were in. Judging by the yellow helmet, Berger is out. We're going to have a look here as the Williams go. It is Berger is out of the Jerez, the Spanish Grand Prix. And oh, that is poor. That is poor. Let's have a look at what happened as Berger comes down to measure. He's starting to lose time to the 3 cars in front of him. He just comes in and just, oh, that looks like brake failure. That looks like there's a huge crash for the Austrian. That is a huge crash. And let's just hope that Gerhard Berger is okay. And he comes down. This is it on board. We come in and we're just going to see brake failure. Oh, he's lumped it hard. He was moving the steering wheel after the crash, so I'll assume that Gerhard Berger is okay. And there's a slow car here. It's Games. Oh, it's rotten. It's rotten in that Lotus. The second half of this season has just been completely opposite to the first half. And obviously with that great result in Spa, but Arnie's retired. He's not even going to get back to the pit lane. Game is out once again of the Grand Prix. And this is Derek Warwick, who's missing a what's going on here? Oh, that's what's happened here then. And Larini there is causing chaos. Ignore that, that's not Prost. There's some issues with the liveries, just pretend you haven't seen it. Right. Well, this is Larini, and Warwick's already had his accident, so Larini's coming into the pits, but for some reason changes his mind. It could be a stuck throttle, that might be him. If he retires, it could be a stuck throttle. And he's clipped Warwick, and he is peeling over to the side. I wonder if that was a stuck throttle, and he's killed the engine. Ooh, that can be dangerous stuff. That can be dangerous stuff. But we look on board with Alain Prost. No, we don't. We look on board with... Is this Nigel Mansell? No, it is Alain Prost. I apologise. The number 1 car there of the current world champion. But will he remain world champion when it's all is said and done? We will see. But we are on board now with Nigel Mansell as we head in to the last couple of corners, and we've got Ayrton Senna behind us, who is absolutely flying today. And oh, it's a big crash. Oh, that's Nigel Mansell again. Brake failure. What is happening to the Ferrari and the McLaren? But is he? That is tough. That is tough. That's a huge crash there from Nigel Mansell, and thankfully he's gotten out of the car. But he is out with another brake failure. I wonder if that will worry the 2 remaining McLaren and Ferrari who are still in this race. But we are looking at Ayrton Senna, who has now inherited P2. He's actually had a really solid second half of the season. He hasn't really been able to win. I believe in some Grand Prix he has been quicker than Gerhard Berger, but he's been playing such a team game. Absolutely fantastic. But anyway, I will be honest with you, the Benettons today have been massively struggling. They just haven't had pace all weekend. Nannini and PK have said this just seems a bit of an anomaly for this track. It just doesn't suit their car. But they've been strong all year. Nannini's been superb. PK has been superb in the second half of this season. But it's rumoured that he will be retiring at the end of the year. But you will have all the information in the pre-season show of the 1991 season. But I just want to give a huge, massive shout out to Ivan Capelli. Say the whole name, Ivan Capelli, who is currently in 3rd place with just 3 laps to go. And all race he has held off the 2 Williams cars of Thierry Boutsen and Riccardo Patrese. And that is, you guys did see that right in the background. That is, I believe, it's one of the, I can't even remember what their name is. I will find out for you in a moment, and because that is a disgraceful bit of commentary. But Ivan Capelli in the Leighton house are on track to score their first ever podium in Formula 1, and it could not happen to a nicer guy and a quick guy as well from Ivan Capelli. Absolutely fantastic. But here we see Alain Prost, and Senna has been absolutely mighty in these last few laps. He's trying to home him in. He just ran out of laps, and I believe Prost probably had a bit more in the tank, but Prost is approaching the final corner now, and he takes the final corner, and he is going to add another win, another Ferrari win to his resume, and that massively helps him in the World Championship fight. And an absolutely fantastic result from Ayrton Senna in 2nd place. He's really found his form again. He'll be pleased heading into the 91 season. So he will want to, he'll be looking to get his crown back, surely. surely. But here is Ivan Capelli. He's not even really being hounded by the two Williams cars. If I was the Williams principal, no wonder they lost their drives. But it's been an absolutely fantastic drive from Ivan Capelli in his Leighton House car. Absolutely fantastic as he comes to the line, and he will secure Leighton House their first podium in the sport. The Williams cars are fourth and fifth. That is fantastic. That is fantastic. And in P6, I still cannot remember. It's the Ligier of not Larini. I can't remember his name. I'll find out. But this is your championship standings. Sorry, I couldn't get the championship standings. I had to get a picture from it. So that is it. It's 4 points now. Prost leads Berger by 4 points. Absolutely fantastic. It's incredible. It's absolutely fantastic, man. Yeah. Who is your money on? With 4 points, 2 Grand Prix to go. Who is your money on? Who are you picking? Let me know in the comments. Who's going to be world champion of 1990? Fantastic. Nannini there in fourth. Senna got himself up to third place in the championship standings now. And McLaren and Ferrari are level on board. No, there's a few points between them. They don't seem to have appeared in this shot, but they are almost level on points with Ferrari. But absolutely fantastic. Now, if you have enjoyed the video, remember to hit the like button, subscribe if you're new, and stick around because the Japanese Grand Prix is coming. Let's see what happens. Join us next time, like I said, for the Japanese Grand Prix.
Hello there. Welcome to Japan. The weather, as so often is the case here, is just wonderful.
Hello everyone, you join us live for the Japanese Grand Prix of 1990. We're going to give you the grid rundown quickly. Gerhard Berger is in pole position ahead of Alain Prost. Ayrton Senna taking P3 just ahead of Nigel Mansell. Nelson Piquet alongside Thierry Boutsen in 5th and 6th. Riccardo Patrese 7th. Nannini down in 8th place. Was out-qualified by his teammate again, but he said he doesn't mind too much. Lacey in 10th. Capelli, after a great podium in Jerez, is 11th. Game is up into 12th place. Said he felt the car was okay. But I think he's just looking forward to getting into that Williams for next season. 13th is Eric Bernard. Nakajima is in 14th in the other Tyrrell. Then we've got Suzuki. We've got the Leighton House driver. Cafe and the footwork are just ahead of Derek Warwick, who says he cannot wait to get to sports cars. But has thanked everyone for his time in Formula 1. Barilla, Martini in 19th and 20th, Brabham 21st, Larini in 22nd in the Ligier, Grulard, Alboreto 23rd and 24th, and we've got Modena and Gio Camelli in 26th place now. Absolutely must watch because there is just 4 points between Prost and there's just 4 points between Prost and Gerhard Berger. Oh, we're going to avoid this. There's a Williams there. That looked like everyone just tried to get to the same piece of tarmac and everyone just ploughed into each other. But I believe that's probably taken the Williams. I thought we were going to take out Nakajima then, but he's going to go round the outside. Lacey's had a poor start. Hasn't managed to gain anything, but Lacey we're going to dive at the inside of both the Tyrrell cars, and that is going to be Eric Bernard just ahead of us. But I'll be honest with you, our race pace was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. To go around a lot. He was the guy that finished 6th in the Spanish Grand Prix last time out, and this is a replay of the start. Berger away well. He has got Alain Prost alongside him, but Senna's away extremely well as he pulls up alongside, and he has actually jumped. McLaren will be, they've hit. Did they remain? Let's put Prost onto the gravel, and let's put Prost behind his teammate. Oh, but it was initially a great start from Ayrton Senna that caught Prost out. And Prost, I'm not sure, it looked like Senna may have turned in on him, and we might have we'll have a look at the replays, because it did look like Senna may have turned in on Prost. Now, I'm hoping that's not a championship tactic by the McLaren team, but we'll have a little look. He's away very, very well, actually. Him and Berger away very well. And he's already ahead of Prost. You can't see Prost from him, but he is there on the right. You can see him in the mirror. And I'm not sure how far he was. He didn't really jerk right. He didn't jerk right, but we'll have a look. And we need to see it from Alain Prost's point of view. See, from there, it just looks like they're coming together. Possibly Senna didn't give him any room, but let's have a look. I don't know, because Senna's really far ahead. Oh no, Prost went for it. Prost went for a gap that was not there. Now, we've seen this in the last few Grand Prix that Alain Prost has been a little bit more aggressive than his usual self. I wonder if he thinks it's slipping away from him, which is odd considering he is now obviously the championship leader. And actually, it was Patrese. Patrese stalling on the grid caused that domino effect of cars to just plough in. A lot of them made it round, but Nannini did not make it round. Oh no, Nannini did make it round, but he lost a lot of points. But it is incredibly close at the front as old Senna and Mansell take a little trip off the track as we head into the final chicane to complete the first lap of this Grand Prix. Berger leads, Senna second, Mansell third, Prost fourth, Piquet fifth, and it is fan-dabby-dozy. Lovely stuff, we head to the line. Now, Prost, Berger really needs to win this Grand Prix, and he's actually done quite well considering Prost is now done in P4. This would give him a championship lead as we head into Adelaide for the final round of the championship season. But there's still a long way to go here, and we are having a look at game in the 12 Lotus, and he has got a great run on the Leighton House of Capelli, and they stream towards the first corner. That's a quick right-hander in the first corner, but is he going to get it done? He isn't. He is going to dive at the inside. Absolutely fantastic move there. He has got some pace today. He's got the two Benettons ahead of him, of Nannini first, and then it's Nelson Piquet, and we are looking at replay, and Senna's hit his teammate. Oh, it's a disaster at the hairpin, but they all managed to continue. No places have been changed. That was almost a disaster. I would have been swinging if I was Berger. I was taken out by Senna there. Oh, I think Prost slowed down a little bit more than Senna was expecting. But the issue being Senna is all over the back of his teammate, and Berger really needs to win this Grand Prix. But I've got a feeling that Senna's all over the back of him and trying to hurry him along because the two Ferraris have got early pace, and that is keeping the two Benettons and the Lotus in striking distance if anything wants to go wrong. If you go off wide, you could fall back down to 8th place, and that is not needed for anyone, really, especially Prost and especially Berger. But we are coming to the end of lap 2 now, and it is as tight as a... Yep, I'm not allowed to say it, but we do exit the chicane. It's still Berger, it's still Senna, it's still Mansell, and it's still Prost, with the two Benettons of Piquet and Nannini and the game in the Lotus. And as someone's blowing up in the distance, we'll have a look and see who that is. It looks like a Leighton House, but we are on board with ourselves again, and we've got some incredible pace. We are definitely quicker than the two Lotus, definitely quicker than the two Benettons ahead. I don't for one second think we've got the Ferrari and McLaren pace, but I will take we could get some points, but here it is Capelli after an absolutely fantastic result in Jerez. His engine's gone, and it's a cruel world, Formula 1. He's dipped into the ground, that's him out, and he narrowly misses the wall, so he can climb out and continue on his way. But that is rotten luck. But it is chaos at the front. And we love to see it. And Prost is out wide. He's rally crossing. And Senna's off. Senna's into the gravel. He's going to just keeping himself ahead of Nigel Mansell, because it looks like Nigel Mansell might be the quickest of this four. If he can get past, I reckon he can just clear off into the distance, unless Berger or Senna can just find some speed. It seems to be they're all holding each other up. I'm not sure, but I mean Berger really needs to get the hammer down and clear some space, and Senna could back him up, but everyone seems to be too quick, so I'm not sure backing up would really work. But we head down into the Spoon curve, and it's calmed down a little bit, but Berger, Senna, Mansell, Prost in that order. It is fantastic, but there is still time. There could be a dive bomb into the chicane. We know how it ended last year in 1989. Senna's still not pleased about that. But it's game in his low. It's all over the back of Alessandro Nannini And, he's run wide. That's going to allow an opportunity around the outside. Is he going to do it around the outside? He is going to do it around the outside. What a fantastic move, if I do say so myself. And that has put him up into P6, which is the points. I'm not sure where the speed has come from, because the car is absolutely dog. And I'm trying to be nice to him in the press. There's another car exploding in the distance. I'm not sure who that is. We'll see if we can get a replay on that. But we've got Nigel. We've got Nelson Piquet. Oh, we've clipped Piquet. We've clipped Piquet. To be fair, he was incredibly slow on the entry to the hairpin. So I'll throw my hands in the air. That obviously was my fault. I probably should have anticipated that. But we are definitely quicker than Nelson Piquet. And this, I'm hoping we can get past soon, because I can gap a little bit and then maybe save some tyres, because I'm ragging them at the moment. But there's still a long way to go, and it is still behind Piquet. But we've got to be careful, because Nannini's got pace. And if we make a little mistake, we'll have to get back past Nannini, because he would have slithered through. But we are coming through the 130R. It's a little bit of a lift. We're not close enough for a dive into the final chicane, but we will play our cards right. We'll wait for the right opportunity. We may only get one. This is the British Grand Prix all over again. And fingers crossed, an opportunity will present itself, and I will dive up the inside. Me and Piquet don't really see eye to eye, but I will throw one up the inside. We're a bit further around the following lap now, and it is Nelson Piquet, it's game, it's Nannini, and we are all over the back. We've got the speed. We need to get past now before I don't have the speed, because in this Lotus car, sometimes it suddenly doesn't have speed. And we're going to dive up the inside into the hairpin. That is a fantastic. Caught the Piquet napping. Absolutely fantastic. But Berger seems to have found some speed and has gapped Ayrton Senna a little bit. He will be very pleased to see that in his mirrors. But we've got Senna. We have got Mansell. He's still in third place with Prost. So this is actually a bit of a disaster for Prost, because obviously it's a 4-point lead as we head into this Grand Prix. But if Mansell wins, if Berger wins, he will take the lead by a few points. And as we head into Adelaide, and Senna stopped. A complete halt. The bad luck is there still. The gremlins with that engine are still there for Ayrton Senna. I think McLaren are probably mostly happy that it's Senna's car that's gone. But will that worry the McLaren team for Gerhard Berger, who now has a 4.8 second lead? And we are now into 4th place. Absolutely fantastic. But can we get a replay of Senna? What happened? I guess an engine just shut out. Let's have a listen. Yeah, it just cuts out. Prost nearly loses his front wing trying to get past, but there's nothing Senna can do there. The car just seizes up on him. But yeah, a bit further now into the Grand Prix. We're on lap 10, and the tyres are starting to feel it a little bit. Really starting to feel it a little bit. And we are really struggling. We've got a 4.8 second advantage to Nelson Piquet. And we really need to be careful, because the tyres are so bad. It's the two front tyres. We need to nurse them to the end. We've got 3 to go. But this could be a long 3 laps. We're currently in P4. The gap is going up a little bit, but it depends on how the Benetton car's tyres have held up. Notoriously, this car has been terrible on tyres all year. And we've run out wide. We've got no grip. The tyres have gone. And we're out so wide. 3.3. Nelson Piquet has got that gap down too. So that's a second a lap. We can hold that. If it's a second a lap, we can still hold that, because we can defend. With dipped wheels on the grass. And that's going to ruin. And that's another second they've gained. Piquet is going to be within striking distance any moment now. And we're out wide again as we're up on the curb, narrowly missing the gravel and the grass. But we run to the 130R corner. We ain't going to be able to take this near flat. 2/10 is the gap. It's Piquet. It's Nannini is right behind him. Any issue, we're losing 2 places. Although I don't fancy my chances with these tyres as we get on the brakes we have to get on the brakes really early. We've got no front grip, and we're over there. But we're not really gaining any time by doing that, because we're so careful on the accelerator that it's allowed the time to stay the same. And we're going to dive. Complete We've got 2 to go. We've got 2 to go. Can we hold on? These tyres are rank today. Pull it further now. We're near the end of Sector 1 and we've got no grip. We turn in and nothing happens, and that is going to allow PK up the inside, and we have got nothing. We've got nothing to defend. We've got nothing to re-attack, and that is us down into P5. But I'm not sure. I think it's a Lacey behind Nannini, but I don't know how much, because I don't fancy my chances here against Alessandro Nannini. Their tyres seem to have held up so much better than Lotus's tyre wear. It's absolutely shocking. But we come to the hairpin. We've got a lap and a bit to go. We get on the brakes in the middle. Oh, we've locked up even further. And that's going to... Oh, Nannini just dives up the inside with a fantastic move. But we've got 22 seconds to Jean Alesi. 22. We can hold that. Surely we can hold that. But there's been reports that Nigel Mansell is about to come into the pitch due to a slow puncture. And now I am very surprised. Now, his lap times and sector times haven't really withered. He's been on pace with Berger all race, and that hasn't dropped at all. You can see Berger there. He's coming into the pits. Now, if you were a conspiracy theorist, you would say maybe Ferrari have brought Mansell in so that Prost can have the position. But I'm not saying nothing. However, the guy in charge is French. I'm not saying nothing. But if it was a slow puncher, that's rotten luck. But he has come out in third, and it probably was the right thing to do. Nigel was never going to come in or let Prost go through. We know that. But we ride ourselves on board. It's 22 seconds to... Well, it's just about 19. We're off the track. We're off the track. Oh, that's poor. Are we going to be able to get it back on? Are we going to be able to get it back on the track? We're still ahead of a Lacey. I don't know where he is on track. I don't know what the gap is anymore. Oh, dearie me. And the puncher, we've got a puncher's gone. We've gone. He's got a puncher. Oh, that is rotten luck. But here is Gerhard Berger, who is rounding the final chicane to take yet another Grand Prix victory this season. He has been fantastic. He is going to put the gap to 1 point. If Prost comes along the line in second place, it will be a 1 point. But Gerhard Berger wins in Japan. What a fantastic result. And Prost is going to come home in second place, and that does mean the points gap heading into the final round will just be 1 point. It will be winner takes all. Absolutely fantastic. Nigel Mansell will come home in third despite that slow puncher, but he will get a podium in his second to last race with the Ferrari team. And it's been difficult. It's been a difficult season for Nige, but he is looking forward to getting that Williams. But PK and Nannini will come home in 5th and 6th. But who's getting that final points paying position? Where are we on track? Right, it's 2 seconds. We have lost 20 seconds to Alesi on this lap. We have got a puncher, however, and we've managed to finesse our way to the spoon curve, but it will not turn in, and that's gone. It's gone again. Oh, that is poor. So we've lost points again. I cannot wait to get out of this damn team with his tyre wear. That is rotten. Absolutely rotten. But fair play. Here is Jean Alesi as he rounds the final corner. And he actually has had a difficult second half of the season, so he will be absolutely elated with finishing in P6 for a points paying position. And we have had to hobble home. We've lost a front wing in this. We're just going to dive over the gravel. We've gone from 4th to 19th in the space of 2 laps. And it's been a shocking end to this Grand Prix. And oh, dearie me. Oh.
You haven't scored any points, but at least you finished the race.
There we have it. It's the back end of the grid. Senna retired, Boutsen retired, Martini, Capelli, Larini was out, and so was Bernard. Gerhard Berger wins from 8 seconds to Alain Prost with Mansell, Piquet, Nannini, Alesi, Nakajima almost getting a double points finish for the Tyrrell team. Warwick got himself up to P8. Fair play to him. And the Leighton House, the second Leighton House, 9th. But there it is. Alain Prost will take a 1 point lead into Adelaide, where it is 1-on-1, McLaren versus Ferrari, Prost versus Berger for the world Championship. You will not want to miss it. It is an absolute delight. And they are level on points for the constructors, so everything is all still to play for. Absolutely fantastic. If you have enjoyed the video, like, subscribe, join us next time for the season finale for the Australian Grand Prix. Bye bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the season finale of our UF1 Ultimate F1 Championship Career Mode Universe, whatever you want to call it. We've got a banger in store for you today. Alain Prost is going head to head with Gerhard Berger and it's just a single point in it. Berger versus Prost, McLaren versus Ferrari. Let's take a look at the starting grid right now. We get a fantastic, game, of course he does. Gang is a fantastic pole with Senna alongside him with a great qualifying position. Prost out-qualifies his teammate Mansell in Mansell's final race. Gerhard Berger down in 5th place. Disappointing qualifying for him, but he's ready to go. Nannini, fantastic all season in P6, just ahead of his teammate Nelson Piquet in 7th, Boutsen and Bertrezi 9th and 8th and 9th in their final races for Williams. Capelli in the Leighton house, followed by his teammate 11th. Bernard is in 12th place. We've got Lacey and Suzuki taking up 13th and 14th. Derek Warwick in his final F1 Grand Prix is down in 15th place, just ahead of a lot. And we have Modena in 17th place alongside Brabham, just in front of Brabham I should say. Nakajima takes 19th. Tini in 20th place, Alboreto in 21st with Lorini just behind him in 22nd place, Barilla takes 23rd, Grulard in 24th, Cafe 25th and Giacomelli in 26th. Now we have had a fantastic qualifying. I do not know where it came from, so I was I fluked it, absolutely fluked it, but we need a good send-off for Lotus. It's been a good season, up and down. The second half of the season has been a little bit disappointing, but we've had a great start. Senna alongside us. Senna will be looking for a win. He's not had a win this season. Oh, we've lost the rear. We've lost the rear on exit turn 2. That's allowed Senna to come through. That's allowed Prost to come through. Actually, that's Mansell. Mansell's come through. Mansell, and is that Berger up the inside of Prost? Yes, he's barged his way through, and that's Berger up into 4th place, and I believe that does give him the World Championship if it stays like that. Prost has the advantage of the 1 point, but here's Berger just dives. He knew he had to. He clipped the inside wall a little bit. Oh, I reckon he was flapping in that cockpit, but that was absolutely what he needed to do, up the inside of Alain Prost. And here he is. Here is Gerhard Berger just ahead of Alain Prost. And Prost will need to get on it as quickly as possible. He can't really afford to lose any time because we know the McLaren is probably a faster car overall, but we hark back to ourselves. We are down into 3rd place, but we have got our next season teammate just ahead of us in P2. We're going to sweep round the outside of Mansell. We're making a statement right here, but Mansell's clipped the wall and he's round. He did crash into us, but he's taken Berger with him. He's taken Prost with him. Is there any damage to Prost? Is there any damage to Berger? I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to look. We'll have to have a quick look and see. I don't know. I do not know what happened, but here's a replay. Berger up. Oh, I see. That's Mansell dives. He clips the wall. I don't think by the looks of that. Oh, Nannini. Oh, that's disappointing. That is disappointing. What a great season he's had. He wanted to end on a high. But Nannini has lost his front wing. Mansell's lost his front wing. It's a pretty audacious move there from Mansell. We'll look on board. And he clips the inside wall and just hits the side of the game. He's hit the wrong part of him, my friend. And then he just drives into the path of Alexander and Nannini. A bit of a bystander there, but it's Senna leads. Senna is out in front at the Australian Grand Prix, and he has been here before this season, but mechanical failures have let him down. He has been absolutely mighty this weekend though. He knows that he doesn't really need to help his teammate now, and he can just get straight on it. Put straight back to us. We are up into P2. We definitely do not have the pace of Ayrton Senna. Senna is absolutely monster. We do have Gerhard Berger, who's 5 seconds behind us. He lost a lot of time in the Mansell incident. Prost is just behind him. It will be interesting to see how this plays out. It's still a long way to go. But here's Berger now. He's starting to put out ahead a little bit of Prost. The gap is opening up. But he'll be, Prost really needs to get on it. It depends if he doesn't have an answer for him. But Prost, maybe he could just be holding back. We call him the Professor. We're right on board now. Briefly. Oh, we look at the back there with a lovely shot of Gerhard Berger's rear wing looking at Alain Prost's Ferrari. But we know that Prost is a professor of the game, and he'll have a plan in his head and he'll know exactly what he needs to do. But at this present point in time, as it stands, Gerhard Berger will be world champion. Now, Game in the Lotus has lost a lot of time. He doesn't have the pace of the McLaren hour or Ferrari for that matter. And Berger is all over the back of him, but he really needs to get this move done soon because Prost has... they almost come together. Oh, I reckon he got a punch. He would have got a punch if it had taken Gerhard Berger out there. Oh, but that has given Berger a bit of momentum now because there is now a proper position between himself and Alain Prost, which means Alain Prost is absolutely, categorically the world champion if it stays like this, but I have a big feeling it's not going to stay like that. And we'll see how this plays out, but Prost will need to get past quickly, and that's Game out wide, and that's going to allow Alain Prost round the outside. What a fantastic move. He did do it off the track, but we don't mind. What a fantastic move. He needed to do that. He absolutely needed to do that, did Alain Prost, the Frenchman, the Ferrari driver. He's looking quite far behind Gerhard Berger now. If he's got the pace, he's going to need to put it down now. But there is Nelson Piquet. Here is Thierry Boutsen in his final Grand Prix for the Williams team. They get an all-new lineup. Oh, that's poor. That is an awful way to send off. Well, that's pretty much how his season's gone, really. It's ended exactly how it began, really, for Thierry Boutsen. But we're right on board with Game now, whose tyres are up the creek. He's radioed in to say he's going to have to pit. This has been a long issue with the Lotus car. Derek Warwick says it's an absolute disaster. He is absolutely baffled by how Game has managed to score the points and podiums in which he has. Nothing but praise for the young Brit. But he is in for a set of fresh tyres, and he's come out in P8, just ahead of Gugelmin, the Leighton House driver, and he is 2.2 seconds behind Bernard, who in theory should be easy prey for the Lotus driver. But we are looking at Alain Prost here, and he's clipped the wall! Alain Prost, he's clipped the wall! Ignore the other Ferrari livered car, that's not Manson. But that's Prost. Prost has clipped the wall, and has that sealed his fate? Has that sealed and given the world championship to Gerhard Berger? He was pushing. He was mightily quick in the last couple of laps, was Alain Prost. And an uncharacteristic mistake from the Professor. But switched straight back to Game, who's diving up the inside of Bernard. It's a lovely move. Click, easy. Up into P7. He's just a single position away from a championship point. And that is absolutely fantastic. We want to sign off in style. He joins the Williams team alongside Nigel Mansell. They don't see eye to eye though. Both Brits, but they're not seeing eye to eye so far. I don't think he's just going to sit back and be a number 2 driver, but we'll see how it all pans out. This is Capelli, who has actually had... This is not Capelli, it's Nannini, my apologies. Absolutely fantastic. He's had a great season as Nannini. He deserves all his plaudits, deserved his new deal, got that absolutely fantastic win at the French Grand Prix in Paul Ricard. Here is Ivan Capelli. I was a little bit too quick there, but he's been fantastic in that Leighton House. That Leighton House has been fantastic this season. I'm hoping they can push on and maybe fight a little bit closer to the front for next season. But we've got Ricardo Patrese. We're looking at the car we will be the team we will be driving for next season. I hope it's not the car. But yes, we're looking at the back of the team that we are driving for. But we are not driving for them at this present point in time. So we are trying to dive up the inside or make a swift move around the outside. It's a fantastic run. We do have fresh rubber, so the speed is far superior. But Senna still leads. He is absolutely flying, pulling huge distance in front of everyone, really, with Gerhard Berger, his teammate, 11.5 seconds behind. I'm not sure what the gap between Berger and Prost is. We may get it here, we may not, but we will see. Prost is 9 seconds behind. That might be it. That could be it. But here we look at the fantastic Ayrton Senna driving a fantastic Grand Prix in the final Grand Prix of the season. He deserves a race win this season. He has been incredibly unlucky, and he said he definitely will, absolutely categorically, be a championship contender in 1991, and we have absolutely zero doubts. All that private stuff is out of the way, and he is back to Grand Prix racing. We look at, it's Nannini here, who's got himself into a bit of box, clip the wall, and out goes Nannini. His bad race turns even worse in his Benetton, and that is a shame for Nannini. He's had a fantastic season, but he can hold his head high. Benetton are absolutely over the moon with him. Yeah, it's been fantastic. But here is Nigel Mansell in his final Grand Prix for the Ferrari team before he heads back to Williams, and in hopes of a world championship that has eluded him so far in his career. A fantastic drive. It didn't really work at Ferrari. He didn't see eye to eye with the Scuderia outfit, and didn't see eye to eye with Alain Prost. Two very, very different characters and two very, very different drivers. Mansell didn't really like the car, but he's over the moon. He's heading to Williams. He's got an early flight back. He said he can't wait to be out of here. Back on board again. We have got ourselves up into P5. We've got Nelson Piquet just ahead of us, and we are really, really pushing. 5 to go. 5 to go to the end of the race, but Piquet is 9.3 seconds ahead, and we have clipped over the wall. We lost it. Oh, hit the wall. That's a rear wing gone. That is absolutely a rear wing gone. But we're not too sure. We nearly take out Capelli in the Leighton House, and that's Patrese getting straight past us. That's us testing to see if we have a rear wing, and we don't have a rear wing, and that's almost a huge crash as we hit the concrete wall. But we managed to keep the engine going, and we've clipped Suzuki, I believe, or it's Google. No, it's definitely, we clipped someone. I'm not sure who that was, but it's been a disaster. It's been an absolute disastrous end to the season. And we enter the pits once again for damage repairs. And because we want to get to the end of this Grand Prix, we are going to allow them to put a rear wing on. Usually we would retire from the race, but that's just how it is. We want to get to the end. We've got just the 4 laps to go. We were splitting the wall coming out the pits. We are last. But here is Gerhard Berger, who looks absolutely set to become a world champion of 1990. He's been fantastic from race 1 to race 16 in this season, and really hasn't really put a foot wrong. A couple of crashes, actually, he has put a couple of feet wrong. But this is not the champion we thought we'd be seeing at the start of this season. When the McLaren team unveiled their car at the start of the season, we thought it'd be Senna. Senna taking all the plaudits, all the race wins, with Berger maybe taking a couple to pick up the pieces, but it's not. It's the Austrian driver of Gerhard Berger who will claim his maiden world championship at the end of this race. If it stays the same, we are absolutely certain it will. But we look at Ayrton Senna, the Brazilian maestro who hasn't won a Grand Prix this season, but he is about to put that right at the final attempt, and he rounds the final corner to take his first win of the season, and that will set him up lovely for 99. Senna wins the Australian Grand Prix. Absolutely top notch. Here is Gerhard Berger, your 1990 world champion in his Marlboro McLaren car, and he is the 1990 world champion Gerhard Berger. Fantastic. Alain Prost drove a fantastic race. Well, he didn't actually do, he clipped the wall, but that's fine. But Alain Prost will come home as third place in the race, second in the championship standards, and he can be proud of himself. Absolutely fantastic season from him. But here's Nelson Piquet in his final Grand Prix, and he will take a lovely P4. And here is Capelli taking a big 5th place, with Patrese just behind him in 6th points on his final Grand Prix for the Williams team. And we are riding on board with ourselves now as we head down into the final sector. We told we were going to get to the end of this Grand Prix. We really wanted to get to the end. We did end up a lap behind because at one point we were in 2nd place. But yeah, we're good to get out of this team. I've learned a lot this season. It's been a difficult season, especially the second half. The second half with absolutely no upgrades to this car. Everyone upgrading around us. We're going to dive up the inside of Gio Camelli and take B19. We're not going to be last. And we cross the line. And dearie me. But here is your 1990 world champion, Gerhard Berger. And I promise you, none of you predicted that at the start of this season. He is absolutely over the moon. Your world champion and first time world champion, Gerhard Berger. There we have it. That's the final classifications for the final round of the championship season. Senna wins the Grand Prix from 9.6 seconds ahead of his teammate with a McLaren 1-2 ending on a high. Alain Prost finishing in third place. Nelson Piquet, as we confirmed just before the weekend started, it will be his final Grand Prix in Formula 1. Mansell there, low down. Game was low down. And Nini retired. And it was an incident-packed Grand Prix. But I hope you massively enjoyed it. It was a great race. But let's take a look at them standings. Gerhard Berger wins it by a point. 1 point ahead of Alain Prost in the Ferrari. Senna climbing his way up into P3. Fantastic recovery from Senna considering how bad it was in the early stages of the championship season. Nannini didn't manage to pit Mansell. Would have done if it had stayed in the Grand Prix, but that's a fantastic result from an absolutely fantastic Benetton team. Game being Nelson Piquet is a huge... You can understand why he got a Williams drive. There's a few rumours that Williams may have been regretting their decision to pull the trigger too early on Game, but we'll have to see how that transpires. The contract has been signed, so there's nothing they can do about it now. McLaren win the Constructors' Championship to make it a double ahead of the Ferrari team. Benetton with a fantastic third, Lotus in fourth, who beat Williams to the championship. And if you have enjoyed the 1990 season, make sure you join us very soon for 1991. Thank you for watching. Bye bye.